comfort. She could almost believe she was small still, innocent, years away from grown-up folly. She breathed, slow and even, waiting for sleep. Facing Mr. Blackshear again was going to be a mortifying trial. Dimly she knew that, even drowsing in the glow of Viola's ready exoneration. The prospect plucked at her thoughts and later thrummed along the edges of her dreams, distracting as gloved fingertips trifling through her ribbon-bound hair. He'd thought some, in the 3 days since the event, of what he might do to put her at ease, to reassure her that nothing would change between them, that he took all the blame for what had happened upon himself, that he'd already all but forgotten the particulars, up to and including, "I'm not sorry this happened, Nick." She had apparently been mulling over the same matter, and decided on a facade of frivolous, impersonal gaiety. It hurt, somehow, to watch. He didn't like to be responsible for making her do anything false. But here he was, on his first visit to the house since promising her father to keep her safe from unscrupulous men, and his few incidental interactions with her had all the weight of the silk thread with which she was presently sewing some decorative thing. She sat on the sofa, Miss Viola beside her, their attention half occupied by their respective needlework frame and book, and half engaged by the odd exercise going forward at the hearth end of the parlour. Though it wasn't so odd to the sisters, of course. They'd seen it enough times before. Nick curled and uncurled his right-hand fingers, flicking away the extraneous thoughts. "Ready?" He held up his paper, where Lord Berkeley could easily read from it. "Once more unto the breach, then." Berkeley stooped, caught up the buckets of coal at his left and right hands, and straightened. He drew in a breath, concentrating his attention on the paper. "Stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with—" Good Lord, that does make a difference. Do you feel how it brings the source of your voice down to just above your stomach? 2 rooms away, her words carrying effortlessly through 2 sets of open doors, Mrs. Westbrook paused in her regal pacing to deliver this query. Nick tapped the spot under his own ribcage for illustration before turning to watch her. "That's your natural source of speech," she went on. "If you want to be heard in the back rows without shouting, this is where you begin. Fierce articulation of your consonants will do the rest." She carried a walking stick with which she now made a little flourish. "Onward, and be mindful of where you take your breaths. Disguise fair nature." Berkeley nodded, wet his lips, and returned his gaze to the page. "Disguise fair nature with hard-favoured rage, then lend the eye a terrible aspect. Let pry through the portage of the head like the brass cannon. Let the brow o'erwhelm it, as fearfully as doth a galled rock. O'erhang and jutty his confounded base, swilled with the wild and wasteful ocean." This was their 7th time through the speech. Berkeley had already whispered it, delivered it in conversational style, and articulated the whole with a wine cork clutched between his front teeth, and Nick suspected every person in the room could recite the final lines right along. "Now set the teeth and stretch the nostril wide, hold hard the breath and bend up every spirit to his full height. On, you noblest English, whose blood is fet from fathers of war-proof." "Splendid, sir. I believe every one of us is ready to charge off and fall upon whatever enemy you choose." She would have made an excellent leader of troops herself, Mrs. Westbrook. He could remember the pride that had welled up in him the first time he'd felt the full weight of her approval. The full weight of her wrath must be equally formidable. He would surely feel it, and Mr. Westbrook's wrath as well, if they were to find out he'd put his hands on their daughter. Maybe even worse than wrath would be their disappointment. "I'm not sorry this happened, Nick," would be a poor consolation if his actions should lose him the good opinions he prized above all others. He flexed his fingers again to clear his thoughts. Berkeley dipped his head, acknowledging Mrs. Westbrook's praise. "You're very kind. I confess I feel a bit ridiculous still, saying such grand words. I thought we'd be practicing with plain sentences." "Count yourself lucky, Lord Berkeley." Miss Westbrook was nearly sparkling with mischief and good humour when Nick turned to her. Her needle flashed busily on. "When Mr. Blackshear stood where you are now, Mamma had him delivering one of Portia's speeches from the courtroom scene." The Baron, catching her mood, cocked a brow and grinned at Nick. "The quality of mercy is not strained?" "Nothing of the kind." Mrs. Westbrook ventured a few steps into the intervening room. Nick could hear the smart tap of her walking stick. "If I'd assigned him that well-worn speech, he would have ploughed through it without pausing to get the sense of the words, just as you would if I'd set you to the one about St. Crispin's Day. I look for something with which the speaker must apply some energy to acquaint himself. Besides, that quality of mercy business would never do in a real courtroom. No judge would stand for it. I did the bit where she stipulates that Shylock cannot take any blood along with his pound of flesh. That's the sort of hair-splitting that warms a barrister's heart." Nick delivered this last line over his shoulder, with the smile meant for the Westbrook matriarch. No, she didn't know what he'd done. He'd been reasonably certain Miss Westbrook wouldn't tell, and now he was sure of it. Not because Mrs. Westbrook couldn't have dissembled on the matter, but because she wouldn't have. She would have confronted him straight away. "If I were a judge, I'd be more inclined to allow a lecture on mercy than to go along with that reasoning about the blood." Miss Viola spoke up, eyeing Nick rather severely. "There's no possible way to remove that much flesh without releasing some blood. Therefore, permission to take the blood is implicit in permission to cut out the flesh. It doesn't need explicit mention in the contract." Nevertheless, Portia succeeded in arguing the court round to her side. Miss Westbrook spoke lightly, hurrying the conversation away from the topics of blood and cutting out of flesh. "Just as a barrister must often argue people away from their first reading of events, and just as Lord Berkeley, I'm sure, will persuade other members of the House to see things as he does." She spoke with eyelids lowered, watching her fingers work away. Only at the end did she glance up at the two men and smile. The Baron smiled back. He liked her. As was to be expected. He'd met her at her most radiant, to be sure, all aglow with enjoyment at the ball, and to now observe her refined manners, set off by the unconventional family in which fate had placed her, seemed only to solidify the good opinion he'd formed that night. His smile creased his face, hard enough to make the scar-crossed dimple appear. Good. This was a triumph. Very easily the Baron's response to meeting Miss Westbrook's family might have been a visible disappointment at finding that the pretty girl he'd met at the Astley's route was after all not eligible. But Nick had gambled on what he sensed of the man's deep fair-mindedness, and the gamble appeared to be going his way. That was, Miss Westbrook's way, which for his purposes was the same thing. He took a half-step back, twisting to address Mrs. Westbrook. Should he go through it a second time with the buckets, or may he set those down? Sans buckets, Henry V urged his men to savagery again and again, and another time after that, with attention paid to strategic pauses and the modulation of syllables. Nick kept his position, holding up the paper and occasionally offering his own suggestions. She could see by his actions, couldn't she, that his intentions toward her were purely friendly. In the days since the rout, he'd had time to reflect on his behaviour, from the moment he'd confronted her with Lord John through that point when he'd had his fingers at the back of her neck. The most unflattering motivations suggested themselves. Jealousy, covetousness, a desire over which he had no control. Surely advancing her interest with another man was the best way to prove to both of them that he didn't have his own designs on her. He rolled his shoulder, which had begun to tighten from his unvarying paper-holding stance, and took the opportunity to glance over to the sofa. Miss Westbrook immediately ducked her head and turned a look of fierce concentration upon her sewing. Confound it! He couldn't stand to have her so uneasy in his presence as to alternate between acting false and frivolous and refusing to meet his eyes. He needed a private interview. For all his virtuous resolve about seeing her only in company, he would have to find a moment during this visit to speak to her alone. A quick, frank acknowledgment of their mistake, an agreement on their resulting shared state of embarrassment, would surely be the way to put that event behind them and set them on the path back to the unblushing friendship that would best suit them both. Sheer stubborn pride kept her in her place on the sofa. The more she wanted to slink unnoticed along the wall until she reached the far open door, or lift a corner of the carpet and crawl underneath, the brighter she made her silly smile, and the bolder were her flourishes with the needle and thread. Twice she pricked her finger and drew blood. 2 jots of blood, to quote Portia's chosen term. Mr. Blackshear had been a very good sport about delivering that speech back in his studying days. Some barristers in training balked at playing a woman's part, which was foolish of them, as the role had been played by boys for years and years. She peeked up to find that he'd finished flexing his shoulder, and had returned his attention to Lord Berkeley in his speech. Had he always done these things? Moving his shoulder about, curling and stretching his fingers, cocking his head to one side or the other? Surely he had, but she noticed them only now, because each restless gesture woke some memory in her muscles and skin. And no sooner did her neck tingle at the flex of his fingers, or her own head want to tilt in answer to his, than she remembered Viola's all too aware presence beside her, and willed herself to smother her response. This was the price paid by a lady who kissed a man. She'd eaten of the forbidden fruit. She could not unknow the things she knew now. She could only hope the strength of that awareness would diminish over time, as indeed she trusted the mortification would fade and leave her able to face Mr. Blackshear with tolerable poise once more. Again Mr. Berkeley chewed and spat his way through hard-favoured rage and the wild and wasteful ocean. He, too, was an excellent sport. Handsome as well. Not the handsomest man in the room, perhaps, but with his ready smile, his gracious manners, and a certain ineffable masculinity in his military bearing, he gave a lady much to admire. She'd liked him already, from the supper and the one shared dance at Cranbourne House. He'd made effortless proper conversation during that dance, answering her questions on the house's history, and never presuming to flirt. His conduct today, deferring to Mamma's authority, with such respect as surely few titled gentlemen would ever show an actress, could only improve what had already been her good opinion. This was what she ought to be noticing, the merits of the one man present who had Lord in front of his name. She'd gone to the Astleys' rout, determined to forge as many connections as she could with distinguished people. Whatever her intervening mistakes might have been, here, a mere 3 days later, was a baron in her parlour, cordial, and ready to be charmed. What sort of fool would she be if she let this acquaintance slip through her fingers because her thoughts were all entangled with the man who regretted having kissed her and was no suitable prospect besides? So when the speaking lesson had finally concluded, and it was time for everyone to sit down and have tea, she levelled all her courteous conversation on the newer of their two guests. There was everything to approve in him. Really there was. For all his fine upbringing and military dignity, he evinced an agreeable modesty, and seemed altogether more interested in hearing about the Westbrook family than in speaking of himself. His respectful manner to Mamma continued unchanged, even though she no longer addressed him with the teacher's authority. He asked what part she'd played, whether she preferred comic roles or tragic, and who she thought were the most promising of the modern playwrights. When Viola seized the opportunity, as she inevitably did, to put forth some political point relating to the plays of Mrs. Inchbald, he raised his eyebrows, nodded thoughtfully, and asked her to tell him more. And though Kate stayed mostly clear of these conversations, confining herself to such pleasantries as seemed appropriate to a morning call with a slight acquaintance, he nevertheless smiled at her often, and thanked her most particularly for the tea. Mr. Blackshear thanked her as well. She'd remembered to make a separate pot of his bitter dark brew, and conversed with the family as congenially as he always did, though she sometimes caught him watching her with a troubled crease in his brow. Once, when she was up and tending to the teapot, he came to the table to replenish his own tea and said something about wondering whether the rain had stopped. That was a subterfuge, and a fairly obvious one. He wanted her to go with him to the window at the room's far side, that they might speak privately. She couldn't, not only because Viola would be watching and drawing conclusions. He would want to apologize again. He'd want to say what a mistake the kiss had been, and he'd want to assure her there'd be no danger ever of another such mistake. Probably he'd want to express his hopes for her snaring of Lord Berkeley as proof of his own disinterest. She knew all that already. She didn't near to hear any of it. "I do hope it will be dry by the time you must take your leave," was all the answer she gave, and then she took her leave, slipping away from the table and back to her seat as soon as she'd poured his tea. He understood he'd been rebuffed. She saw it in his face when he sat down again. For the remainder of the call he wore a distracted air, and a slight frowning twist at one corner of his mouth. And for the remainder of the call she felt sorrier than ever, wishing he could know, without her having to say so aloud, that she didn't blame him at all, and wishing she could notice his frown, without igniting 100 volatile memories, all having to do with his mouth. Chapter 10. Now that was an experience well worth this whole undertaking. Berkeley settled in one corner of his carriage, dropping his hat on the seat beside him. He'd insisted that Nick accept a ride home, the rain not having abated. "The next time I attend a house party where someone proposes an amateur theatrical, I shall be ready to amaze the company. I'm sorry about the material." Nick sat in the opposite corner, steadying himself with his feet as the carriage swayed out into traffic. "I do remember you saying Henry V wasn't a good representation of what your time in the army had been." The Baron shrugged. "The reality of war would make a very poor play. There are great stretches of tedium such as no paying audience would stand for, and a man breathing his last rarely has anything poetic to say on the occasion. I prefer Shakespeare's version of things altogether." The very few times Will had spoken of war, in the months after he'd returned to England and before he'd forsaken the family, he'd adopted a flippant tone not unlike Lord Berkeley's. Nick had never known how to press past the flippancy, or whether he even ought to. If he'd been a better friend to his brother, a better listening ear, would Will perhaps not have felt the need to seek a connection with the woman for whom he'd then thrown everything away? He took off his own hat, holding it over the straw-covered floor and tapping off the raindrops. "Would you say you were much altered by your experiences in war?" He frowned at the hat, to make it look as though he was primarily occupied by that matter and asking the question only by the by. The subject might be an uncomfortable one for his companion. He wouldn't add to the discomfort by watching for a response. Altered, yes. Much altered, though. He was shaking his head when Nick glanced up. "Given what I've seen of some other men, I cannot say so. My alterations have mainly been of the benign sort, I hope. I suppose I took things a little more lightly before my military service. I told you, didn't I, that my brother Astley has not been impressed by my recent political zeal. I should think political enthusiasm must be among the most benign sorts of alteration, as well as the least surprising. Who is more likely to concern himself with the good of the nation than a man who's just devoted several years of his life to that same concern? But perhaps Lord Astley simply regrets the loss of the brother he remembers, the one with lighter pursuits and preoccupations. He knew a bit about that sort of loss. He gave his hat a last shake and set it on the seat, eyes following the action of his hands all the way. "I think he'd prefer I put the good of the family before that of the nation. I'm next in line for the marquisate, you know, and nearly from the moment I stepped off the ship he's been after me to marry. From one uncomfortable subject straight to another. It was almost as though the man had somehow been privy to his thoughts during their time in the Westbrook parlour." He schooled his face and looked up. "Indeed. He's 10 years my senior, and quite sure he'll predecease me, so he'd like to see me settled with a wife and ideally a son or two. Thus my presence at that rout. I believe he intends to compel my attendance at one social event after another this season, until finally I break down and offer for some lady, if only to silence him on the subject. You don't particularly wish to be married for your own sake, then?" Nick couldn't like the idea of Miss Westbrook marrying a man who'd offered for her only to silence his brother, even if her own approach to wedlock was at least that pragmatic. "I'm sure I'd like to have a wife." The Baron laced his fingers and stretched his arms out before him with a rueful grin. "However, I'd always fancied that thoughts of marriage followed upon meeting the right lady. I have difficulty reversing that sequence." He let his arms fall. "And you? No plans to renounce your bachelor state? Never found yourself tempted by one of the Misses Westbrook?" Was this an attempt to discover the existence of a prior claim? In any case, his duty as her friend was clear. "No plans or temptations of recent date." Nick sat back and shrugged. "I'll admit to a brief, youthful tendre for the eldest Miss Westbrook, though that's little more than admitting to a pulse." Berkeley nodded, his grin gone wider. "To be sure. I would have doubted you if you'd denied the fact. Such beauty is exactly suited to a young man's taste. But I suppose you are in no position, then, to marry?" "No. And in the intervening years we became more like brother and sister than a pair of possible lovers." The last word tasted of rank mendacity. He hurried to pile other, blander words upon it. "I suspect that's not uncommon, where habits of proximity do away with all the mystery a lady might have for a gentleman, and he for her. At all events, I look forward to one day celebrating her excellent match, and I'm sure she'll be just as happy for me on the day I tell her about the worthy lady who's won my heart." "That sounds an admirable sort of friendship. You're fortunate." Indeed, it was an admirable sort of friendship, and indeed he was fortunate, or had been until everything had spun out of control for those scant few minutes in the Astleys' library. She'd been so dreadfully uncomfortable when he tried to speak to her, or even look at her today. He might, after all, have done irreparable damage to their connection. And for the first time the thought occurred to him, if she did succeed in marrying Lord Berkeley, he might have to avoid them both. He picked up his hat and tapped it over the straw again, just to have an outlet for a flare of desperate energy. He could never take a post as Berkeley's secretary in that case. He'd worked and waited so long for an opportunity like this one, and he might really have blown it all away for the sake of an ill-considered kiss. For the remainder of the journey to the Inns of Court, they spoke of politics, and every sensible opinion the Baron expressed, every proof of what good work a man who partnered with him might be involved in, drove further and further home the possible cost of his fleeting indulgence in a darkened room. He seemed to have stepped into some spiral of dire complications, and the next day brought another. An invitation to a ball at Lord Cathcart's house in Grosvenor Square. Ostensibly the invitation issued from Lady Cathcart, who'd barely said a dozen words to him over the years of their slight acquaintance. However, the message scrawled upon it came in the Viscount's slanting, careless hand. "Now you've shown yourself at one party, you cannot in decency decline to appear at another. Don't tell me you'll have no one with whom to converse. My wife has neatly preempted that objection by inviting your Lord Foxgrey Holland Berkeley, that the two of you may stupefy your unsuspecting dance partners with talk of reform. Lady C has also sent an invitation to your pretty Miss W, whose parents will no doubt wish to condition her attendance upon your own again, and I can scarce imagine you'd really like to disappoint—" Nick pushed the invitation away and got up from his desk to pace to the window that looked down on Brick Court. A lady sat on the park near the sundial, probably waiting for a barrister to come down and speak to her, or to recruit a suitable chaperone with whom she could go upstairs. Unaccompanied women didn't venture into gentlemen's chambers unless on errands of a most particular nature. Mrs. Simcox had come up sometimes, and Mrs. Marbury too, though neither of them very recently. He sighed and turned his back to the window, raking his fingers through his hair. No doubt Cathcart meant well. Perhaps he even thought to hasten the rehabilitation of the Blackshear name by setting the example, indeed by prevailing on his wife to set the example, of acknowledging Nick. And if he was right, if even one respectable person in attendance should decide it was time to follow the Cathcart's lead and cease holding all Blackshears accountable for the transgressions of one, that would not only benefit Nick's own circumstances, but might be a first step toward repairing the damage Andrew and Kitty had sustained. His elder brother and sister might begin to gradually replace the many connections they'd lost. By the time their respective children were old enough to marry, they might have a few decent prospects after all. He folded his arms, resting his back against the strip of wall between the room's two windows. All Blackshears accountable for the transgressions of one indeed. The truth was that he hadn't been able to think of Will since the events of Tuesday night without a suffocating sense of his own hypocrisy. His brother, at least, had not laid hands upon an innocent. Will hadn't taken advantage of a lady's feverish response to a first taste of passion. You didn't do more than kiss her, and you stopped. You caught yourself in time, when you might have given her far more to regret than a kiss. Oh, but he hated the part of his brain that wanted to offer these pathetic self-acquittals. He'd never try anything so mealy-mouthed in a courtroom. The prisoner may indeed have stolen the accuser's purse, Your Honour, But I beg you to base his punishment upon the fact that he didn't then follow her home and take all the money she had there as well." He pushed off the wall and went back to his desk, where he picked up the invitation. Little doubt of what reply he must make, but he needn't make it this instant. He pulled out the drawer in which he always stored documents that didn't require immediate attention, and found himself confronted by a paper that had languished there for some months. Not that the paper took him by surprise. He hadn't forgotten about its existence. Why he hadn't thrown it away when Martha had first sat down at this desk and made free with his pen and ink he couldn't precisely say. Proper young ladies did sometimes venture alone into a barrister's chambers, after all. A sister given to imposing her will, for instance, might take it upon herself to call on her brother and prepare such an impertinent document. He set down the invitation and pulled out the paper, which bore but 2 lines in his sister's hand, the greater part of the page being taken up by a rudimentary map. She'd drawn a set of tiny waves in the broad ribbon that curved left to right through her diagram to identify it as the river, though the docks she'd sketched, protruding into that same ribbon, surely resolved the matter of identification without any need for waves. He traced them with his smallest finger, the downward arcs and upward peaks meant to stand for moving water. They seemed such an odd embellishment, such a frivolity, so unlike the sister he'd known for all but the first 5 years of his life. But then, this wasn't the first thing she'd done that confounded all his expectations. Nick sat back in his chair, palms resting on the desktop's edge, and closed his eyes. He didn't often permit himself the stillness to examine such matters, but how exactly did he justify keeping the connection with Martha when he'd shut out Will? Oh, the superficial answer came readily enough. She and her husband had acted discreetly, committing their malfeasance in a quiet Sussex parish beyond the range of any tongue gossips, and then patching it over with a speedy marriage and besotted newlywed manners. They'd brought no scandal to the family. The fact nevertheless remained that their first child, a daughter, had been conceived out of wedlock. Deliberately so. Martha couldn't claim to have been seduced when she'd hired Mr. Mirkwood for the express purpose of impregnating her. Granted, Nick had made his disapproval plain, but a man of integrity would have cut their acquaintance. Or perhaps not cut Will's. A man of integrity would have done so many things differently from how he'd done them, it seemed of late. He opened his eyes. In the middle of the map, she'd drawn an arrow pointing to a location on one of the docks, presumably the same site named at the top of the page. There was no reason he couldn't go walking that way. He might just look about the area, so he'd have a picture of where Will spent much of his time. He needn't present himself at the establishment's door, and he certainly needn't prepare any words to say to his brother, or even make up his mind as to whether they ought to speak again. He could simply walk and ponder. He rose, swiping up Martha's document and making a straight line to where his coat hung, that he might be out the door before he could think of a compelling reason to stay home. A word to Kersey across the hall, who agreed to take down the business of any callers in his absence, and he was free to walk out past the sundial, past the now empty bench where the lady had sat, out into the street and down toward the river. I've had cause in recent days to give more thought to the questions of right and wrong behavior. Did he want to say that? Did he want to say anything? I've done something of which I'm ashamed. I've jeopardized a connection, more than one connection, I'd be sorry to lose, and I cannot speak of it to anyone without imperiling a lady's reputation. He could, perhaps, Speak of it to someone who lived beyond the bounds of the respectable world in which Miss Westbrook hoped to make her way. Not that he would allow himself to go to Will on so selfish an errand. If rapprochement between himself and his brother was possible, or even desirable, and really 6 circumstances argued against it, then they would have a deal of talking to do on other subjects before he could indulge in the luxury of confessing himself. So he hadn't the first idea, when he finally stood on the mapped-out dock, studying from a distance the weathered facade of what seemed to be the right office, what he ought to say, or even quite why he was there. Only he'd walked all this way, following the directions his sister had set down, and to go back again after a mere bit of silent skulking felt like cowardice of a sudden. He shoved himself forward, hands in his coat pockets, one clutching Martha's folded-up map, while the other tightened into a fist. Past a stack of crates that 2 men were passing down one by one to another 2 men in a wherry, past a clutch of seagulls squabbling over some rubbish they'd found on the dock, through the steady 2-way traffic of people who had legitimate business there, he cut a path, heart protesting this decision with a series of dull thudding beats, until he'd set a hand on the door handle and, at more of a loss than ever for what to say, pulled the door open. The office was a small one, and a good deal dimmer than the day-lit outdoors. A single lamp combined with the window in the building's facade to afford what illumination there was, and what illumination there was revealed at once that Will was not here. Then, after a second or two of Nick's eyes adjusting, it revealed the 3 people who were here, and a more curious assemblage of 3 people he'd never seen in his life. At his left, behind a table atop which he was arranging miscellaneous small items as he unpacked them from a crate, stood a brown-skinned man well over 6 feet tall. Straight ahead, with a pen in her hand and a ledger open on the desk before her, sat a fearsome-looking woman with a prominent nose. And to the right, his desk pushed up against the window, and his visage, thus flooded with unforgiving daylight, sat a figure who made the others look like exemplars of benign normalcy. This man must have barely survived an encounter with fire, or possibly lie. Thick scars made up most of his face, from the scalp on down until they disappeared into his coat collar. His mouth sagged at both corners. He had but 1 complete ear, and very little in the way of hair. Nick glanced away quickly, so as not to look as if he was staring, even as it dawned on him that this must be the man in charge. The advantageously located desk argued for it, as did a certain energy in the room that suggested the other 2 persons were waiting for that man to respond to this unexpected visitor. Indeed, the brown-skinned giant had shifted his attention to his scarred compatriot. The woman kept her steady gaze on Nick, pen suspended an inch above her inkpot. He cleared his throat. "I'm not sure I've come to the right place." He could look at the burned man now, since he was addressing him, without fear of seeming rude. "I'm looking for a William Blackshear. I was told he works here, or perhaps in one of the neighbouring offices." That Martha could have omitted any mention of their brother, toiling alongside such an extraordinary collection of people, seemed improbable, though not altogether outside the realm of possibility. It might be one of those things she judged to be of no consequence. "Your skills of navigation haven't failed you, but you're unlucky in the time of your visit." The man sounded good-humoured. It was difficult to tell when his face gave no hint of his mood. "He's out aboard the ship at present, and we don't expect him back for another hour or so. Is it a matter with which someone else might be able to assist you?" No, thank you. It's not to do with business." He'd pulled the door shut behind him on entering, but hadn't let go of the handle. His fingers flexed on it now, prepared to make a brisk withdrawal and leave these people to the industry he'd interrupted. "Would you like to leave a message for him?" The scarred man pushed up from his desk, waving a hand at the paper, pen, and ink there. "We'll see that he has it as soon as he returns." "Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I'm sure I shall—" He made some vague gesture with the hand that wasn't gripping the door handle. Something they might read for, "I'm sure to encounter him soon enough," because his scrupulous barrister's tongue was refusing to deliver that lie. "Is something the matter?" That was the woman. She hadn't gone back to her writing, nor, from what he could tell, taken her gaze from him, but for the span of an occasional blink. Has something happened about which he ought to know? She eyed him with an almost unsettling intensity. And as he set tongue to teeth to deliver yet another no, she added, "Something within the family? You're one of his brothers, I think." "Yes." "How the devil did you know?" "That is, no, nothing's the matter, but yes, I am his brother." The words seemed to come out in the right order, for all that she'd taken him so by surprise. There were two strains of Blackshear physiognomy, and he and Will came from opposite sides. New and slight acquaintances never drew a family connection between his light hair and his brother's dark, his symmetrical smile and Will's crooked, the composed features of one and the ready expressiveness of the other. Indeed, the only thing that marked them as siblings was, "You have the same eyes." She seemed to be reading his thoughts, though he could not make the slightest guess at hers. "Mrs. Mirkwood as well. You and she are very like." Abruptly she looked away, to the pen still poised above its inkpot. Perhaps she felt she'd said too much, or perhaps she'd said all she had to say and now found no further use for him. She dipped her pen and tapped it with a forefinger over the jar. He could feel the keen attention of the other two men in the room, and a glance either way showed them to be watching him with their respective aspects of curiosity. The scarred man's symptom being that he'd stayed half-risen from his desk. A thought occurred. It was scarcely conceivable, and yet conceive it he did, only to dismiss it at once, because Martha would surely not have considered that to be of no consequence, would she? He ventured another look at the woman with the pen, and the thought struggled back from its dismissal, even as a terribly ungallant part of him protested, "She couldn't have been anyone's mistress. She's not pretty enough." Self-disgust went swirling through his veins. He was as shallow as he was hypocritical. He, who liked to think he knew how to value a woman as a whole person instead of a pretty face and form. He cleared his throat. "I beg your pardon, miss. Madam." Her pen lifted from the paper, and she raised her head just enough to catch his eye. "Is it possible—" This could be remarkably awkward, even more awkward than it already was if he proved to be wrong. Nevertheless, he let go the door and took a step forward. "That is, might you perhaps be my sister?" Warmth crept up his throat to his cheeks. At the left and right peripheries, the two men were watching, silent and still. She straightened, fixing him with the full force of her gaze. "I'm Will Blackshear's wife," she said. "If I'm anything to you, that's more than we've been told." Without waiting for reply, she bowed her head to her work again, pen taking up where it had left off. Her rudeness took his breath away. Literally, for a moment it seemed his lungs would not work as he stood there, one step advanced into this room where he was not welcome, The warmth in his cheeks fanned to a raging heat that raced all the way up to his hairline. It was, and wasn't this rich, strikingly similar to how he'd felt when Miss Mary Watson had addressed him before onlookers in the hallway at the Old Bailey, negligently invoking the subject of this same woman who sat before him now. He glanced left and right, to find both men impassive, or the tall man impassive at any rate. The other, for all he knew, might be thinking sympathetic thoughts that made no impression on the wrecked canvas of his face. But no, count him for impassive too. Everyone here was loyal to Will. No one felt charitably toward this brother who'd cast him off. Why in God's name would they? He found himself without the smallest desire to make answer to the woman's rudeness. She'd merely given voice to the self-dissatisfaction he'd been carrying about with him ever since the day he'd last spoken to Will. He might as well have conjured her for the purpose. He stepped backward, feeling behind him for the door handle. He had to fumble for a second to find his grip. "Thank you for your time." His voice sounded like someone else's. "Good day to you all." Through the pounding of blood in his ears and the creak of the door as he pushed it open, he couldn't hear whether anyone wished him good day in return. Not that it mattered. He got himself outside, swung the door shut, and left the place behind him, fists in his pockets, Martha's map wadded and crumpled until it took up almost no room at all. Chapter 11. It does seem to be the Viscountess's hand. She's stingy with the tails on her small P's and G's. You can scarcely tell them from an A or an O, but for knowing already what word she's spelling. Lady Harrington sat in her corner of the sofa, Kate's invitation in one hand and her own invitation in another, to scrutinize them side by side. Still, I suspect some prank on the part of her husband. He promoted you to a notice, didn't he, by having you girls sit with him at supper? He must have omitted any mention of your station. I expect she'll be none too pleased with him when she discovers she sent an invitation to a lady's companion. I'm not at all surprised that Miss Westbrook should have been invited. Miss Smith had called on her own today, Mrs. Smith being indisposed by headache. On the opposite sofa she sat very straight, hands clasped in her lap, clearly taken aback by the Countess's remarks. We all had such a pleasant time at supper. She threw a look to Kate, who'd taken a seat as near as she could to the Dowager, and had been reading to her from an Ackerman's while Lady Harrington inspected the invitation. I could tell you made a good impression on Lady Cathcart, and certainly on Lord Cathcart. I heard him remarking to his wife on your delightful manners. Kate's heart warmed at the loyal kindness of Miss Smith, at Lord Cathcart's compliment, at his and his wife's generosity in inviting her to their ball, even at her aunt's befuddled suspicion of everyone's motives. The Harrington House parlour made an altogether pleasant place to be today. She'd had to be presented to the Dowager all over again, but her grandmother had twice remarked on her beauty, and seemed to be enjoying the story she was reading aloud. You're a young, unmarried lady, Miss Smith, so I shall forgive a bit of ignorance. Lady Harrington gave one last look to Kate's invitation, front and back. But generally, when a gentleman remarks to his wife on the delightful manners of a beautiful girl with whom he danced at that evening's party, she does not respond by distinguishing that beautiful girl with an invitation to her own social event. With a flourish, she set the invitations aside. However, we shan't worry that Lord Cathcart harbours any sinister designs upon Miss Westbrook, as he prides himself so on his husbandly constancy. Do you recommend I accept the invitation, then? She had every intention on earth of going to that ball, but a show of deference to her aunt's opinion could only be for the good. I'd hate to be a cause of embarrassment to Lady Cathcart. By all means you must accept. The Countess took up her fan, which had dangled from her wrist while she'd studied the invitations, and snapped it open. You're not likely to ever have another such invitation, so seize it while you can, I say. Perhaps Lord and Lady Cathcart will learn they must review their guest lists together to avoid any such mistakes in future. I still think it probable the invitation is entirely deliberate. What a good, noble-natured girl Miss Smith was, to dare Lady Harrington's disapproval by making this defence. The Viscount knew Miss Westbrook was a lady's companion, and still invited her to his supper table. Why shouldn't the Viscountess have known, and still chosen to invite her to this ball? I seem to have lost the thread. The Dowager Lady Harrington spoke up, turning to Kate. Is Cassandra going to a ball? Cassandra was a lady in the Ackerman story. No, my lady. I fear it's we who've wandered from the subject. I'll return to Cassandra now, if I may. She raised her eyebrows at her aunt for permission. Lady Harrington nodded, with a smile of such approval as made Kate feel incandescent. She read on about Cassandra, and hadn't quite finished the story when Lord Harrington and the footman arrived to help the Dowager to a room. The Countess said they must come back in a very few minutes, and the footman withdrew. The Earl, though, stood just inside the door, waiting and presumably watching her read. She couldn't see what was on his face, as she had to keep her eyes to the page. But when the time came for him and the footman to come help the Dowager, he inclined his head to her and said thank you. The small courtesy filled her with that same sense of triumph her aunt's nod and smile had roused. More than that, it stirred up a hopeful vision of the day she might sit in this parlour as an accepted member of the family, addressing the Harringtons as aunt and uncle and grandmother, watching with pride and keenest satisfaction as Papa and his Westbrook relations rebuilt the bridges they'd demolished so long ago. This was what she would have lost if she'd been discovered in that library with Mr. Blackshear. This was why the kiss had indeed been a mistake. All her hopes depended on her marrying a man of high rank and good connections. She couldn't allow herself to forget again, not for so much as a minute. She walked out with Miss Smith, and as soon as the front door had closed behind them, that young lady spoke. I don't mean to be critical of Lady Harrington. She's been most attentive to my mother since we lost my father, and I'm grateful for the interest she's shown in seeing me well settled. But I do wish she would more often choose tact over candour. I don't suppose she's ever had to learn tact. She liked Lady Harrington, blunt manners and all, but she could certainly sympathise with Miss Smith. And I don't think she truly meant to call you ignorant, only to say that younger women don't know as much about marriage as do their elders. Oh, I didn't think anything of that remark. What disturbs me is her carelessness in speaking to you. Was it really necessary for her to say that your invitation must have been a prank by the Viscount, that you're not likely ever to have another, and that Lady Cathcart is mistaken in granting you the consequence suited to an earl's near relation? She knew, then, that Lord Harrington was Kate's uncle. You're kind to take my part. They were walking up the square in a northwest direction, and for a moment she kept her eyes lowered to the stones at their feet. I don't mind, though, because she's right about the unlikelihood of the invitation. There are irregularities in my family that have prevented our being recognized in society or by our nobler relations. She made her voice steady and smooth. She didn't usually go about offering this information to slight acquaintances, but with her relationship to Lord Harrington already acknowledged, she would not try to hide the facts. "I know. My mother told me after we'd first met you." She halted in her progress up the street suddenly, bringing a hand out from her ermine muff and laying it on Kate's arm to hold her as well. "And now I shall be guilty in my own turn of excessive candour." Equal measures of apology and unswerving resolve lit her blue eyes. "Do you have something suitable to wear to Lady Cathcart's ball, now that you'll be an invited guest instead of Lady Harrington's companion? It occurs to me you might not own a true evening gown." Miss Smith must have recognised the gown she wore to the Astleys as the same one she'd worn when first calling at Harrington House. Kate's pride gave an inward wince. "I haven't. I shall have to wear the same gown I wore at Lady Astley's route. I'll change the pink ribbons for a different colour, and see if I can't borrow my mother's best shawl to make it more suitable for evening." "Don't do that. You can borrow one of my gowns. We're exactly of a height and near the same size, I think." Miss Smith's whole face shone with entreaty. "You could come to my house that evening, and we could go together to Berkeley Square to meet the Countess, and then on to the ball. It would be a favour to me. I hate dressing for parties. It would be so much more tolerable with company." The more Miss Smith piled on the protestations, the more glaring the fact. This was charity. She was pitying poor Miss Westbrook, who didn't have a proper evening gown, and trying to do her a good turn. Kate hesitated. She'd never been in the habit of accepting charity from other young ladies. Rather, she'd been the one to tell them what colours best became them and how to arrange their hair. She'd been the one whose friendship was sought after. Yet they hadn't been friends, really, the girls with whom she'd associated at Miss Lowell's. At best, they'd been like ladies-in-waiting, hanging on her every word of wisdom concerning the latest style of bonnet, or what novels a fashionable girl ought to read, and that had come only after a lengthy, determined campaign to make them all forget her curious parentage and see her on her own merits. Miss Smith had glossed right over the question of parentage. In fact, she'd known, even before the route at Cranbourne House, and she'd nevertheless greeted Kate warmly and listened to her opinions on Pride and Prejudice. Was charity such a bad thing if it came with affinity and friendly feelings? "You're so kind to offer. I'd like that very much." Kate felt strange and a bit shy saying the words, but they sounded right. Miss Smith beamed in answer, and for all Kate's worthy intentions, she could not help the usual private observation concerning how the forehead and chin detracted from what was really a perfectly beguiling pair of eyes. Well, she was in a position to do something about that now, wasn't she? There was no reason the charity in a friendship must go only one way. She hooked her arm through her friend's and started up the square again. "Have you given thought to how you might arrange your hair for the ball?" she said, and her mind was filling already with agreeable visions of scissors and comb and an artfully placed ribbon in just the right shade of blue. "You may choose any of the gowns as fancy strikes you, but I had a particular one in mind." Miss Smith, or Louisa as Kate was now to call her, bustled about her dressing-room 3 nights later with the unstudied poise of someone entirely accustomed to having a dressing-room of her own. And a bedroom of her own, for that matter. Kate had been introduced to 3 charming younger Smith sisters, but they proved to have their own quarters down the hall. No trace of sisterly presence intruded, either in the neatly arranged bedroom or in this anteroom, where the dressing-table sat just where Louisa wished it to be, and the gowns were all pretty, festive, and free from the depressing company of any grim-coloured Quakerish garments. Granted, it would take a great deal to depress the magnificence of the gown currently offered up for her consideration. It was made of red silk, the most vibrant shade of red imaginable, with no ruffles or flounces or ribbons to take one's attention away from the colour and cut. The only decoration to speak of, if you could even count it as decoration, was a demi-train. She'd never worn a gown with a train of any kind. She took a deep breath, clasped her greedy hands behind her back, and forced out the words courtesy demanded. "Wouldn't you rather wear that gown yourself, and be the one to make the fine impression? To be honest, it's a bit bolder than I like. I don't mean it's not respectable. The neckline is entirely decent, even without a chemisette. Only I didn't realize, looking at the pattern picture and the fabric separately, quite how it would come out. It draws the eye, you see, and I prefer not to have so many eyes upon me, whereas I expect you're used to that condition." She smiled, not the smallest trace of envy visible. "Do try it on at least. If it doesn't suit you, we'll go through these others until we find one that does." That settled it. If she had anything to say in the matter, Louisa would learn tonight just how enjoyable it could be to have many eyes upon her. "Thank you. I cannot imagine wanting to try on any other. But since you've deprived me of the pleasure of choosing by offering me a perfect gown on the first try, I insist you let me help you choose your own, and let me look at ribbons as well. I've been thinking since I first met you of how well your eyes would look with the right shade of blue nearby." The next half-hour passed in all the happy industry of putting on pretty clothes, with the help of a genuine lady's maid, and then Kate exercised her talents in the matter of Miss Smith's toilette. There was indeed a ribbon in a felicitous indigo shade, of a width to make it a proper hair ornament, and of such length that the trailing ends would flutter when Louisa danced. Better yet, there was a gown in a similar deep blue satin, and a necklace of dark sapphires, everything conspiring to bring out the colour of her eyes. Best of all, the curls, when Kate sheared a few strategic locks of hair at the front, not only disguised the proportions of the forehead, but fell and twisted in rather bewitching, unruly fashion. She looked suddenly intriguing and full of mischief, a lady romantic, Byron's long-lost devilish younger sister. "I'm not, though," she said when Kate had voiced the observation. "And I'm not interested in the attentions of any gentleman who would approach me in hopes of my being wicked, in hopes of my being anything I'm not. Mightn't a gentleman approach you under that misapprehension, though, and then, after some conversation, discover he likes your true character even better?" Kate had been standing to the left, arranging a narrow lock of hair to cover one of the hairpins that secured the ribbon. The maid, who ought really to have imposed a new arrangement on Miss Smith's hair long ago on her own initiative, had gone off to dress Mrs. Smith, leaving them free to speak as particularly as they wished. Now Kate sent her attention to her own reflection in the mirror at the dressing-table, and made a minute adjustment to one of her sleeves. The sleeves, short and gathered into puffs, sat wide as could be without falling off her shoulders. You could see almost the entire curve of shoulder into arm, echoing the curves of bosom framed and set off by the square-cut neck. Louisa was right. It wasn't indecent. She'd seen just as much flesh, more in fact, exposed on a number of women at the Astley's rout. Still, she'd never been quite so conscious of her bosom before. Well, She'd been fairly conscious of it in the Astley's library, when she'd thought Mr. Blackshear might mean to put his hands there. Mr. Blackshear would be at the ball tonight. He'd assured Papa of that, though that conversation had taken place somewhere about the Inns of Court. He hadn't been to the house since the day he'd been there with Lord Berkeley. It felt odd to know she'd be seeing him again, and he seeing her in such a gown. I suppose someone could make my acquaintance in the way you describe, but I'd prefer a gentleman who cared to know me even without being struck by my misleading looks. Louisa picked up the scissors from the dressing-table and frowned at them, turning them over in her hands. I wish there were other ways to find a husband besides these balls and gatherings, where everyone is evaluating each other with thoughts of marriage already present. If I could come to know a man as a friend first, without worrying over whether he was a good dancer, or whether I'd chosen the gown that best became me. If we could learn the turn of each other's minds, speak without any calculation of whether an opinion might diminish one's appeal to the other. If I could come to admire his good qualities, and he mine, without any thought of possession, then love, if it did come, would have the most solid foundation on which to rest. But could love follow on such a beginning? Once you'd gotten used to thinking of him as a brother almost, it seems impossible you could ever be romantic about him, or he about you. That wasn't how people fell in love. Indeed, there'd be no falling at all in what Miss Smith described. I don't know. Have you read Emma? Her friend looked up, setting the scissors aside again. Mr. Knightley and Emma were very much like brother and sister for most of the book. Indeed, they were relations of a sort, his brother having married her sister, and still they fell in love. Don't you find that a terribly romantic idea? Love stealing in to overtake two people who'd believed they were merely friends? It didn't steal in exactly, though. At least not for Mr. Knightley. It seemed dreadfully important of a sudden that she dismantle Louisa's contention point by point. He'd known for years that he loved Emma. I'm not sure one can even say love stole in upon her, so much as she matured over the course of the story to recognize what had probably been in her heart all along. Perhaps you're right. But I shan't stop wishing for a marriage in which I could know my husband had seen me first as a friend. Louisa peered into the mirror and fussed with her forehead curls. When the romantic feelings ebbed, then, as I gather they generally do, we would still have the friendship to sustain us. Kate's agitation all drained away, and for a moment she was simply speechless. What a miserable way for a young lady to think of marriage! How could you enjoy friendship with a husband who'd fallen out of love with you? Wouldn't you always feel you were picking at the stale crumbs of what had once been a banquet? Were you to stand by, perhaps, and wish him well as he took a mistress, and lavished all his passion and affection on her? How could you— She caught herself. She had no right to be appalled, she who was planning to make the loftiest match she could, without any interference from her heart. She who meant to lure a husband with her beauty, and see him shackled by marriage vows while he was still in the throes of foolish, unreasoning infatuation. He probably would take a mistress, her entrapped Marquis, once the first flames of fancy had died down. Well, she was prepared for that. She would console herself with thoughts of her sister's consequence, and with the costly new gown or two. But Louisa's situation was different. She had a family of fair distinction, and, by all appearances, a fine dowry. There was no reason for her to approach marriage with such pallid hopes. Kate pulled up a chair beside her friends and sat. Romantic feelings don't always ebb. I have reason to know. My father fell hard for my mother when he went to the theatre one night and saw her on the stage. Even before they'd exchanged a word, he had it in his head to marry her. It sounds like the worst sort of youthful folly, indeed, so she told him in the beginning. But he'd made up his mind to attach her affections, and through perseverance and personal merit he did. The story embarrassed her, usually, with its romantic excess, even apart from the embarrassment of the social misalliance. Louisa, though, did seem to have a romantic streak, even if her idea of romantic ran to Emma and Mr. Knightley, and would benefit by hearing how married love could endure. And she already knew the scandalous outline of the story, and had sought Kate's society nevertheless. She pressed on. They've been married 23 years now, and they continue to exhibit such affection for one another as must mortify their grown-up children. But oddly, though, having said the word, she didn't really feel mortified at all. Rather a warm sort of pride spilled through her at the thought that her own parents could be a beacon of encouragement to a girl who owned sapphires and lived in South Audley Street. She hadn't often been proud of that story. At Miss Lowell's, she'd put all her energy into distancing herself from her origins, and cultivating a manner that might convince her schoolmates she'd sprung fully formed from the pages of the best Belle Assemblée, free from any problematic relations. The effort had exhausted her some days. "May I ask you something, Louisa?" She hadn't meant to broach this, but they were so near the topic already. She angled to face the mirror and address the other lady through that protective distance. "Why have you been so friendly to me, knowing all along what my family is?" "Because I pity you." She dreaded to hear it, but she couldn't stand to wonder. "I liked you when we met at your aunt's house." The girl's voice was all gentle gravity. "You were charming and well-spoken, and I appreciated your observations relating to Sir George Bigby in particular. I was ready to hope we would be friends." In the mirror, her face showed an absolute lack of guile or calculation, even with the devilish forehead curls. "What would it say of me if I were to change my opinion of you upon learning who your parents were?" "Nothing very dire. Most people base their opinions of a young lady in large part on who her parents are. That you should do otherwise is out of the ordinary, I think you must admit. But it's not as though you're the daughter of pirates or pawnbrokers." Here she went, warming to the argument, inclining her posture slightly and bringing more modulation to her voice. "People packed the theatres to see Mr. Keene. Mrs. Siddons was the toast of London in her day. For us to persist in telling ourselves that these are exceptions in an otherwise disreputable profession strikes me as more than a little absurd. Thank you for saying so. I wish more people thought as you do." Some people did, of course. Lord Berkeley's respectful manner with Mamma had lingered vivid in her mind. Well, that's what comes of having a political brother. Philip is forever on about this sort of thing. The importance of working people to the nation's health, the intrinsic right to dignity of every man, and so on. But is that the clock chiming? We'd better go see if my mother is nearly ready to leave. Kate followed her out, thoughts churning along with the happy anticipation of the ball. How odd that twice now, since infiltrating the haute ton, she should have encountered such unexpected graciousness, and that neither case should have involved a gentleman stupefied by her beauty. At least, she was fairly certain Lord Berkeley hadn't been stupefied. His courtesy, like Miss Smith's kindness, seemed more a product of an ideology that had been in place before he'd ever set eyes on her. If he did marry her, it wouldn't be a capricious act that he must sooner or later come to regret. She couldn't help one more glance into a pier-glass as she passed it. The gown might as well have been made for her, so splendidly did it accentuate the virtues of her form. And it did indeed have a demi-train, which couldn't but make a lady glide across the floor like royalty. If she was ever going to stun a man, or build upon the good impression she'd already made, then this night, when she'd arrive as a guest, with her name announced, and her looks polished to a dazzling glow, must be her finest chance. Chapter 12. Miss Westbrook was late. Of all things! She was the one who wanted so fervently to spend her time at society parties. He was the one who'd passed up a relaxing evening of study in his chambers, again, because he could not be sure Lady Harrington would look after her properly. And she wasn't even here. Nick sidled along the wall until a pair of heavy-set gentlemen blocked him from the sight of Lord and Lady Cathcart, and then stole a look at his watch. That she would arrive, he did not doubt. Only it would have been nice if he'd known ahead of time that she didn't plan to be punctual. There were a dozen better uses he could have made of the half-hour in which he'd been milling about, watching other people have what appeared to be a capital time. If you'd been speaking to her, she might have told you she'd be coming late. The self-castigating part of his brain had been in rare form this past week, but he couldn't bear to see her so ill at ease in his presence as she'd been the day he'd visited with Berkeley, so he'd stayed away. It was better for him, too, not to see her. The memory of that kiss would surely fade faster this way. He pushed away from the wall and started a leisurely circuit of the room, his fourth since arriving. He turned 2 corners and came upon Lord Berkeley standing in conversation with an august-looking, bespectacled gentleman. The Baron caught his eye and waved him over. "This is the fellow who's endeavouring to make a capable persuader of me," Berkeley said, after effecting the introduction with Lord Littleton, as the older man proved to be. "You ought to see him in court. Stirring speaker, quick on his feet, champion of the downtrodden. Everything that's admirable in the legal profession. Ah, your sort of man indeed." A sudden acuity came to the man's gaze as he studied Nick. "Blackshear, you said. Are you a relation of Andrew Blackshear's, perhaps?" His heart beat hard. Andrew wasn't political. Anyone acquainted with him must know him from social events, or perhaps through his club, which meant they'd also be acquainted with the family scandal that had curtailed his appearances at such venues. "Indeed, he's my elder brother." He braced himself and didn't look at Berkeley. Lord Littleton nodded, piecing matters together. "You have a deal to say to the Baron, I expect, concerning what can be done for those men so altered by their service as to now be unfit for life among polite people." And there it was, a sharp blow to the chest. Curse the man! He almost certainly hadn't even meant malice. He'd only drawn what seemed to him a logical conclusion, relevant to the conversation at hand. No doubt he never dreamed that this might be a subject on which Lord Berkeley had been kept in the dark. No matter. Littleton might as well have cackled and rubbed his hands together with villainous glee. Though Nick trained his gaze rigidly on the older man, he could feel Berkeley's puzzlement, a peripheral disturbance like the rustle of leaves in a nearby tree. He took a breath. Not at all. A false briskness infected his words. "We've spoken enough to establish that we haven't any significant political incompatibilities. Beyond that, I should consider it presumptuous to impose any of my opinions." He clasped his hands behind his back and raised his chin a jaunty degree to indicate a joke was coming. And I prefer to confine my presumption to telling him he's not breathing properly, or refusing to be convinced by his well-reasoned arguments because he hasn't put his dramatic pauses in the right place. Barclay and Littleton both laughed, with the gusto far outstripping the wit of the remark. "Quite right, Littleton said. "I'm sure he gives you opportunity enough for that." For good measure, he asked the Baron some questions about his brother Astley, effectively sweeping all traces of the topic away. Such a graceful, gentlemanly maneuver, a minuet figure impeccably executed by the three of them. Without any open pronouncement, it was clearly understood that the subject would not be referred to again. Lord, could he possibly despise himself more? He must depend now on the Baron's delicacy, hoping honour would prevent the man from later asking Littleton what had been behind that bit of awkwardness with Blackshear. A memory rose up of Will's wife, staring her harsh judgment at him. He'd been sure, once, of having a superior character to hers. Yet it was he who went about hoping people wouldn't discover the truth, and she who scorned society's opinion and stood up for his brother. Somewhere in this morass of self-dissatisfaction, studded with the fraudulent pleasantries he must occasionally contribute to the gentleman's conversation, a word from elsewhere plucked at his consciousness. From the right, at the room's great doorway, in the butler's voice, "Harrington!" Finally, Miss Westbrook's party had arrived. He twisted to look. Probably not quite polite to the two men with whom he was ostensibly speaking, but damn it all, he knew better than anyone in the room what this moment meant to her. A grand entrance with her name called out, and, his own evening having already gone down the road of disaster, he could at least take some vicarious enjoyment in her triumph. Besides, Barclay was turning to look too, so she definitely succeeded in making an impression on the Baron. Nick would do his best to be happy for her in that triumph too. Lady Harrington blocked his view at first. Then a woman of middle years not familiar to him, and then a fetching young lady who proved surprisingly to be the same Miss Smith who'd sat across the supper table at Cranbourne House. He wouldn't have guessed it, but when her name was announced he could see it was none other. She'd done something different with herself since he'd seen her. Some rearrangement of... Whatever he'd been thinking was gone all of a sudden, snatched from his grasp and whirled off like a feather on a blustery day as Miss Smith stepped to one side. "Miss Westbrook," the butler intoned. He swallowed. That quickly his mouth had gone dry. Hell and fiery damnation! How could she continue to do this to him? 3 years ought to buy a man some, well, not indifference, he wouldn't hope for that, but some aplomb at least. Ah, yes, I know those eyes. No novelty there. Yes, there's the hair to which I've long since grown accustomed, and the porcelain skin, too. Granted, he'd never seen quite so much of the porcelain skin. He'd never, to be specific, seen so much of her bosom, rising in curved perfection from the bodice of her gown, and suddenly his hands ached. He ached all over with ferocious regret that he had not touched her there when he'd had his one chance. Get hold of yourself. Think how much worse your regrets would be now if you'd taken that liberty too, and for God's sake stop gaping at her bosom like a damned schoolboy. He forced his gaze down, forsaking the view of flesh to instead fill his vision with the red silk that draped her. Where the devil had she been hiding this gown? Last week she'd been all delicate beauty in that pink and white thing she'd worn, like a visitor from some fairyland where ladies grew up alongside roses in the flower beds. Tonight she was an incendiary device bewitched into human form. Not that the gown itself was necessarily provocative. The neck was no lower than was customary for evening, but the colour invited eyes to linger, as milder colours did not. And once lingering, any eye that had a man's sensibility behind it must soon perceive the extraordinary merits of her figure. His gaze travelled up again, pausing only briefly at the bosom before returning to the familiar face, and his breath caught. She was looking at him. Among all the titled and otherwise eligible gentlemen in this room, more than one of whom he could now see was craning for a look at her, he was the one on whom her glance had settled. Instantly the glance flitted away, her cheeks gone pink. Christ! She'd just seen him look her up and down, lingering at the bosom both ways. So yes, he could despise himself more than he'd already done. He forced himself to speak. "You ought to ask her for a dance." Here was one piece of penitence, muscling these words out to Berkeley in a tone of casual good nature. "She won't know many people here. I'm sure she'd welcome a set with someone she can count as an acquaintance." The ladies were making their way into the crowd, apparently bound for some other part of the room. "By that logic, oughtn't you to ask her? I should think a friend would be even more welcome than an acquaintance." He shrugged one shoulder, hands still clasped behind his back. "Not on this occasion. She can dance with me whenever she likes." She'd never danced with him in all of 3 years. "I'll have the pleasure of hearing in minute detail about whom she danced with and what everyone wore the next time I call at the Westbrooks' house." "Ah," the Baron grinned. "You didn't exaggerate when you said you're like a brother in that family." He explained to Lord Littleton the connection between Nick and the Westbrooks, the role Charles Westbrook had played in introducing them, and of course the identity of the girl in red who'd momentarily captured their attention. Littleton pronounced her very fine. That Littleton knew of the irregularities attending the Westbrook name, just as he knew what there was to know of the Blackshears, was clear from a slight increase in the gravity of his expression. He'd apparently resolved to be more circumspect on such matters now, though, because he made no remark. In fact, when Berkeley excused himself to go and secure one of Miss Westbrook's dances before they were all taken, the older man cleared his throat and tilted his head in an apologetic manner. "I fear I spoke out of turn earlier. You've chosen reticence on a subject round which I would very likely choose reticence myself, were I in your place. I oughtn't to have assumed it was something freely discussed between you and the Baron." This was the opposite of gossip. This courteous apology from a gentleman, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, quite a few rungs above him. For all that, it carried much the same sting. Nick bowed in turn. Think nothing of it. He might have left matters there, but some perverse impulse spurred him to further speech. "Even had I been in the habit of urging my opinions on Lord Berkeley, I'd have nothing to say on the topic of deranged soldiers. My brother is of sound mind and apparently good judgment. His lapse, in the matter of choosing a bride, may have been spectacular, but is certainly not without precedent among otherwise reasonable men. It wants no war-induced snapping of the mind for a man to fall under the spell of an unsuitable woman. English history provides examples aplenty of that particular frailty." The fingers of his clasped hands tightened until he could feel the pinch of his nails. To defend Will against the charge of madness made him feel a little better, though he was skirting the edge of impertinence with Lord Littleton, who'd been gracious enough to apologize. Littleton, slighted or not, was shortly called away by another acquaintance, which left Nick free to tour the room's perimeter once more, now with even less satisfaction than he'd found in the task on his first attempt. It might be a very long night, watching Miss Westbrook in her red gown, and wondering how much longer it would be before Berkeley learned what had been kept from him. He took up a position beside one of the room's many decorative pillars, where he had a fair view of the dance. Miss Westbrook had already gone into the set with a gentleman he didn't know, and also, it developed, of Lady Harrington holding court among the other matrons. Devil take Andrew for not having been an earl anyway. How long had it taken Lord and Lady Harrington to recover all their consequence once they'd cut off the Honourable Charles? A season at most, he'd wager. If the Blackshears had only had a title at their head, he might now be going about with Berkeley, enjoying introductions to all manner of political men, and beginning to build such a web of acquaintance as could later serve his grandest ambitions. Instead of standing by a post, avoiding any company, and playing chaperone by stealth to a barrister's daughter with too much beauty for her own good. I should find a place in the set and try to catch her eye if I were you. The voice came unexpectedly from the other side of the pillar, startling him like a sudden flight of pigeons. You don't show to best advantage at a pining distance. Mrs. Simcox. God, he hadn't seen her in months. I had no idea you were here tonight. She was in excellent looks, too, all green and gold in her gown and jewels, all auburn in her hair. Her appearance, indeed her youth, had taken him by surprise the first time he'd met her. Ignorant as he'd been, he'd heard widow and imagined someone matronly. Not a vibrant creature, several scant years his senior, and seething with wicked appetites. I've been in at cards for the past hour and more. I must have missed hearing you announced. She grinned her cheeky grin at him, waking all manner of pleasant memories. And Mrs. Simcox, is it? Am I not to be Anne any more? I doubt your Mr. Stewart would appreciate my calling you Anne. In spite of good intentions, he couldn't help falling into the rhythms of flirtatious speech. Mr. Stewart. She turned her face aside and sent a dismissive puff of breath through her lips. You've been shut away in your chambers as usual, Blackshear, else you would have heard. Mr. Stewart got it into his head I must marry him. He got very tedious with it, and so I sent him on his way. Is that so? He angled a bit farther to face her, and set his hand on the pillar between them. It's so. Her eyes took thorough note of his hand before flicking back up to his face. She set a hand of her own on the pillar, rather near his. Has the widow Marbury had you all to herself these few months? Or have you broadened your circle of acquaintances? It's been a bit of a lull, actually. Miss Marbury followed your example in accepting a gentleman's respectable attentions, and as to new acquaintances, I don't seem to hold much appeal for the ladies of late. Because of the business with your brother, you mean? With the hand that wasn't resting near his, she made a contemptuous little wave. Astute women care nothing for that, Nick. If anything, you've acquired an interesting frisson of disrespectability to go with your other charms, which, as I recall in some detail, are considerable. Her gaze wandered down his form, with near as much effect as if she'd traced the same path with her fingers. It had been too long since he'd enjoyed himself with a carefree sort of woman. He was weary, until this moment he hadn't realized just how weary, of watching his every step for the sake of a lady's innocence, and the friendship that had been between them, and the trust her parents had placed in him. He was tired of being the kind of man who reproached himself for a kiss. He cleared his throat. Unfortunately, the charms you refer to are the sort a woman can only learn of through proximity, and the family scandal has made a formidable barrier to that. Nonsense. Ladies like a bit of scandal. Dewy young misses in red gowns like it best of all. Else they'd wear white, wouldn't they, or some innocent shade of pink? She'd turned while speaking, taken her hand from the pillar and manoeuvred herself so that she now stood with her back to the thing, facing out over the dance, her shoulder but an inch or two from Nick's still resting hand. Depend upon it, she's aware of you. From this distance, she could drop her voice to its duskier range. All the more since you began speaking to me. I do believe she'd counted you as a conquest, and now sees she was too hasty in that, thus rendering you doubly intriguing to her. Anne, you couldn't be further from the truth. Laughter lurked just in back of his words. He'd forgotten how much he enjoyed this woman, even in mere conversation. She's aware of me indeed, because we've known one another for years. I'm a friend of her father's, and I assure you, she and I are long past the point where one might think to make a conquest of the other. Never mind how the sight of her in a red gown had conquered him nearly to his knees. Mrs. Simcox turned her head to look at him. Her face was near enough that he could fancy he felt her breath. She's seen you up close, then, and conversed with you, and still she has no interest? Her right brow arched, an eloquent challenge to his assertion, or perhaps a judgment on Miss Westbrook's soundness of mind. Why should she have an interest? She can converse with me to her heart's content as a friend, and whatever dubious gratification there is to be gained from a near view of me, our present connection affords her that as well. And she finds that sufficient? Conversation and a near view? But I was an ignorant girl once, too, with no idea that marital congress could be anything better than tolerable, and no notion of how to choose a husband who would make a wife's duty into pleasure. Her grin flashed again, teasing and altogether impudent. Perhaps I ought to have a pointed word or two with your pretty friend, and see whether I cannot make her aware of you in a more particular way. You'll do no such thing. He took hold of her elbow. Come and dance with me. I rely on the hope that standing in a line with respectable people at either side will force you to behave. They danced, and all his knotted-up muscles seemed to loosen at the pure bodily pleasure of it. Or no, bodily pleasure was but one of the agents working upon him. Not only had he gone too long without a woman who risked nothing by being with him, but it seemed an age since he'd enjoyed the company of someone who knew all his secrets and thought them inconsequential. He ought to spend more time with such people. And now that her erstwhile suitor, Mr. Stewart, had gone on his way, he'd likely have the opportunity. He glanced up to see Miss Westbrook and her partner coming down the line, and this time he was able to give her a proper, decent smile, his eyes never roaming from her face. He would enjoy her triumphs this evening, just as he'd intended. And if Mrs. Simcox's wicked mood held, he might even end the night with a triumph or two of his own. Well, Mr. Blackshear did dance, after all. First with the auburn-haired lady in green, who'd talked to him for so long and with such undisguised interest, then with the black-haired, full-figured lady to whom the first one introduced him. He spent the next dance laughing with the Viscount at the far end of the room, and after that came a waltz, and he danced it, with the auburn-haired lady for a partner again. Not that she was keeping count. She was engaged in most of those same dances herself, and occupied all the while by making conversation with whichever gentleman stood opposite. Even now she might have been out among the waltzing couples if a Captain Williams had had his way. But to return to her chair, with all the modesty of a girl who would not dream of asking her chaperone for permission to waltz, had seemed the more effectual course. A lady did well to project a certain air of unattainability, that a gentleman could have the bracing pleasure of working to win her. Someone ought to share that wisdom with Mr. Blackshear's auburn-haired friend. She would be embarrassed later, when he grew weary of her too attentive manner and forsook her to dance with more circumspect ladies, or perhaps to stand at the edge of the floor in solitude, as he'd been doing before she'd strolled up to engross him. I think a continuation of the tax upon income would have been the fairest approach. Lord Berkeley's voice interrupted her thoughts. He danced the last set with Louisa, and generously chosen to sit out the waltz in favour of keeping the ladies company. He would partner Kate for the next set. But gentlemen of property had tolerated that tax with the expectation it would be retired at the end of the war, and I suppose there was a general fear that, extended once, it could easily become a permanent fixture. He bowed to Louisa, seated at his right. Your brother would know more than I, of course, having been in Parliament at the time and therefore privy to the discussions. Yes, he had a great deal to say of that measure, as I recall. She achieved a fair degree of radiance in speaking on this topic, even if she didn't quite glow the way she did when debating over novels. He said there was a sentiment, among those who opposed the tax, that our government ought to concentrate its efforts on reducing the public expenditure and look for economies in its own operation. That strikes me as an entirely reasonable expectation for any government. Lady Harrington, at Kate's left, apparently found herself equipped with as many authoritative opinions on this subject as on any other. I wonder why it had to be brought up for debate at all. One hopes one's Parliament would not have been wasteful or extravagant in the first place. The waltzing couples moved in a grand circle around the floor, and here came Mr. Blackshear and his lady friend in close hold, his hand high on her rib-cage, her fingers settled on his right arm just below the shoulder. There was a place there, Kate knew, where the muscles sloped down and back up, a brief indentation between shoulder and bicep well fitted to a lady's hand. Even through a coat sleeve, Lady Auburn Attainable would have easily found that hollow, that mute invitation for her grasp. To waltz looked very agreeable. Not necessarily to waltz with Mr. Blackshear, though he did lead his partner through the steps expertly and with some flair, his coat-tails flying out behind him whenever he had cause to make a quick pivot. He seemed to have some extra sense that told him how far away his neighbours were on either side, for he never glanced up to gauge the distance, as so many of the other men did. That much more attention did he reserve to spend on the lady who danced with him, her face tilted up toward his, her entire form submitting to his lead, telling him as plainly as if she spoke the words that she was his for the asking, that he could consider her as already attained. Admittedly, he did not look as though he would grow weary of her any time soon. Kate cast her eyes down in order to straighten her bracelets as the two passed by, not that either of them had noticed her on any previous circuit. The gold cuffs were tolerably straight already, but paired bracelets really ought to match, so she made a minute adjustment to the left one before allowing her gaze to float up again. She could have been the one in his arms, if that had been what she'd wanted. She was reasonably certain of that. He'd been quite as taken with her in the beginning as any of Papa's young men, And by his own testimony, he'd continued to feel an attraction to her, at least, even long after she'd brusquely disabused him of futile hopes. And then, of course, there'd been the testimony of the kiss. And the way he'd looked at her tonight when he'd first laid eyes on her in the red gown. She'd scarcely let herself think of it all evening. To do so felt like leaning down from a precarious perch to dip her fingers into a lake that might swallow her up. She'd felt singled out, set on fire, seen in every part of her right down to the marrow of her bones. She felt dizzy even now, just remembering. He, on the other hand, didn't seem to remember at all. Likely his brain was occupied with thinking ahead to the liaison that Lady Attainable would doubtless propose. Perhaps she was proposing it this minute, as they stepped through a different figure that required them to move side by side, his arm about her waist, in what must feel, to the lady, like a proprietary hold. Did she know that his brother had made a disgraceful marriage? Maybe that didn't matter to her. Indeed, there was waltzing on the continent, but I never did indulge. The conversation had rolled on without any contribution from her, and apparently left the field of politics altogether. Lord Berkeley was speaking around her to Lady Harrington, answering a question Kate had somehow missed. I see now the error of my ways. If I'd known it would catch on at home, and that I'd be granted a title and expected to appear at places like Almack's, I would have made some effort to master the steps. Title. Almack's. The words sounded beside her ear like miniature gongs, summoning back her straying attention. She had nothing to envy in the auburn-haired woman's state. Mr. Blackshear might acquit himself with distinction on the dancing floor, or in a darkened room, but a lady of purpose, a lady not looking for a few minutes of transitory pleasure, but for a permanent improvement in the circumstances of her life, required more from a man. She twisted to smile at Lord Berkeley. He'd leaned in a bit while addressing the Countess, and for a second before he blinked and drew back, her face was quite near his. I'm sure you made the best possible use of your time in those days. She packed all the warm admiration she could into her voice. I've yet to hear of any man being granted a barony in recognition of his ballroom skills. He blushed and said something dismissive, which was what a gentleman did when enjoying flattery from a pretty girl. His glance even flickered to her bosom, now that she'd angled herself to present that virtue to his notice. Only for the briefest of instants, and as a kind of inadvertent masculine reflex. It wasn't such a look as a lady could feel in her marrow, but she notched the triumph, nevertheless. Beyond him, she could see a slight wilting in Miss Smith's aspect. Louisa hadn't formed hopes of him, had she? On the strength of a dance and the few minutes of political conversation they'd shared here and at the Astleys' rout? That seemed far from her professed ideal of a long-held friendship blossoming finally into love. She'll have other prospects. You must make the most of what's before you now. Some streak of ruthlessness in her offered that advice. Kate didn't like to listen, but if she gave up any designs on Lord Berkeley, she'd be passing up a gentleman who already knew the worst there was to know of her family and hadn't been at all put off. She might find another such man, but until she did, it would be imprudent to discourage this one. Besides, Louisa's wilting might have been but a reaction to the room's heat. Perhaps she'd even imagined the sight. She would find a private moment, later, to ascertain her friend's feelings, and then she could weigh the counsel of that ruthless streak. though no ruthlessness would be needed if there'd been no wilting, which seemed more probable the longer she thought on it. At all events, she was engaged to dance the next set with the man. To avoid conversing with him would simply be rude. One more time she blocked out the sight of the waltzers going by. "Have you been to Almack's often, Lord Berkeley? Is it true the lemonade tastes very like water?" She smoothed the skirts of the gown Miss Smith had so kindly lent her, and fixed the Baron with a winning smile. Chapter 13. He could not doubt, by the end of the waltz, that Mrs. Simcox intended to have him in her bed that night. She'd never been subtle about such things, which in any man's opinion must be greatly to her credit. The look she turned upon him, the deliberate lapses in conversation, the artful lingerings and trailings of her fingers whenever it was time to change her hold, all spoke of invitation, and he was entirely ready, after a drought of several months and too much thought wasted on Miss Westbrook, for that kind of invitation. He bowed over her hand when the music ended, and matched her for frankness. "Have you any plans for after this party, Mrs. Simcox? Aren't you forward?" But the twist of her smile, the coquettish tilt of her head, told him she didn't mind. "What will you do if I say I have made other plans? I'll propose you give thought to changing them. I flatter myself I can offer you superior amusements to any you have planned." He let his smile sketch in a few details. Wicked appreciation flashed in her eyes. She stepped backward, towing him by the hand still gripped in hers, to continue this conversation off the dance floor. "I have a counter-proposal. Let's leave now." The sheer flattering force of her desire swayed him, but he didn't quite topple. "I can wait." From the corner of his eye he could see Miss Westbrook, his responsibility, rising to ready herself for the next dance. "I'm sure you must be engaged for some of the later dances. I wouldn't want your disappointed partners on my conscience." "Let me worry about my disappointed partners." She took another step back, as if to lead him right out of the room. "Besides, I thought gentlemen liked the idea of leaving bested rivals in their wake. I thought it added a layer of triumph to the assignation." "For some men, perhaps. I prefer to not concern myself with other people of any sort, whether bested rivals or old lovers when I'm in the midst of an assignation." He felt utterly disingenuous. What was he doing? He'd never had to resort to any manoeuvring or artifice with Anne Simcox. They'd always been perfectly direct with each other. A frown stole over her features. Her eyes narrowed, and his heart sank. She slid her hand out of his grasp. "What are you not telling me, Blackshear? Has some young thing promised you her supper dance, and you're loath to abandon her? You know my circumstances. You know no young thing's chaperone would countenance my being introduced to her charge." That didn't answer her question, and the fact wouldn't be lost on her. She folded her arms and raised one eyebrow. She deserved to be told the truth, regardless of the cost to his hopes for tonight. "I am bound by a promise, but not that sort." He inclined his head to her and lowered his voice. "The young lady in red you saw me watching earlier, she hasn't much experience in society, and I've promised her father I'll keep an eye on her. I cannot leave here until she and her party have gone." "I see." Her glance veered away from him, doubtless to settle on Miss Westbrook. "You weren't really concerned, then, with disappointing those men to whom I might have promised my later dances?" "I'm sorry, Anne." He was. on his account as well as hers. I oughtn't to have been less than frank. If not for my obligation to Mr. Westbrook, I'd have been out the door with you by now. If you will wait until I can leave in good conscience, you will have all my best and fullest attention. Trust my word on that." She brought her gaze back, the beginnings of a smile suggesting she might be placated. "We shall see. If no better prospect comes along, you may renew your offer at the end of the evening, or whenever your duty to your pretty friend concludes. But be advised, I shall be looking out for more obliging men." She pivoted to leave, delivering the last words over her shoulder. "If I encounter someone agreeable, who comes and goes at his own command, rather than binding himself with promises, then you mustn't count on my company." It took her all of 10 minutes to find that more obliging man. To add insult to injury, it was the same damn scarecrow of a fellow who'd started all the trouble with Miss Westbrook at the Astleys' rout. In promoting the claims of those men who expected to dance with her, Nick had unwittingly been advocating for this coxcomb. The fellow led her out to their place in the dance, and several figures in, acquired a look of such libidinous astonishment that Nick could not doubt what path their conversation had taken, or how it would all end up. Well, he didn't expect them to walk straight off the floor in the middle of the set. That came as a surprise. Mrs. Simcox threw him one look as they passed by, and an elegant shrug for emphasis. "What else could I do? You know my nature." And there it went. His first chance in months to bed a woman. He could only watch them go, and then return to his loyal, steadfast, utterly unrewarding vigil over Miss Westbrook. How had it happened that he'd come to this? Even having mostly outgrown his tendre for the lady, he still found his movements, his liberty, his amorous ambitions all constrained by her. He was effectively just as much in her thrall as he had been 3 years ago, when he'd had such youthful confidence in his luck and such foolish hopes of her. She tripped through the dance in her usual light-footed way, catching up her trailing skirts and bestowing such smiles and frequent laughter on her partner, Lord Berkeley it happened, as must have made him believe himself the cleverest, most fascinating man in this room or any other. Nick leaned his shoulder into the nearest pillar and folded his arms. He oughtn't to blame her. She'd known nothing of his opportunity with Mrs. Simcox. She hadn't deliberately interfered. But he'd blamed himself so tirelessly since the night of the Astleys' rout, and sincerely grieved the loss of their easy cordiality, and now here she was laughing and capering as though the loss of his friendship suited her very well. It galled him to watch, and finally he could watch no more. He retreated from the pillar to the wall, and struck out for the end of the room. Her virtue and reputation would be perfectly safe while she was dancing with Berkeley. He could be certain of that. He would find a few minutes' respite in one of the parlours or a study where he could fully indulge his ill humour, and then he would return to finish out his commission. And this would be the last such tour of duty. If his presence had proven beneficial to her, he was sincerely glad of the fact, but for his part he was done. He'd introduced her to a worthy man, and if she thought she could do better and wanted to cast about a bit more, that was certainly her right. Any parties she meant to attend in future, though, she would be attending without him. A sick feeling in her stomach dragged her down like stones sewn into her hem. She put a proportional brightness in her smile, and danced with such sprightly grace that she might have been mistaken for a nymph in a pastoral ballet. She could no longer pretend it was the heat that had made Louisa wilt. Her friend had grown quieter and quieter as Kate talked to Lord Berkeley, and when they all took their places in the dance, Miss Smith had manoeuvred to stand with her partner 3 couples down the line, instead of next to Kate and the Baron. Louisa's face betrayed no reproach. On those few occasions when their eyes met, she smiled, an expression of such brave artifice as reminded her of Rose, in fact, on the day of the knotted embroidery thread. But this time she was the source of the pain, and could not be its cure. No, that last part wasn't true. She could discourage Lord Berkeley with cool manners. She could spend the entire dance speaking of Louisa's virtues and doing her best to promote her friend's interest. "I've grown fond of living in London, to be honest," the Baron said. She'd gotten him onto this subject, ushering him along from Almack's to the Houses of Parliament, to his club, which was Brooks, to Lord knows what else. She'd attended intermittently at best. "I'm not entirely without society in Kent. My property is near enough to Astley's that I can visit often. But I expect I'll miss all the vibrancy of the city, now that I've gotten so caught up in its life as I have." He had an estate of his own. Even if he never succeeded to the marquisate, he had property in the country, and doubtless a good deal of consequence there. Could she really afford to discourage him before she'd had a chance to speak to Miss Smith and ascertain her feelings beyond the very last doubt? "I've always wanted to see Kent. For natural beauty, it's said to be one of the finest counties." She sounded as if she were angling to be taken there, perhaps installed there as a bride. She was despicable. What did she think Louisa would tell her, that she couldn't already see for herself? And didn't a man as worthy as Lord Berkeley deserve a wife who'd been drawn to him by affection and esteem, instead of by a dispassionate reckoning of his holdings, his prospects, and what he could do for her family? She pivoted, as the dance required, and saw again the empty spot where Mr. Blackshear had stood earlier. Another sick pang sank her stomach. Miss Smith's unhappiness wasn't the only source. He'd stood there with his lady friend, holding her hand for a pointed long time. Even a girl as sheltered and inexperienced in these matters as she could not mistake the theme of their discussion. She'd had to avert her eyes. And several eye-averted pivots later, she'd finally ventured a look and found they'd both vanished. She'd scanned the room as discreetly as she could while dancing. They weren't here. They might have gone to play cards, of course, but they certainly hadn't looked in those few moments that she dared watch them, as though cards were on either one's mind. More likely they'd left the party altogether, or found some convenient dark room. Her hands curled into graceless fists, creasing the fine silk skirts. As if she hadn't already known reasons enough to not kiss a man. She might tell Viola to put it in her book. Think how you'll feel when you see him pay marked attention to another woman. Think how you'd feel to know he was kissing her just the same as he'd done with you. But it wouldn't be just the same. With a woman like Lady Attainable, he wouldn't halt the proceedings and say he regretted having begun. His hands would go everywhere. Probably more than his hands. And he'd be grateful for the company of a worldly woman, one who knew the proper response to everything he did. He'd thank his lucky stars he wasn't with an innocent, ignorant miss to whose family he owed better behaviour. "You've been acquainted with Mr. Blackshear for some time, I think?" She nearly jumped out of her skin at the Baron's words. He couldn't possibly know what was in her thoughts, and still guilt flooded her. "I suppose... well, yes." She shaped her face into a mask of mild unconcern. "He's been a friend of my family's for 3 years now, I believe. I see. And are you likewise acquainted with his family? Something in the expression of his face, the indirect quality of his gaze. Suspicion darted through her, crystallizing into certainty on the way. He'd heard something, some incomplete rumor of irregularity attending the Blackshear name, and he sought now to have it confirmed. Her stomach twisted again. Lord knows Nick Blackshear had no claim on her loyalty, slinking off to amuse himself with another lady when he was supposed to be here, watching her. "We haven't the pleasure of acquaintance with his family," she said nevertheless. "We came to know him when he was studying with my father, and that has remained the basis of the connection." "Ah, to be sure. I suppose that's generally the way with professional connections." To his credit, he looked relieved to abandon the question and ashamed to have asked. Lord Berkeley was a good man. He didn't deserve to be schemed upon, particularly not by a lady whose thoughts were more than half with someone else. She would be cordial for the rest of the dance, because he also didn't deserve sudden, unaccountable coldness. Then, for the remainder of the evening, she would apply herself to determining whether any other gentlemen here, those she was engaged to dance with, and those who might yet approach her for a dance, could possibly be a real prospect. And only if she found no such prospects at all, well, even then she couldn't be sure what she would do. Better to concentrate her thoughts on finding other eligible men. Fate, however, seemed determined to mock her virtuous resolve. She finished the dance, parted from Lord Berkeley with a curtsy, and sat beside the Countess to await her partner for the supper dance. 5 minutes later, he had not appeared. "I fear he's discovered you're no suitable match." Lady Harrington, as usual, saw no reason to spare her charge from her worst suppositions. "I did have an apprehension of this. The Cathcards may think they did you a kindness with this invitation, but there's no kindness in exposing you to such disappointments." Kate rearranged her skirts, declining to make a reply. The music hadn't begun, so the gentleman might yet prove her aunt mistaken. Couples were taking their places in the set, however, and with each new pair who stepped into line, her self-discontent wavered, reshaping itself into a discontent with her absent partner. That she might sit out the supper dance, a wallflower in a lovely red gown, seemed more than a little ridiculous. She'd followed a charitable impulse in granting this dance to Lord John Prior, hoping to make up for his shabby treatment by Mr. Blackshear on the terrace at Cranbourne House, and she would regret her charity thoroughly if he proved to have deserted her. Which she could not believe he would intentionally do. He'd seemed so polite and deferential, and whatever knowledge of her background he might have gained, there was no reason he should not dance with her. Certainly not when men of higher rank were doing so. He was but the 5th son of a duke, and she was, by all objective measures, the prettiest girl here. Some would say he was the lucky one in the pairing. "At least you can take pleasure in the success of our little Miss Smith." Lady Harrington fanned herself, the picture of serene satisfaction, and looked out to where that lady stood opposite her latest partner. The change to her hair was an inspired idea. I don't believe she sat down for a single dance besides the waltz. She'll owe you a great debt of gratitude if her popularity leads to her making such a match as I've always hoped she would. Guilt curled its tenacious fingers around Kate again. She couldn't sit and listen to praise for her kindness to Miss Smith. "Will your ladyship excuse me a moment?" She put up a hand to pat her hair. Since my partner appears to not be coming, I think I'll take the opportunity to splash my face and see that my hair isn't coming undone. Very wise. Nothing to be gained by sitting conspicuous along the wall. The Countess rose with her in a grand sweep of skirts. For my part, I shall see how Mrs. Smith is doing at whist. You may find me in the card-room when the time comes to go in for supper. Here was another humiliation. She'd thought she'd go into supper on a gentleman's arm, but now she must trail about as a lady's companion again, for all that she'd had her own invitation and been announced, and for all the impression she knew she'd made on her entrance in the red silk gown. Or rather, she must go to supper as a lady's companion if she could not turn up her missing partner. He might yet be here, forgetting the time while he stared out the window at an arrangement of stars, or crouching behind a door somewhere because he hadn't the courage to tell her he'd changed his mind about their dance. Well, he'd better find his courage or take prodigious enjoyment from those stars, because if he was in this house, he had a reckoning coming. Never mind the washroom. She was going to find Lord John. Nick had been in this room before. He could say that of most rooms in this house, granted, but this one, in particular, he remembered. He and Will had come down to London with Cathcart one term holiday instead of spending the break at their quiet Cambridgeshire home. His brother and the Viscount, not yet a Viscount at the time, had gotten up to all manner of London nonsense, much of it involving drink, and had often ended the evening here, sitting on the carpet before the fire, obediently consuming the toasted bread and cheese Nick had pressed upon them in the interest of avoiding a poor head the next morning. He sat back on the sofa, stretching his legs out toward the empty hearth. No fire tonight. No candles either. He'd left the door open to invite whatever light the hallway sconces could provide, and pushed aside the curtains to let moonlight in as well. Not that there was anything he needed to see. The partial dim, with vague shapes of furniture in the shadows, and paintings indistinguishable beyond their size and shape, suited him very well. The music rising from the ballroom pleased him better than it had when he'd been downstairs with the musicians in view. He'd stayed here longer than intended. He knew because one song had ended and the next one begun. But he felt no inclination to return. Surely Miss Westbrook could keep out of trouble for the length of one more dance, at the end of which he'd drag himself off this comfortable sofa and go back downstairs to play watchful sheepdog for the last time. A creak on the hallway staircase signaled some person's approach. He turned his head, without either sitting straight or unfolding the arms crossed over his chest, to see whether anyone would appear in the doorway. He needn't be formal for Cathcart, who would share his memories of sitting down on the hearth, and he felt a perverse defiance at the thought of any party guest intruding on his respite. Slippers. That could be a lady or a gentleman, not a servant. Softly but steadily over the hallway floorboards they came, a graceful lady or a slight and stealthy man. No, a lady without question. The rustle of her skirts reached him. Too late it occurred to him it could be Lady Cathcart, whom he would not like to offend by slouching in a second-best parlour, and before he could make any alteration in his posture, a feminine shape slipped into view, peering into the room without entering, and it was not, after all, Lady Cathcart. Of course it wasn't. Who else would it have been on this night but Kate Westbrook, apparently sworn to not only spoil his prospects, but disturb his few minutes of badly needed peace? Ah, but she hadn't expected to find him. He could see the surprise on her face. Good God! Who was she expecting to find? Miss Westbrook. He pushed up from his slouch, setting his elbow on the back of the sofa as he turned to confront her. What the devil are you doing so far from the ballroom? I explained to you at the last party that your behavior has consequences for me as well as for you. Were you not listening? She started at his incivility, but he was thoroughly tired of being civil. His obligation to her had cheated him of what could have been an excellent night, and for all he knew might have done permanent damage to his friendship with Mrs. Simcox. Now here she was on God knew what reckless errand, putting her reputation at risk again, as though she'd learned nothing from their close call of last week. She'd surely earned a little blunt talk. Only for an instant, though, was she taken aback. Her brow lowered as he watched, and her shoulders set. Shadows shifted across her bosom, and one small stubborn fraction of his brain took thorough notice of that. The better part noticed her anger and welcomed it. If she wanted an argument, she'd come to the right place. This conversation was long overdue. The sight of him sent her stomach into knots that would do a sailor proud. The way he'd been sitting, with such defiant, sated sensuality, not caring whether she could guess what he and his lady friend must have been doing here no great while since. Then the presumption of his words to her, even without that context, simply took her breath away. She forced in a breath to replace the one he'd stolen, and willed her stomach calm. Yes, you did lecture me about my behavior. I remember that. I also remember what happened subsequently behind the sofa in the Astley's library. I apologized for that. I regret it thoroughly. And it has nothing to do with the matter of what you're doing here, and why you look surprised at the sight of me. You were expecting someone else, I presume. How do you dare to speak so? She could hardly hear her own words for the blood pounding in her ears. As if I couldn't deduce what your own business in this room has been. She shocked herself, giving voice to such thoughts, but she couldn't let his foul accusation rest unanswered. And she apparently didn't shock him at all. His brows went up. His mouth twitched as though he found her very amusing. What do you accuse me of? He made a show of looking about the room. Do you think I've hidden a lady behind one of these pieces of furniture? Of course not. Really, how dare he invoke hiding behind furniture? The fact there's no lady here now doesn't prove there was no lady earlier. I assure you, my time in this room has not been nearly as interesting as you suppose. He held her gaze in silence just long enough to make her heart race. And I ask again, what reason do you have for stealing away upstairs and looking into darkened rooms? I cannot imagine any respectable explanation. Not that I owe you any explanation at all, but my partner for the supper dance never came to claim me. She pulled herself tall. Confessing this to anyone would be unpleasant. Confessing it to Mr. Blackshear was somehow even worse. I thought he might have wandered into one of the other rooms, as your own presence here testifies a gentleman will occasionally do, and I preferred to spend my time in search of him instead of sitting down where everyone could see I had no partner. Why would he be in one of these rooms if he was engaged to dance with you? Surely you don't imagine he's deliberately avoiding you? His gaze skipped down and back up as he said this. He didn't leave her with that feeling of being consumed, as he'd done on her arrival tonight, but his eyes sent an unmistakable message. What man in his right mind would not want to dance with you? Not deliberately. She moved a step into the room. Only I got the impression last week that he's scholarly and prone to distraction. He may have wandered into the library or some other room with books and failed to notice the time. Last week? He sounded as if he were at trial, closing in on a crucial piece of testimony. You met him at Lady Astley's rout. On the terrace. You were exceedingly rude. Lord John Prior is his name." A disturbance crossed his face, centering in his taut mouth. She couldn't scry its meaning to save her life. He looked down at the sofa cushion and ran his hand along its front edge. "He's not coming." His glove against the sofa's fabric made a sibilance that snaked through the darkness. "Neither will you find him in any of these rooms. You may as well go back downstairs." "I don't understand." "How do you know?" She took another step into the room, edging to the left so that he'd see her from the corner of his eye even if he wouldn't face her. He shot her a glance, considering, before tilting his head to study the sofa again. He left the party. I saw him do so. He was very still, as though waiting in some suspense for her answer. He didn't say a thing to me. No, he wouldn't have. He paused, his chest rising and falling with a deliberate breath. He left with a woman. He did look at her then. "I'm sorry to tell you so, but it's best, I think, that you should know what kind of man he is." She felt behind her for a grip on the door jamb. Here was all the humiliation she'd feared from staying in the ballroom, only worse than she'd imagined, in that it was witnessed by a cold stranger who until very recently she'd counted as a friend. "I can scarcely believe it." Her cheeks burned, and her voice came out a half-whisper. "He didn't seem the sort." Let that teach her to think she was any judge of the characters of men. The lady, I assure you, is the sort. It wanted no predisposition from him. He glanced up again. "The development marred my evening at least as severely as it has marred yours, if that is any consolation. Because it was Lady Attainable who had slipped out with Lord John." "Of course." "And it wasn't a consolation. It wasn't any consolation at all, to know that this was the reason for Mr. Blackshear's brooding in this remote room. He had, indeed, wanted more of that lady's company tonight. Maybe he would have brought her here if she had not preferred Lord John. Or maybe it hadn't been a matter of preference. Maybe simple availability and unavailability had driven the lady's choice. Good Lord. "You blame me," she said, letting go the door jamb and stepping farther into the room. Suddenly his mood, his pointed incivility, made perfect sense. "You might have been the one to go with her, but for your obligation to me. You resent me for causing you to lose that opportunity." "No," he said after a moment. He turned to face the fireplace in front of him, resting his hands on his knees. "Not really. I'm put out by the inconvenience, by the restriction to my coming and going. But I recognize I volunteered for this obligation. I recognize you aren't knowingly interfering with my social prospects." He brought up a hand and dragged it over his face, from forehead to chin. "Forgive me. I oughtn't to be speaking to you on this topic. Forgive me, too, for my rudeness and my language when you first appeared. I've had a trying night, and I forgot myself." Here was an opportunity, maybe, for them to talk as friends again. It felt like a very long time since they had. "In what way has your night been trying? Besides seeing your lady friend leave with another gentleman, I mean." She'd had a trying night, too. She could almost certainly sympathize with his. "The lady friend's departure is trial enough on its own, I assure you." Abruptly he rose from the sofa and went to lean one elbow on the mantelpiece. He stood in shadow now, and she couldn't read his face as well as she had. "She's an acquaintance of several years' standing, and I was enjoying her company after not having seen her for some months." He adjusted some object on the mantelpiece. She couldn't see it, but it sounded like something made of china. "I met with a few other frustrations besides, but I shan't trouble you with those. Let us regret together the absconding of Mrs. Simcox with Lord John, and let that suffice." Her feet carried her forward, almost without thought. "I wish you would trouble me." Where floor gave way to the bricks of the hearth, she stopped. Now they were both in shadow. What are friends for, if not to hear each other's troubles and share theirs in turn? "Do you have difficulties to share?" His head tipped forward in the dimness, as though to better read her across the 4 or 5 feet of space that divided them. "I presumed your evening to be a success. You looked to be having a fine time with Lord Berkeley when I saw you last." He'd opened the very subject on which she might confide if she felt so inclined. "I'm almost sure Miss Smith is fond of Lord Berkeley, and she's been so kind to me, and I fear I may be capable of nevertheless pursuing him myself with all my arts if no better prospect comes along. I'm heartless, just as you've always said, and I'm altogether weary of being so. I'm weary of everything I am." But to say so would risk incurring his poor opinion, and it felt like a self-indulgence besides. She hadn't come to spill her troubles. She'd asked to hear his. And he'd unwittingly provided her with an opening on that subject too. Nick. One foot, then the other, stepped onto the hearth. She settled a hand on the mantelpiece, which was the nearest she could come to closing the remaining distance, and laying that hand on his sleeve. "You ought to know Lord Berkeley asked me about you. He asked whether I was acquainted with your family." "Ah." He half pivoted, putting his back to the fireplace. He faced toward the center of the room now, where moonlight mingled with the candlelight from the hall, rendering his features readable once more. "Yes. It stands to reason that he would." In the silence, he pressed his lips together. That was all he planned to say on the subject. "Can't we speak of it?" The words crept out, low and 3 times as plaintive as she'd intended. She swayed a step nearer, gloved fingers trailing to a new hold on the mantelpiece. She might almost reach him now, with an arm extended. "You know I don't judge you. How could I? Knowing what you do of my own connections, you must—" "No, Kate, we cannot speak of it." He stayed still, not facing her, but she could feel the way he shaped all his attention into a kind of shield, held up to stop her in her tracks. "I've nothing to say on the matter, and if I had, yours would not be the ear in which I'd choose to confide. Pardon me for saying so." She blinked, and nearly had to fight back tears. Why should his statement come as such a blow? Why did she care whether he confided in her? He was right. She'd never given him reason to think of her as someone to whom he could turn in trouble. She'd been a friend of gossamer substance, teasing him when he was present at the house, and scarcely sparing him a thought when he wasn't. Scarcely sparing him a thought until recently. This is the darkness acting upon you. Some part of her consciousness, still with a hold on reason, issued that reproof. Darkness and your memories of being kissed. Also, memories of standing under the stairs with his soap-scented coat on her shoulders, and of his brisk capability on the courtroom floor, and of, believe me, I've never for a moment imagined I was your brother. If he hadn't put that knowledge in her brain, those other things might have passed unnoticed, and the kiss might not have happened at all. Miss Westbrook. She'd gone some time without speaking. She had perhaps been inching nearer to him in that time. No wonder he turned toward her, tilting his head to impose himself into whatever trance possessed her, and uttering her name in that wary tone. "Yes," she said, because she had better speak before he resorted to snapping his fingers or waving a hand in her face. "You needn't tell me anything if you'd rather not. Only I thought perhaps I could be of some comfort to you. One more step, and there was no going back now." The unwinding skein of music, faint vibrations reaching her slipper soles a partial second before the notes reached her ear, told her she yet had some time before she must appear for supper. She dropped her hand on his sleeve and tilted up her face, softening her eyes, her lips, her whole form into a statement of permission, while inside her heart galloped like a racehorse under the whip. Chapter 14. Bloody hell! Of all the things he didn't need on this already ruinous night. No dancing around it. He made his voice low but forceful. "For the love of God, Miss Westbrook, what do you think you're doing?" Her flinch ran all the way out to her hand. He felt the quick convulsion on his forearm. Maybe he ought to have been gentler. Rejection of any sort must come as a harsh novelty to her, but he couldn't afford to let her proceed even an inch farther on this course. Dark as it was, the picture of her in that red gown hovered, ready to collaborate with her fumbling invitation and haul him into activities that would cost him his self-respect. "I thought—" Her voice trailed off, and in the silence it was evident that she had not thought, that she'd assumed, without reflection, that she had only to signal her own inclination in order to rouse all his appetites to the proper pitch. What could he do but laugh? It was terribly rude. Guilt flicked its lash at him as she snatched her hand away. But what other earthly response could he make? Even his earlier rudeness, when she'd first entered the room, had not, after all, been misplaced. He'd suspected her of reckless intentions with a gentleman, and he hadn't been wrong. Besides, he needn't coddle her feelings, capable as she was of answering slight with slight. "Forgive my not realizing you found the prospect so laughable." She could pass for an affronted queen dressing down her prime minister. "I do not recall your finding it so last week." Good God, it was all too ridiculous. He felt in his pocket for a handkerchief and wiped his eyes. Lord, she was right about you. Let that teach him never to doubt Anne Simcox again. She was absolutely right. Who was right? With whom have you been discussing me? He wouldn't let her divert him. You tucked me neatly away on your shelf of conquests, didn't you, and never gave me a thought until you noticed that your spell over me had begun to wane. That's not true. But he could hear the sting in her voice, the shame as she realized that it was, in fact, at least a little bit true. I would have courted you, you know. Honorably. She did know. Even without reading his note that day 3 years ago, she'd known damned well what was in it. She'd known what the flowers meant. I would have given you every proper attention. And after the wedding, every improper attention as well. I would have done my utmost to be a good husband to you, not just a... He waved his hand about to show her this dark room in which they'd withdrawn. There's a great deal more a man can offer a lady than a few illicit kisses in some secret room. I hope you'll be lucky enough to find that out one day. But I haven't the necessary feelings anymore for you to find it out from me." He hadn't known how much he'd wanted to say these words. They rolled forth like one of Henry V's more stirring speeches, albeit on a pettier subject. He stepped away from the hearth. "I suggest you follow my example now, and return to the ballroom. If you plan to attend more parties in future, you shall have to do so without my surreptitious chaperonage. I find I no longer have the necessary feelings for that office either." He wouldn't even wait to see whether she followed. That was her own concern. He swung out past her and, good Lord, the gall of the woman, was arrested by the sudden grasp of both her hands on his arm. "I don't believe you." She stared up at him, eyes intent, whole face written over with reckless wanting. "I felt the way you kissed me. I saw the way you looked at me when I came into the ballroom tonight. You cannot convince me you haven't any interest at all. Katerina, it's too late. God above! Does your vanity really extend so far as to blind you to the difference between partiality and simple lust?" A warning tocsin sounded in some inner recess of his brain. He truly, truly oughtn't to be speaking to her in this way. "I kissed you, indeed, because that's what a man does when a woman offers herself on a platter." "I didn't offer. You bloody well did." She recoiled at the language, yanked her hands from his arm. His own hand shot out to catch her by the elbows. "And I had a good look at you in this gown, because that, too, is what men do." He stood so near her now that he could look straight down at her uncovered bosom, and he did. She was breathing hard. "I'll wager nearly every man in the ballroom looked you over, but don't be so foolish as to take that for a sign of regard." He let go one elbow and skated his knuckles up her arm, catching the edges of her low sleeve in his fingers. "Every last one of them, I promise you, was calculating how to peel you out of this gown." He might have blocked the slap, if he'd wanted. Plenty of time. Her eyes spelled out her intention plain enough to read by moonlight, even before she jerked her hand into an awkward, clearly unpracticed swing. He let it come. Her kid-sheathed palm connected with his cheek, knocking his head to the side and smarting just enough to goad him into one more expression of his resolute indifference. He seized her at the waist, pulled her roughly up against him, and brought his mouth down hard on hers. He was so angry. She could feel it in the hold of his splayed fingers against the back of her head, in the tongue that had thrust itself into her mouth without any coaxing or other preamble. His other hand, without so much as a by your leave, snaked round behind her and pressed her, by means of an utterly indecent grip, tight against him from the waist down. And this, too, was a way to make her feel every bit of his frustration, his disgust, his regret over the years he'd wasted in harbouring such futile feelings for her. She caught his coat in fistfuls, one at the waist and the other somewhere round back. His mood didn't frighten her, because she was angry too. Angry at his impertinence, angry at how craven she'd become, angry at the catastrophic timing that had brought her only now to realize she wanted him. Wanted him, and couldn't have him, not only because she had a grand plan in which a barrister with unfortunate connections had no place, but because she'd missed her chance. His tendre had persisted like a stubborn desert plant, longer than it had any reason to, until finally withering for want of sustenance. And then she'd noticed him. It was just as he'd said, just as some presumptuous woman had said to him. She was a shallow creature capable of wanting only those things that were beyond her reach. Her eyes stung with tears she absolutely would not shed. She pushed up on her toes and sent her arms around his neck to tell him she was equal to all the anger he had. He understood. His hand flexed and resettled its grasp on her bottom, bolder even than it had been before, and his other hand came off the back of her head and found its way, her breath caught, found its way to her bosom, where he curved his palm over one breast as though it were his to do with what he wished. And then his kid-gloved fingertips traced the edge of her décolletage, and his thumbs stroked over the silk, finding the shape of her nipple and rubbing it firm. She nearly buckled to the floor. The kiss was no more than an expression of their anger. The hand at her bottom a mere impudence suited to their moods, but his thumbs stopped her breath, stopped her brain, filled her insides with a million tiny shooting stars. He felt the change in her. She could tell because he slowed and softened his kiss, teasing her lips with the tip of his tongue instead of shoving the whole thing inside. And this gave her room to answer, angling her head to encourage him, venturing her own tongue from her mouth into his. He groaned. She could feel the sound in his belly, so close was her body pressed to his. Katerina. He brought his mouth clear, rested his forehead against hers, just as he'd done in that dreadful moment last week, when he'd told her they must stop. We ought to stop. His thumb didn't stop, though, and crushed against him as she was, she could feel the evidence of how sorry he'd be to stop now. Yes, when the supper dance ends, we'll stop. His touch made her so bold. She let her eyes flutter open and twisted against him like a cat seeking to be petted in the right place. You know this whole thing is impossible. His eyelids sank half shut, and his hand on her bottom tightened to bring her writhing more particularly against him. He was right. Everything about this was impossible. Yet here they were, and in an evening when her every glance, every breath had been an act of artifice and calculation, this one thing with him felt raw and ragged and true. Outside this room, it's impossible, yes. She had to make him see. Here, though, there's no reason why we cannot. Her words ended in a gasp as he brought his forefinger together with his thumb and pinched her nipple through the fabric. There must be wickeder and better sensations than this, once the breeding organs were involved, but they were beyond her power to imagine. His chest rose and fell with a great breath. He was succumbing. She knew it. Will you come with me to the middle of the room? He kissed her before she could make any answer. Where the moonlight is stronger, where I can see everything that happens on your face. She nodded, blood racing with equal parts triumph and apprehension. He loosened both his indecent holds on her and went to shut the door while she stepped away from the hearth, round the sofa, to where light spilled through the window and made a ghostly path on the rug. The supper dance music filtered through the floor, suddenly poignant in its jolly innocence. He turned the door handle before closing it, and turned it carefully back to protect their privacy by preventing any sound from the latch. When he pivoted to face her, her heart swung about in her chest like the clapper of a bell, surely colliding with both her lungs. At this distance, where she could see the whole of him, there was no mistaking the fact that his body meant to do business with hers. Don't be afraid. He approached, each step as deliberate and sure as if they'd done this together 100 times. We haven't time to do anything irrevocable unless we hurry, and I don't ever like to hurry. Even without I cared for your virtue and your prospects, you're perfectly safe. I'm not. I'm lost already. I'm as wrecked and ruined as a woman can be. I know, she said. I'm not afraid. Then he was there before her, hands rising to find a hold on her upper arms, in the space between her bracelets and the beginnings of her sleeves. He stood, merely looking. At her face he looked, and her nearly bare shoulders, and her décolletage, and the picture she made, top to toe, when he took a half step back to get that view. "You're so beautiful," he said, hoarse with admiration. And for as long accustomed as she was to the fact, for as much as she'd grown to feel admiration was her due, his words made her shiver. He touched his fingers to her chin, tipping her face up to win back her gaze, and leaned in the short distance to bring their mouths briefly together. Then he kissed her cheek, and her earlobe, and a place a little bit beneath her ear, from where he started to work his way down the side of her neck, unhurriedly, as though they had all the time in the world, instead of the remaining span of one dance. "So beautiful," he whispered somewhere in between kisses. Yes, she was. How clever of him to put her at ease by repeating a fact of which she was most sure, and how crafty to say the words in a way that made the fact sound wondrous and new. "Will you take off your coat?" She found his buttons with her fingertips. That would tell him, in terms palatable to masculine ears, that she liked the sight of him, too. His fingers tangled with hers over the buttons. One hand only. He kept the other at her shoulder, and kissed his way back up her neck to her ear, even as they got all the buttons undone, as though he couldn't bear to stop kissing her long enough to give his full attention to the coat. He did pull away from her when the time came to shrug out of the sleeves and toss the coat over the back of the sofa. She put up a hand to stop him from coming back to her, and kept him there at arm's length, while she made a survey of his coatless self. Waist, chest, shoulders, the arms half lifted, ready to reach for her, the simple folds of his cravat, chin, mouth, eyes, all of it so familiar, and yet so strange. She moved a step nearer and lifted her hand from his chest to his cheek, the one she'd slapped. She couldn't quite believe she'd done it, and yet she couldn't be sorry for it either. Not when it had made him kiss her. He smiled as though he understood her thoughts. His hand rose and settled on her wrist, stroking up the kid leather until her glove gave way to bare flesh. The sofa, facing away, was a step or so behind him. He walked backward, towing her by his hold at her elbow, and sank to a perch on the sofa's back. "Come closer, Kate." He planted his feet apart to make room, and when she came closer, stepping into the fraught, intimate space between his knees, he had to bend only a little forward to kiss her collarbones, and then to kiss her bosom. Scarcely breathing, she followed his progress as he covered seemingly every inch of flesh the gown left bare. Across, a bit lower, and then back up again, as though his very purpose was to drive her insane. His hands, meanwhile, swept up to cup her, and his thumbs, both his thumbs at once, commenced the same sweet wickedness through silk that he'd committed when they stood by the hearth. She felt for a grip on his shoulder, and splayed the fingers of her other hand on the back of his head. "Yes, do that. Don't stop." He made a sound when a hand tightened on his shoulder, but he didn't stop. His tongue came out to trace a path across the rise and fall of her flesh, and she wanted— oh, she didn't even know what it was she wanted. She didn't have the words. But he knew. He lifted his head and watched her face, his eyes burning as his immensely clever fingers slipped one breast free of her bodice. Then he dipped his head and kissed what he'd exposed. "I've wanted to do this." His whispered breath on her flesh felt so dreadfully intimate. "God, Kate, you've no idea how I've wanted this." He kissed her nipple again, and this time he touched her with his tongue, delicately at first, then less so. She stood, not breathing at all now, paralyzed by shock and pleasure. The sight of him, head bent with such sinful private purpose, her hands spread out over his close-shorn scalp, as though to urge him on, stirred up strange, ferocious hungers in the pit of her belly and below. She wanted to caress him with infinite tenderness. She wanted to tear him limb from limb. Want. The word was in her every thought now, and apparently in his as well. You've no idea how I wanted this. People got into trouble this way. Men and women threw away judgment and their good names with it because they lost the ability to think of anything but satisfying that aching want. She sucked in a sharp breath because she'd gone too long without one. He'd apparently only been waiting for such a sound. He took it for permission, and in a rush of movement, too quick for her to pass, he had her off her feet, over the back of the sofa, and then flat on the cushions underneath him, part of his weight braced on his arms, the rest pinning her gloriously down. He took liberties with her bodice again, bringing the other breast out, and when he put his mouth to this one, she could only pray he wouldn't try anything further, because she mightn't have the strength any longer to stop him. He brought his mouth away and shifted his hips. Put your legs apart. His voice was terse and intent. No. Strength and good sense came roaring back from their slumber. She could not let this happen. It was different for him. It was just a diversion. But she'd have nothing if she gave away her virtue here. She squirmed to get out from under him, pushing at his shoulders, panic narrowing her throat. "No," she said, the syllable thin and high-pitched. "Wait, listen, Katerina, wait. Trust me. Listen, please." Barely enough moonlight fell over the sofa's back to show her his face, drawn with urgent conviction. "I won't lift your skirts, I promise. I won't undo a single one of my buttons. Only let me be against you. Here." He flexed his hips, either to show her what was meant by here, or for the sheer animal pleasure of it. "Only for a minute or so, only as long as you like it." He looked so serious, as though everything in his world depended on her saying yes. That was how it was for men, according to Penelope Town. "I don't have the necessary feelings any more," he'd said. To stop him now would be a kindness. He wouldn't like to look back later and see how his base, ungovernable lusts had overridden both his judgment and the sentiments of his heart. Nor would she like to remember this incident with the suspicion that he'd spent on her only what he'd been cheated of spending on his auburn-haired lady friend. "Only for a minute," she said nevertheless. She might have regrets afterward, and so might he, but at least she didn't fear for her virtue. She knew him. If he said he wouldn't lift her skirts, he wouldn't. Of that she was resoundingly sure. She moved her leg to give him the space he wanted. She'd supposed she might set that foot on the floor, the sofa being too narrow to otherwise allow much distance between her knees, but he had other ideas. He caught her leg behind the knee and angled it up and around, wrapping it behind his own leg. Her hips tilted with the action, and he settled himself and resettled himself against her, studying her face with each adjustment as if he were expecting to see some particular "Oh! Oh!" Her breath caught in her throat, and she could feel her eyes go wide. Good. He didn't need to ask. The curve of his lips made perfectly plain that he knew. She nodded. Her hands had convulsed on him, one clutching at the bottom edge of his waistcoat, while the other curled around a fistful of sleeve. Good. he repeated, an affirmation this time. Now hold on tight while I make it even better. With only a bit of twisting and the involvement of one hand, he was able to get her nipple in his mouth again. She sighed, the smallest touch of voice in it, not quite a moan, but no matter. He'd have moans from her too in another minute or so. He let her feel the whole broad surface of his tongue, slowly. She was so damn stiff against the softer parts of his mouth. He would have liked to see her with her bodice restored, her nipples hard and obvious through the silk, announcing to the world how he'd aroused her. For that matter, he would have liked to send a hand up those skirts he'd promised not to lift and find out if she was as wet between the legs as he suspected. His hips rolled against her, and there came the first moan, frayed at its edges with the same astonishment her wide eyes had betrayed in that instant when he'd found the right spot. He'd lay money that she hadn't ever learned where her best nerves were, or what she could do with them. And much as he knew this was a prize he ought to leave to her husband, or hell, perhaps to her explorations and her own hand, he couldn't. His greed was too great, her moans too bewitching, the memory of his months of hopeless infatuation all too strong. Why shouldn't he take this compensation and please her at the same time? He put a purposeful rhythm into his hips and sped up the work of his tongue. She arched and writhed and moaned, a raw, anxious sound reminiscent of a she-cat prowling for a tom. She would be ashamed if he hadn't driven her past all such cares. Penelope had said it could be pleasant, with a man who cared to make the effort. Very pleasant, she'd said, low and significant, because apparently her sister had married such a man and liked to speak of the fact. But pleasant told you nothing. Pleasant was a warm spring day in a flower-filled meadow. Very pleasant meant especially pretty flowers and a dry place to sit down in the grass. What word could possibly name the sensations that made your body seethe, shameless and desperate as a she-cat in season? Her hands couldn't seem to find the right place to settle. His waist, his shoulders, the arm of the sofa, up above her head. Nick! She wound her leg tighter, clamping his hips hard to hers. I want... She couldn't say it, couldn't admit aloud to what she wanted. Not when he'd promised only half a minute ago to keep her skirts down and his buttons fastened. He raised his head, his eyes dark and all-seeing. I know. His face dipped near, and his mouth brushed hers. Believe me, I want it too, but we can't. He pressed his hard part against her, through the layers of detestable clothing, and rolled her nipple between fingers that had crept to her breast without her noticing. Let me tend to you this way. You're almost there. I can feel it. Almost where? She wanted to cry out in despair at her own ignorance, in fury at his refusal to seize the permission she was granting. She dug her fingers into the sofa's upholstered arm, one solid handhold, as the rest of her raged, answering his every touch and demanding more. Good, sweetheart, good. Don't fight it. You're so close. He kissed her face all over, murmuring such meaningless words in between. Then he lifted his head to watch her. His gaze tracked from her face, up her arms, to where she gripped the sofa, and his eyes narrowed. He liked to see her this way. She'd triumph in having pleased him, if she were capable of any thought so clear. But all was fierce sensation now. The industry of his fingers, his pressure between her legs, and her brain could only flash and spark ineffectually, like a pistol that someone had forgotten to load. She thrashed against him, faster and faster as the pleasure built. He swore through gritted teeth. She didn't mind. She screwed her eyes shut and loosened her grip on the sofa to fling her arms round him, binding his whole body to hers as rapture came crashing over her, forceful and astonishing as a wild ocean wave. Let it drown her. She didn't care. Let it sweep her out to sea, past the reach of any rescue. She didn't need rescue. She would stay right here, adrift and unrepentant for the rest of her days, because nothing else in life would ever again feel so right as this ruin. For 8 or 9 different reasons, he should have been sorry. He wasn't. He lay still, feeling all her muscles go slack. His breaths and hers played a whispered duet in the otherwise silent room. Kate. He kissed her cheek. Would he ever be able to call her Miss Westbrook again? Don't go to sleep. You've got to go back downstairs. When did the music end? Her words came out a bit sluggish. Her eyes opened only halfway. She was too intoxicated still to feel any urgency about getting back to the ballroom. A minute or so since, no more. You'll be just in time for supper. But you mustn't linger. He eased himself off her as he spoke and sank into a crouch at her side. Do you mind if I put your bodice to rights? There's no mirror in here. Yes, if you please. She struggled to a sitting position, and he helped her get everything straightened away. Bosom put back out of sight, shift in its proper place, silk smoothed over all. Do you not mean to go to supper too? Eventually. But I'll need several minutes of very dull thoughts first, preferably while standing in a draught, in order to make myself presentable. She puzzled it out, darting a not quite intentional glance below his waist to confirm her interpretation. That didn't happen for you, then, as it did for me? He shook his head. A good thing, too. It's not so tidy an event for a gentleman as it is for a lady. Not advisable when one is wearing breeches. Besides, I needed to keep my head so I could see every second of your pleasure, he didn't say. I'm going to recall it in vivid detail when I get home tonight, 2 or 3 times at the least. Certainly, he didn't say that. Ah, I didn't know. She put up a hand to feel whether her hair was disarranged. She was gazing straight ahead now, embarrassment beginning to overtake her as the aftertaste of a climax faded. Kate, look at me. One more time he took her chin in his fingers. Here and here he'd kissed her but a moment ago. You may rely absolutely on my discretion and my respect for you. No one will hear of this from me, and there will be no alteration in my manners toward you. I hope you won't avoid me, or be ill at ease in my presence. She nodded, her eyes not quite meeting his. We've done no worse than many, many young men and women before us. We did better than most by leaving your virtue intact. There's no reason you shouldn't accept a marriage offer with a clear conscience when the time comes, and no reason you and I cannot go on as we were. As friends, with a shared interest in keeping the knowledge of this event from ever coming to light. He wasn't saying the right thing. He could feel her sinking deeper into mortification with his every word. She kept her eyes on his face, but with visible effort. He let his hand fall from her chin, and picked up her hand where it was restlessly smoothing a wrinkle in her skirt. We're allies in this, not adversaries. We've no need to be embarrassed before one another. Still, he wasn't sorry, but he was beginning to see that he probably would be if this awkwardness persisted, and why would it not? If a kiss had been enough to alter their friendship, why on earth should he expect that they could recover from an impropriety of this order? Thank you for saying so. I ought to go. She was all but squirming to get her hand out of his, to get away from this conversation. She was right, too. He endangered her reputation with his selfish wish to get them back on easy footing before she left. Indeed, you ought. Forgive my detaining you. He rose and helped her up, and no other words passed between them before she departed the room. And a gnawing sense of disappointment ultimately did just as much as Latin declensions and the chilly air by the window to render him fit for polite viewing once more. She went to supper with Lady Harrington, who was delighted to have an attendant again, and thoroughly unaware of her having been gone from the ballroom for so long. No one, for that matter, appeared to have noticed her absence. So easily could a lady get up to mischief without a zealous chaperone. In small bites she consumed a polite portion of a tomato aspic, conversing as well as she could with the matrons among whom she and the Countess sat, and trying not to wonder which of them had in her youth ever let a man take liberties? Trying even harder not to wonder whether each had experienced, within marriage or without, that unspeakable explosion of pleasure that echoed in her body even now. Penelope Town had implied a woman's enjoyment depended on the skill of the man. Thus there must be women, even long-married women, whose husbands had never brought about that private cataclysm. Mr. Blackshear had done it so easily, without even removing his clothing or hers. Was that merely a testament to some sort of impersonal expertise, honed through practice with Lady Attainable and other worldly women? His attentions had felt expert, to be sure. They hadn't felt impersonal. God, Kate, you've no idea how I wanted this. She carved out another neat forkful of the red-tinged, quivering dish before her, but didn't bring it to her mouth. A lady could not wallow very deeply in the memory of a gentleman's stirring words to her when he'd said other less gratifying words as well. Concerning how it was too late now for her to return his affection, and assuring her of the propriety of her one day accepting some other man's marriage proposal. A passable aspic, no more. Lady Harrington leaned close to issue this opinion in a confidential tone. Lady Cathcart never would engage a French chef, even when the war ended, and here we have the fruits of her patriotism. She'd eaten but a quarter of her own serving, and pushed the rest about her plate as though to disguise the quantity remaining. We shall hope for better from the succeeding courses, though we shan't hope for anything to rival what we enjoyed last week at Lady Astley's. Lady Astley's supper was very fine, Kate said, and wished she'd never gone to Lady Astley's. Wish she'd never indulged the hope of one day being Lady Astley, never set out to charm Lord Berkeley, never cause pain to Louisa Smith. She wished Mr. Blackshear had been the eldest son of a titled man with spotless connections. This whole thing is impossible. He'd told her nothing she hadn't already known, with those words. Why was the fact so much more troubling when he was the one to voice it? She ate a forkful of aspic, and then another, because it was a point of pride that she show better manners than Lady Harrington. Each bite went down like a lump of cold tar. At the next table sat the Captain Williams who'd hoped to waltz with her. He was tall, broad, dashing, and elegant in his red coat and neat whiskers. She could not imagine ever writhing underneath him and making desperate she-cat sounds. Nor could she imagine doing so with any of the men who'd partnered with her tonight, Lord Berkeley included. She wouldn't have minded before. She would have made the best match she could and counted herself lucky if marital congress turned out to be sometimes pleasant. Her body would never have known itself to be deprived. Now her body trained its attention on the room's open door, keen and poised as a dog waiting for a stick to be thrown. And when Mr. Blackshear appeared, she felt it in her skin, in the hairs on the back of her neck, even before she glanced that way to confirm his arrival. He didn't look as though he'd been up to anything improper. He'd restored his coat, of course, and thought his several minutes of dull thoughts. No evidence of his arousal remained, unless you counted the fiery imprint his masculinity had left in her most private places. He looked like nothing so much as a barrister who'd been called away from the party on some professional business and returned almost grudgingly to this frivolous affair. He caught her eye and smiled, quick, encouraging, and not very intimate. "Don't worry," said his expression. "Remember my promise. I'll never tell a soul, and you'll see no change in my manners toward you." To return his smile would be to ratify his version of events, to reduce their time upstairs to a quick animal dalliance, a fleshly misdemeanor from which both parties would naturally wish to disentangle and move on, unencumbered, with all possible haste. She smiled, or at least warped her lips into the approximate right shape, before dropping her gaze to the aspic. What else could she do? She'd troubled him enough already, compelling his attendance at a party where he had few friends. From the corner of her eye she could see him glance about the room. Neither Lord Berkeley nor Lord Cathcart had an empty seat nearby, and did he even know anyone else in this company? Before taking a place at a table of young men who appeared to be well in their cups. Her heart hurt watching him. He deserved better. In every particular, he deserved better than what he'd gotten from his association with her. "Such a lovely gown, Miss Westbrook." Lady Waltham, the most resplendent, in gold-trimmed indigo, of Lady Harrington's little circle, addressed her with the Queen's lofty graciousness from across the table. "Have you seen this month's Ackermans? I find the new styles altogether excessive in their layers and gatherings and embellishments, don't you?" Some well-primed corner of her brain remembered how to converse on this topic, and so she did. Her heart ought to be doing a sprightly jig. This was what she'd wanted, to speak on such subjects with such women, to think of how she might charm her way into their drawing-rooms, and from there into the notice of their marriageable sons. Now here she was, with events hewing so close to her many times fondly envisioned course, and everything was wrong. Her triumph was built on a scaffold of lies, from the gaze she kept firmly averted from Mr. Blackshear, to her gracious acceptance of compliments for Louisa Smith's taste in gowns. But she didn't know how to begin correcting the wrongs, so she only smiled and gave her opinions on gatherings and embellishments, and secretly counted the minutes until the meal would end. She danced with 3 more gentlemen after supper. None of them mattered. She tried 4 times to converse with Miss Smith, only to see the latter escape, on various pretexts, after the first few polite and superficial remarks. She went home, finally, and made her way to bed, only to have Viola ask across the room whether Mr. Blackshear had presumed to kiss her again. No. With that one syllable, she gave up all the comfort of confessing herself. The truth this time was too much to tell. We did speak on the matter, though. We agreed we're both embarrassed and thoroughly sorry, and are therefore in no danger of ever repeating the lapse. That sounds very sensible of you both. Vi's voice grew thoughtful. Imagine how difficult it would be to have such a conversation with a man who wasn't a friend. I suppose you must count yourself lucky it was Mr. Blackshear with whom this happened. I suppose I must. Kate said, and she could not remember ever feeling less lucky in her life. Chapter 15. A lady downstairs to see you. Kersey leaned into the doorway long enough to communicate this fact, then swung away, unbuttoning his topcoat as he headed for his own chambers across the hall. Kate was Nick's first thought. She hadn't strayed far from his thoughts all morning, to say nothing of the part she'd played there over a largely sleepless night. Hang what was left of his pride. He'd slaked his lusts to images of her. He'd lain awake wondering whether they'd compromised their relationship beyond repair. He'd remembered every compromising thing they'd done, and he'd roused up a new set of lusts and slaked them all over again. It couldn't be her downstairs, though. Part of his brain was awake enough to recognize this, because Kersey knew her by sight. He wouldn't have announced her as merely a lady. The same reasoning ruled out Mrs. Simcox, who would have been his second guess, because Kersey was well acquainted with the sight of her, too. Nick pushed up from his desk and caught his coat on the way out. Just as well it wasn't Mrs. Simcox. If she'd come for some wicked daylight romp, he would have had to turn her away, and he would never have been able to explain the reason. Other possibilities flitted in and out as he descended the stairs. Mrs. Westbrook was the worst. So clearly he could envision her waiting on that bench, or perhaps striding back and forth before it, the terrible cast of her countenance telling him she knew how he'd betrayed the family's trust. But it was another fearsome countenance that awaited him when he pulled open the front door and stepped out into the chill morning. Will's wife, of all people, sat on the bench. She'd twisted left to frown at the sundial, giving him a view of a stark, unfeminine profile. At his appearance, she twisted back to glance at him, then returned to a study of the sundial. Well then, apparently she hadn't come to tell him of some accident befalling his brother, or if she had, her phlegm was beyond anything. He went to the bench and sat. Why bother with a greeting, or with asking her whether she'd like to come inside? She didn't like him, and he resented the corrupting intersection of her life with his. Whatever business had brought her here, they could discharge it without pretense of amity. She didn't speak at first. The silence was surprisingly comfortable, if not quite companionable. He pushed his ungloved hands into his coat pockets and waited. From the corner of his eye, he could see her shoulders rise. "I haven't come to apologize." She didn't turn to face him. "I had no expectation that you would." Neither did he face her. Number 2 Brick Court, with its illustrious past, was a more rewarding view than the back of her head. "I mightn't have come at all, but I spoke to Mrs. Mirkwood on the subject, and she said that I ought." This he could all too easily imagine. "My sister is inordinately fond of telling people what they ought to do. So I've observed." The smallest spark of kinship flickered between them. She must have felt it, too, because she relaxed her position until she, like he, was facing straight ahead. "The first thing I want you to know, Mr. Blackshear, is that I love your brother. My attachment to him is fiercer than my attachment to life. I will never be capable of kindness to anyone who causes him pain. I'm glad to hear it. He's a very good man. He deserves that sort of loyalty." Every word of this was true. "I don't say you ought to have done different in regard to him." She dipped her chin to frown at the woolen muff that hid her forearms. "I was respectable, too, for a good part of my life. I know what rules you must follow. I didn't expect any of his family to keep the connection once we married. It goes a bit beyond rules." The words tasted of pettiness and self-justification, but they, too, were true. "The connection has done damage to my practice. There are solicitors who decline to bring me cases now. I expect it will make an obstacle to the realization of my greater professional ambitions as well." She nodded once, still frowning at her wool-blanketed hands. "I knew that was a likely outcome of our marriage. I knew your brothers and sisters would pay a price, too, in their social standing, as may their children. I have nieces and nephews who will like to marry one day, and will almost certainly face dimmer prospects than they would have if they brought no disreputable connection to the union. Indeed, I understood that consequence too, and still I could not give him up." She raised her chin and angled her face to look at Nick sidelong. "I dare say you think if I truly loved him, I would have walked away and left him with his family intact." Now he was the one to lower his gaze, fixing it on a spot some 4 feet in front of their bench, where the paving bricks were worn drab and dull-edged from years of purposeful barrister striding. He'd thought exactly that once, that love ought to have prompted her to leave Will alone. Perhaps he knew a bit more now of how difficult it was to do such a thing, even with the other person's best interest at stake. He shook his head slowly. "That would have been an extraordinary sacrifice. I wouldn't presume to expect it of anyone. I did tell him, at first, that to marry me was impossible. I did try to refuse him. But I hadn't the heart to stand firm. He was determined, and I was satisfied that he should be. Partly for selfish reasons. My hopes of happiness were so slight before I met him, but partly, too, because he needed me." She twisted to face him fully, and he lifted his gaze from the bricks to meet hers. "You will have to take me at my word. I was as necessary to his life as he was to mine, and even if I'd been strong enough to sacrifice my own happiness, I would never sacrifice his." He let one corner of his mouth pull into a smile, even as he dropped his attention back to the bricks. "He said almost exactly the same thing, you know, the day he told us what he meant to do. He said your happiness was his sacred trust or something of that sort, and for your sake he couldn't give you up." "He did?" She sounded genuinely surprised at the thought. "I never knew." In the silence, he could feel her examining this new proof of her husband's love and valor, like a fossil hunter turning over her latest find. "I'm glad to know that. Thank you for telling me. Think nothing of it." A breeze swept down Brick Court, rustling the tree branches, and he hunched his shoulders for warmth. He ought to have worn his hat, or maybe he ought to have invited her inside. Too late now. "I was never in any doubt of your devotion to Will, you should know. I won't pretend I welcomed the marriage, but I've always supposed he loved you and was loved in return." He cleared his throat. "I was sure of it on the day I met you at the shipping office." "Yes. That brings me to my other purpose in coming here. The other thing I want you to know." Now it was her turn to clear her throat. "As I said, I don't apologize for my incivility that day. I think you'll agree it's not very likely you and I will ever be friends, but my rudeness is mine alone. You mustn't think I express anyone's sentiments but my own." Again he turned to look at her. Nowhere on her face could he spot any sign of urgency or beseeching, but the facts spoke for themselves. She'd come all this way from wherever she and Will lived, and sat down in conversation with the man for whom she did not care. Not for her own sake had she done these things. I can only think you had a reason for coming to the office. Her eyes never wavered from his. Not, perhaps, an imperative reason, but a reason nonetheless. And surely that reason still stands. Surely I, and my rudeness, are not enough to turn you aside from what you meant to do that day. What had he meant to do that day? He'd ventured down onto the docks with no clear purpose, with no idea of what he would say if he and Will should meet. Only he'd been weary, after all these months, of not seeing his brother. He frowned past her, at that confounded sundial reminding him about time and tide. We lived in readiness for the loss of him when he was away at war. In his coat pockets his fingers flexed and curled. When he came home whole, we thought we could put away that fear. We were unprepared. I was unprepared for the possibility he might be lost to us by other means. He won't come to call on you, as I've done. She got to her feet, and he understood that these were her concluding remarks. He rose too. He gave his word to stay clear of you and your elder brother and sister and their families. He doesn't break his word. She brought something out from the woolen muff, a folded paper that she must have been holding there all along. This is our direction. You might make use of it, or you might not. I shan't tell him of this visit, so you needn't worry that he'll be expecting a letter. Only, whatever did possess you to seek him at the office last week? She faltered slightly, and again the importunity of her errand showed itself despite her mask of composure. I think that same thing might possess him, too. Nick took the paper wordlessly. He put it in his pocket unread. And after she'd gone, disappearing round the corner into Middle Temple Lane, he sat back down on the bench and spent a good 15 minutes staring out at nothing before he got up and went back inside. Rose didn't appear at breakfast. She had a headache, Bea explained, and no appetite. She didn't feel well enough to go to lessons today. Did something happen at school yesterday? Kate asked when Mamma had left the room to see to Rose. Her heart was sinking already, and prepared to keep going all the way to the pit of her stomach. Bea twisted her mouth, thinking. Well, I played the piano for the dancing lesson because Miss Taylor, who usually plays, was home with a fever. That meant Rose didn't have me for a partner, and one of the other girls must dance with her, and several of them made a great show of their reluctance. I think it was Julia Lyon who was finally paired with her, and she sulked and slumped and made very little effort to keep up with the music. Will you pass the black currant jam, please? Pity there's no caning at Miss Lowell's. Vi turned the page of her Times, not even glancing up. That might teach those girls some manners. Sebastian, engrossed in the Gazette, didn't make any remark or response at all. Kate set the jar before her sister, noiseless and precise in direct proportion to her desire to heave it against the wall. How could everyone accept such an incident so calmly, as though it was but a routine irritation to which they all ought to be inured? Was she the only one who could see that Rose was not inured, and would never be inured? Was she the only one who understood how routine irritations, even petty ones, could wear away at a girl's well-being the way steady drops of water could gradually and irrevocably reshape stone? Yes, of course she was the only one. Just as she was the only one to care about mending the rift between Papa and Lord Harrington, the only one to feel the sorrow of a man's being a stranger to his own mother, the only one to whom it meant something that their unravelled family be knit up whole again. She alone had made it a mission to right those wrongs. Therefore she could not blame her failure on anyone but herself. She poked at a kippered herring with the tines of a fork, but her appetite was gone. Last night had been one great long chance to charm eligible men, and when she hadn't been frittering that chance away, she'd been hurling it from her with all possible force. Indulging herself with thoughts of Mr. Blackshear, and then with Mr. Blackshear himself, when she might have been promoting her interest with some man whose rank could elevate her sisters beyond the reach of merchants' daughters and their nasty little pranks. She'd spent virtually every day of her young womanhood in expectation of this opportunity. She'd planned and schemed and meticulously charted her course. How had she managed, in the space of 2 parties, to so utterly lose her way? When breakfast was done, she ventured up to Rose and Bee's room. Her sister lay abed, propped up on pillows, her hands folded atop the covers a few inches from an apparently discarded book. Kate went and sat down on the edge of the mattress. "The Lairds of Glenfern," she said, picking up the book and turning it over. "It's not very good. I probably won't finish it." She stared off toward the window, whose draperies had been pushed wide. On the bedside table sat a cup of something. Doubtless a tisane Mamma had ordered to be sent up. It had not, as far as Kate could tell, been touched. She covered her sister's clasped hands with one of hers. "You haven't a headache, really, I think." Rose didn't answer for a moment. Then she shook her head, eyes still on the window. Kate pressed her hand, to show she would listen but wouldn't demand that her sister talk. Rose unclasped her hands and turned one palm up to lace her fingers with Kate's. She blinked several times. "I hate to be so weak," she said finally. "You're not. There's no weakness in objecting to spiteful treatment. Bee told you about the dancing lesson?" Her face showed no sign of surprise. She knew better than to expect confidentiality from her sister. Kate nodded. "Anyone would wish for a day away from that sort of nonsense every now and again. You didn't ever. Vi didn't. Bee doesn't. I'm the only one so cowardly." She blinked harder and bit her lip. "You're not cowardly. You're only not as hard-headed as the rest of us. That's a virtue, not a fault. One day, when you meet the right sort of people, you'll charm them more thoroughly than any of us could ever do. I don't know why they dislike us so." She gave up staring at the window in favor of staring at a spot over Kate's shoulder. "I've done nothing to offend them. I've been as pleasant as I can. And I know Mamma and Papa's marriage was irregular, but you'd think it had been a criminal offence. I'm sure a girl born out of wedlock, entirely ignorant of who is her father, could not be shunned any harder than Bee and I are. I know, dear. It's not fair or right or reasonable. But girls like that will always look for someone to shun, as a safeguard against being the one shunned. People secure in their own consequence aren't so mean." Her words felt trite and useless. Could she really offer no better consolation than these poor insights that Rose doubtless already knew? Footsteps sounded in the hall, and Viola put her head in the door. "Someone sent you a great bunch of flowers. Some gentleman from that party last night, I suppose. Do you want them brought to our room, or should they stay downstairs in the parlour?" Kate's heart leapt, and then sank again. Only one man at the party would know where to send those flowers. Well, 2 men, but she knew better than to suppose they might have come from Mr. Blackshear. And indeed, when the maid Patsy brought them up in a vase, to Rose's room, that they might have a cheering effect, tucked in among the rosebuds, was Lord Berkeley's card. Kate would have welcomed flowers from any other gentleman with whom she'd danced or spoken last night. She would have taken them as a reprieve, a signal that she might still correct her course and make the sort of match she'd intended. But the Baron's roses loomed like an accusation, a reminder of all her missteps. He wasn't at all bad for a peer. Viola studied the card, sitting on Bee's bed. If you must marry a Lord Somebody, I suppose you could do worse. I sincerely doubt he wants to marry me. She leaned in to get a noseful of rose fragrance and to hide her face from view. He's met me all of 3 times. I'm sure he only meant to be kind, because he knows my situation and knew I wasn't likely to get flowers from anyone else. A man doesn't usually send roses just to be kind. Mamma had come in with the maid and stood at the foot of Rose's bed. You ought to give serious thought to whether you would accept his addresses. Your father would want to know what answer to make if he should ask permission to court you. The prospect, the very words, twisted her innards. No, she ought to say. I've already thought about it, and I cannot accept his addresses. But the sight of Rose stopped her tongue. If she made a brilliant match, she'd be able to introduce her sister to some of those people so secure in their consequence that they never felt the need to claim it at another's expense. She drew a breath. I'll give it thought, then. It was as though she'd stepped into an intricate snare, and any move she made just drew it tighter. Vi, did you still mean to walk with me to Berkeley Square? I'm expected there in half an hour. She'd wished for flowers from some other man, and at Harrington House she had them. Lord John Prior had sent a tasteless profusion of blossoms, along with a note apologizing for the sudden indisposition that had robbed him of the pleasure of dancing with her, to Miss Westbrook in care of Lady Harrington. I do believe he mistakes matters. The Countess, spaniel in her lap, looked over Lord John's note with delight. He supposes I'm bringing you out as a marriageable young lady. He mistook matters surely enough. If he thought she didn't know exactly what sort of indisposition had led to his departure, or what physic he'd received for his pains, well, he was gravely mistaken indeed. I'm not sure there was necessarily any mistake. Louisa Smith's conduct simply put Kate to shame. Even with this new awkwardness between them, she was staunch in stepping up to challenge Lady Harrington's slights. He feels sorry for having had to break his engagement to dance with Miss Westbrook, and, not knowing her own direction, thought to send his bouquet to the lady with whom he's now seen her in company twice. If it had been a more modest bouquet, I might agree with you, Miss Smith. Lady Harrington waved John's note at the floral arrangement, which she'd had brought to the parlour that the 2 young ladies and Mrs. Smith might consider it thoroughly. But these are the flowers of a man who means to impress himself in a lady's imagination. He's left nothing to chance, you see. Whatever might be Miss Westbrook's favourite colour, she is assured of finding it here. Mistake or no, I think his regard for Miss Westbrook speaks well of him, Mrs. Smith ventured, sending Kate a kindly smile. She'd looked so pleased last night when she'd seen Louisa turned out to such advantage. She must not know of the wilting that Kate had later induced. Indeed, and I'd say it speaks equally well of Miss Westbrook, who has proven that her manners and charm, at least, are worthy of a duke's son. Lady Harrington handed back the note. We shall have to take care to find you a position with an older lady who hasn't any wish to marry. No younger lady likes to feel that her companion outshines her with the gentleman. Kate folded the note to put away in her reticule. When she'd imagined stupefying a gentleman of rank, She'd supposed that the state of stupefaction would prevent him, at least in the beginning, from running off to engage in indecency with other women. Not to say Lord John was stupefied, but it was, indeed, an extravagant bunch of blooms. Perhaps he strove to assuage his guilt, and perhaps this was a representation of how he would go on with whatever lady he married, committing indiscretions and paying penance in flowers. I'll own my taste in these things is old-fashioned, but I remain partial to a simple bouquet all of one colour. Mrs. Smith nodded to her daughter. I thought the roses Lord Berkeley sent to Louisa were perfectly charming. Miss Smith, you sly devil! The Countess strained the full weight of her attention on the other of her young callers. You've been here 5 whole minutes and didn't breathe a word of this. Have you made a conquest? And what will this mean for Sir George Bigby? I insist you tell us everything. Well, apparently Mamma had been wrong about what was signified by a man sending roses. Or perhaps Lord Berkeley meant to court 2 ladies at once. Kate felt her fingers curling to grip the sofa cushions, in spite of her mightiest effort at aplomb. No sooner did she think she knew her circumstances than something must change. There's nothing very much to tell. Miss Smith went pink. A bunch of roses arrived this morning with his card. She threw one anxious glance to Kate. We danced fairly early in the evening, and also spoken a bit before supper. He does make better conversation than many gentlemen. Better than Sir George, I think she means to say. Lady Harrington looked around in satisfaction at the others. I don't recall ever seeing you blush, Miss Smith, when speaking of the baronet. What if she did just step aside and leave Lord Berkeley to Miss Smith? She could send back his flowers with some explanatory note. It's clear to me you have a better prospect before you, and I suspect it's clear to you, too. I'm sorry, but my heart is engaged elsewhere. I'm sorry, but we just wouldn't suit. Any of those explanations would do. Then she could live in hope that Lord John Prior would follow his garish bouquet with more attentions, and not too often make a wallflower of her while indulging himself in someone else's arms. Somewhere in this dull meditation came the sound of footsteps in the hall. Purposeful, urgent footsteps. All conversation trailed off at the appearance of Lord Harrington in the doorway, pale and clearly distressed. The Dowager Lady Harrington has taken very ill. He spoke to his wife, not even acknowledging the guests. Morland has sent for the physician. I'm going to have him send for all the family as well. He bowed, seeming only now to realize that he'd neglected to do so before, and as he came back up, his eyes connected with Kate's. She was halfway to her feet, as indeed Mrs. and Miss Smith were, preparing to take an immediate leave. His gaze froze her. She felt every bit of his worry as surely as if her heart took its rhythm from his, and she wanted, so badly she wanted him to ask her to send for Papa. But he didn't. Ought I... Her throat was parched, and the words barely made a sound, and before she could try again, he'd turned and gone. My apologies. Lady Harrington rose too. I shall have a servant fetch all your wraps. Mrs. Smith, I'll have your carriage brought round. She hurried off, leaving them to wait for their cloaks. Kate stood where she was, with nothing in the world to do but wait for her wrap and walk home. She still felt the echoes of Lord Harrington's alarm in the middle of her chest. Everywhere else she felt numb. Miss Westbrook. Louisa stepped forward suddenly, hands clasped before her. Kate, may Mamma and I send our carriage to fetch your father? She hadn't even asked her mother's permission. Her eyes were grave and resolute. And now the numbness gave way to a crawling desperation. You're so kind to offer. But even if he were welcome here, I don't know where to find him. If he's in a courtroom, he cannot simply leave. And I've no idea whether he's in a courtroom, or if so, which one he'd be in, or whether he's someplace else altogether. She'd never felt so helpless, so useless in her life. And even if we do find him, I can't be at all sure that he'd want to come. Louisa moved a step nearer. He must have an office. We'll start there. If he's not in his office, someone there may know where he's gone. We'll ask everyone until we've found him. She reached out and took Kate's hands. You'll feel better to be doing something than you would if you simply sat about. Beyond her, Mrs. Smith nodded. Their generosity was almost too much to bear. Thank you. A footman came with the cloaks. She pressed Louisa's hands before releasing them, and bowed her head to Mrs. Smith. Thank you both so much. She blinked back a few tears. She might have more need of them later, and hurried into her cloak. The clerks in Papa's office said he'd gone to meet with the solicitor, and gave her the direction. She and the Smith ladies arrived at that man's office to find he'd already left, and the solicitor hadn't any idea of his next destination. It wouldn't be his own office, or surely the clerks there would have said they expected him back soon, Miss Smith reasoned. Thank goodness for Miss Smith's ability to reason, because Kate's own had fled. Papa could be anywhere. There were so many buildings in the Inns of Court, and so many rooms in each building, and for all they knew, he might have gone to see a solicitor who kept an office elsewhere, or to the wig-makers, or to any of a dizzying number of places. Where were they to start looking? I think we'd best try his office again, Mrs. Smith suggested. Perhaps he finished this last appointment early, and has gone back before the clerks expected him there. Halfway back to his office, they ran into the Mr. Kersey she'd met the day she'd gone with Sebastian and Viola to see Mr. Blackshear in the criminal courts. Mr. Kersey hadn't seen Papa, and had no way of guessing where he'd be, but he thought Mr. Blackshear might be of use, and lost no time in sending for him. They were waiting with Mr. Kersey in his chambers when Mr. Blackshear came up the stairs, taking them two at a time. She'd never been so glad to hear anyone's footsteps, or see anyone come into view. He swung through Kersey's doorway in a swirl of robes, got them all resettled in his own rooms across the hall, directed Kersey to make tea, and asked her and the Smith ladies to tell him every detail. What had happened exactly? What did they wish him to tell Mr. Westbrook? Ought he to bring him back here, or could he take him straight to the Smiths' carriage? Where was the Smiths' carriage to be found? Where had they looked for him already? Did they all wish to wait here, or would they like him to order hackney cabs to take them home? With marvellous efficiency, he got through all of this, and then he stopped in front of her. I'll find him, Miss Westbrook. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. And in another swirl of robes he was gone, and she heard the thump of his quick pace down the stairs. It seemed a very long time before he returned, and he looked weary when he did, but he'd found Papa and sent him in the carriage, just as he'd said he would. She was so grateful. Let's see to getting you all home now, he said, and he took care of that, too. A hackney took her home, where she told Mamma what had happened, and waited on the bench in the entry hall until Papa finally came in. A single look at him told her she'd been too late. Not only in finding him this afternoon, but in taking the steps to reconcile him with his family. She ought to have... But she didn't know what she could have done differently. She'd been making her good impressions, little by little, with both Lady and Lord Harrington. Little by little just hadn't been enough. He sat down and put his arm about her, as he hadn't done since she was a child. She sagged against him. She couldn't cry. "Kate," he said. "She would not cry. I grieved for her years and years ago. But she didn't die years and years ago." She understood his meaning perfectly well. It just wasn't fair to give up on someone who was still alive and shared blood and so many memories with you. It wasn't fair to grieve for someone while she still liked to sit in the parlor for social calls and hear stories read out of Ackerman's repository. You're lucky to have the example of affectionate grandparents on your mother's side. Affectionate aunts and uncles as well. Not all families are like that. She wouldn't speak of the letters. She couldn't admit to having read them. But there had been affection in Papa's family once. Could it really die out altogether? "Was everybody there?" she said instead. "Yes." For a moment he was silent. "Please don't imagine a tearful reconciliation around our mother's deathbed. There was nothing of the sort." He squeezed her shoulders and kissed the top of her head. "Be glad of your own loving family, dear." He stood then and went upstairs. She didn't follow straight away. When his footsteps had gone past the second landing, she moved to the end of the bench against the wall, mere inches from where she'd stood side by side with Mr. Blackshear the day he'd encouraged her to go into ballrooms and catch a duke. And she wept, silently, for Papa and his mother. For her arrogant, hopeful plans of that day. For all the many things about which she'd been so very wrong. Chapter 16. Again he'd lain awake and thought about Miss Westbrook. But this time worry had kept his thoughts chaste. He hadn't told her, nor did he intend to, ever, what effort had been required to persuade Mr. Westbrook to go to his brother's house and his mother's sickbed. He was the worst possible person to try to convince a man to overlook grievances with a brother, of course, but try he had, with every tactic of reason, every appeal to sentiment at his disposal. In the end, he believed it had been the spectre he'd conjured of Kate herself, pale and drawn as he'd left her in his chambers, that had finally convinced her father to make this gesture for her sake, if not his own. Nick sighed, lifting his hat and scrubbing a hand through his hair as he started up Middle Temple Lane on his way back to Brick Court. He hadn't bothered wearing a wig to breakfast, since he didn't have any appointments following. A part of him would like nothing better at the moment than to simply go back to bed. He might first make a visit to Westbrook's office, though, and learn about last night's outcome and how Miss Westbrook was faring. His heart had fairly broken for her, seeing her in that state. He'd known all about her pride in winning her aunt's notice and the vanity that attended her relations with the Harrington household. But he'd had no idea there was a genuine attachment to her grandmother. In fact, he hadn't known there was a grandmother at all. She'd been trying all along to patch up the estrangement in her father's family. Every time she asked one of those questions in the parlor or at the dinner table, "Are you sure no one on your side is musical? Perhaps our talent comes from the Westbrook line." She'd been tilting at that same windmill. Someone ought to have told her that sometimes families broke apart, and there was simply no way to mend them. He sighed again, this time shoving his hands into his topcoat pockets. In the right one was the paper left with him by Mrs. William Blackshear. He hadn't even taken it out to read it yet, though until Kersey's messenger had found him with the news about Miss Westbrook yesterday, it had been the leading topic in his thoughts. Perhaps, after he'd gone to look in on Westbrook, he'd sit down and see what sort of note he might write, if he did decide he had something worth saying to Will. He turned into Brick Court, meaning to get his wig before venturing to call on Westbrook, and for the second straight day he was stopped by the sight of a woman on the bench. A small, sad figure this time, wrapped in a cloak and facing him, or rather, the path from which she'd known he must appear, rather than making a study of the sundial. He had nothing to learn now by going to call on Westbrook. Her face made everything plain. Kate. He crossed to the bench and sat. Was it too late, then, when your father went to her? She nodded. Her eyes rolled skyward, and her mouth compressed as she strove to hold back tears. I think it was too late a long time ago. But I failed to see it. I'm sorry. He couldn't touch her. Not only because they were in public view and she had a reputation to protect, but because things went so terribly wrong when he touched her. He kept his hands deep in his pockets. You tried to do a worthy thing. I'm sure there's little consolation now in thinking of that, but the consolation will grow in time. And your father will recognize the love behind what you tried to do. In spite of both their efforts, her eyes glittered with tears, and now one spilled over and rolled down the soft plane of her cheek. She wiped it with the back of her glove. I thought I had more time. I was proud of the progress I thought I was making. But I ought to have tried harder, instead of allowing myself to get so caught up in... She waved her hand vaguely. I've just made such a mess of everything, Nick. That's not true. His name and her voice touched him like a brief, surreptitious kiss. He couldn't let her know that. You're distracted by grief and disappointment at the moment, but that will ease. And then you'll see more clearly the things you've accomplished and the things you can still accomplish. Trust me, you haven't made a mess of anything. He shifted, preparing to rise to his feet. Come, I'll see you back to your father's office. You ought to go home and get some more rest. She shook her head hard. Papa doesn't know I'm here. I don't... Of a sudden, she was finding it very difficult to meet his eyes. I said I was going to call on Miss Smith, and I walked down here on my own. To tell me of your grandmother's death? His whole body went still. If his blood could have arrested itself in his veins, it would have. Yes. And also to thank you for your help and kindness yesterday afternoon. She took a breath. And also... Her lifting intonation, the indrawn breath, an overall quality of suspension made clear she had more to say. Her hesitation made clear she was finding herself short of nerve. Inside one pocket, Nick clenched his fingers, all apprehension. She'd come unchaperoned to see him, deceiving her parents as to her errand. She was distraught and doubtless wanting comfort, and filled with the recklessness that so often visited a person who'd been touched by death. He waited, not even knowing how he'd answer if his suspicions proved correct. I want... She fixed her eyes straight ahead on number 2 Brick Court. Her throat rippled with a swallow. I want to go to your rooms with you. I want you to take me upstairs. His whole body thrilled to her words, and to the low, determined voice in which she said them. He would not, must not, give his body the reins. Kate. He made his voice as gentle as he could. You're upset and not thinking clearly. Wait, please. Now she directed her words to the bricks at her feet. Let me make my case. She sat silent, her posture as taut as harp strings, until he nodded. I am upset. I don't deny it. Not only about the Dowager Lady Harrington, and the loss of any chance for my father to know her again. Not only because I see how many mistakes I've made. Her hands clasped and unclasped in her lap. I'm upset because I begin to doubt so much of the course I've chosen, and still, I don't see what else to do. I understand your distress. It's entirely natural in such times to seek the consolation of another person, and to want to flee from one's thoughts into pure sensation. It's eminently human to want to forget oneself in times of grief. But that's not what I mean. Her voice went lower still. Her cheek had flushed pink. We will never have one another in marriage, Nick. You know of my plans, and how they have no place for you. Besides, you've said we don't suit, and that it's too late. And only recently have I begun to feel that as a loss. His heart was pounding so hard that she must have heard it, his blood racing to predictable, futile destinations. 2 nights ago, at Lady Cathcart's ball, you said it wasn't so bad, what we did. You said it needn't alter our friendship. She brought her chin around until she was almost facing him. Can we not do just that much again? And enjoy each other within the limits of what our respective plans allow, and grieve as much as it is appropriate for each of us to grieve, that our plans don't allow for more? God in heaven, she made it sound so reasonable, like the act of 2 prudent, considering adults. It was anything but. Kate, we'd be playing with fire, not only as regards your virtue. Indulging the sentiments you speak of will likely only lead to pain. Would lead to pain if they did it. Damn his transparent eagerness. I'm not afraid of pain. There will be pain in any case. Finally, she raised her eyes, bright with unshed tears, to his. I want to give you what I can of myself, and have what you will allow me of you. Her face was nearly scarlet, but she pressed on. I know it's unwise, but it's what I want. And I hope there's a part of you that wants it, too. There was. Not just the obviously fleshly part. He'd wanted her in his bed since nearly the first time he'd laid eyes on her. But he hated to send her away, fragile and thwarted, when he might have given her comfort and bathed in the affection she bore him. What if it would work the way she said? What if they could be together for an hour or 2, eyes wide open to their idol's necessary end, and go on afterward, their separate paths no more bitter than they already would have been? In his pockets he curled and flexed his fingers. This would have to be the last time, absolutely the last time, any such thing happened between us. I wrong your parents by doing this, and I don't want to wrong them any more. I know. I'm sorry. I never meant to make you go against your conscience. I've wronged you, too. Anything he said to her in this mood, she'd find a way to twist into further fuel for her misery. He would cheer her, though, and not with words. It wouldn't be a merry romp by any means, but he could take her mind from her cares for a little while and find ways to coax a smile or 2. That did him in, really. If it had only been a matter of lust, he could have gritted his teeth and walked away, his honor and her reputation both unscathed. But the need to see her smile raced through him like a wildfire, scorching out the last pockets of better judgment. Very well. Deep inside him, he felt something fall away. Probably what remained of his self-respect. One last time, followed by appropriate grieving. Let's go upstairs. He stood and put out his elbow. If someone was watching out the window, this much contact could still pass for respectable. As for things going wrong when he touched her, well, that barn door was surely flapping in the horse's wake. She'd gone up these same stairs for the first time not 24 hours earlier. Her heart halfway up her throat with worry, Miss and Mrs. Smith trailing behind, Mr. Kersey leading them with brisk purpose. She hadn't noticed the details then. The balustrade, its finish worn dull by years of trailing barrister hands. The wallpaper, a pattern of broad stripes in masculine red and dark brown. The sconce lamp at the landing, and the grime from smoke on the wallpaper above. The staircase could scarcely make a starker contrast to the William Kent masterpiece at Harrington House, or remind her in blunter fashion that she did not belong in Nick Blackshear's world. You could belong here if you wanted to, a rebellious voice inside her piped up. You could choose to be the kind of lady who belongs here instead of the kind who belongs in ballrooms. She let the thought slide through and away. At the door to his chambers he paused. You're sure? He spoke just above a murmur, despite the fact that they'd passed nobody on the way up, and the door across the hall from his was closed. His eyes searched hers for signs of second thoughts. She was more sure than ever. How did any woman do this with a man who had not already been a friend? Imagine a wedding night in which one's husband claimed his due despite having only the smallest, most formal acquaintance with his bride. Imagine giving yourself to a man who didn't know how to read you, who wouldn't even think to look for hesitation in your eyes, because he would not alter his actions in any case. Quite sure. She lowered her voice too. And you? Friendship was no friendship at all if it went only one way. He'd had qualms over the advisability of this course, and if he'd come to regret his assent during the journey upstairs, she must honor his change of heart as he was prepared to honor hers. I might have a reservation or two. The curve of his lips invited her into a joke. But I fear I've passed the point of being able to properly heed them. He pushed the door open and tilted his head to usher her in. She might not have noticed the details of the stairway yesterday, but she'd had time enough in his office to weave all the furnishings, the rug and the draperies and the papers atop his desk into her tapestry of distress. Her stomach went heavy as she stepped into the room and saw all these objects again. Come. He must have understood, because he was quick to shut the door, quicker still to grasp her hand and draw her through a doorway to a small sitting room, and from there into the bedroom. He dropped his hat, topcoat, and gloves on the floor. Then he closed the door, put his back against it, and gathered her into his arms. He didn't kiss her. He only held her there, spreading his fingers over the surface of her hat to tip her head gently onto his shoulder. And the next thing she knew, she was crying. She hadn't expected to cry. She'd wept already, last night, for everything she had to grieve. But something in the way he held her, his arms enveloping her and urging her to lean all her weight on him, his stillness and patience and solidity, made her feel, for the first time in a very long time, that she had nothing to calculate or strive for. Here, she needn't do anything but be. She'd nearly forgotten what that felt like. The stinging sweetness of it welled up and out in tears. This is the first time you've had a near relation die. He spoke softly. He wasn't asking a question, because he knew this fact about her. Yes. Though she wasn't truly very near. Not like mother and father. Mr. Blackshear, Nick, rather, surely in this room, on this occasion, she could think of him by his Christian name, had lost both his parents years before she'd ever met him. She couldn't even remember the occasion of his saying so. It was just one of the many things she knew, as he knew so many things about her. Near enough that you're grieved by her loss. That's all that matters. He lifted her chin and looked down at her, his eyes shining dark as the dregs of that horrid strong tea she liked to tease him about. He kissed her, carefully and with great solemnity, where a tear made its haphazard way down her cheek. He found a tear on her other cheek and kissed that one too. With one hand he captured the ribbons of her hat and drew them loose. He was going to take liberties. She'd asked him to. She'd come all alone to his rooms for that purpose, risking her reputation and possibly her heart. Playing with fire, he'd said. Yes, she needed to do that, for reasons she couldn't altogether name. Her hat came off and her cloak followed. "Come with me to the hearth," he whispered, his breath tickling her ear. "Let me build up the fire and make the room warm. You don't have to." She found her brazen courage and held it fast. "We can go to the bed. The bed can wait." With his thumb he wiped another tear from her cheek. The look in his eyes told her there'd be no point in arguing. "Come to the hearth." She followed and sat down on the bricks to watch him build the fire. He went about it with the quiet competence of a man who lacked for servants and had learned how to manage routine tasks on his own. From a metal box he took a handful of small sticks that he laid one by one in the glowing embers, and when they'd caught flame, he added a larger piece of wood and then a larger one yet, until at last he had a proper fire. When she married, she would never see her husband do this. Some maid or maids would be responsible for all the household's fires, and she and the man she married would sit in tasteful chairs at a comfortable distance from the flames, never side by side on the bricks. Nick set the screen back in place and looked at her over his shoulder. "What is it?" A smile hovered at his lips. He must notice how intently she watched him. "Nothing. You're so kind to make this fire for me. It's for me, too." The smile settled in and stretched. "If the room is cold, I can't in good conscience remove as much of your clothing as I'd like." "Ah!" She dropped her gaze to the floor. "I didn't. Last time we kept our clothes on. They'd had to, of course, not having the leisure to do otherwise. But everything had worked perfectly well that way." "Kate, sweetheart." He ducked low to catch her eye. He looked as grave as she'd ever seen him. "I want you to be comfortable in this. I'll put you at ease in whatever way I can, but please don't ask me to leave your clothing on." He'd been so solicitous until this moment, succumbing to her proposition, offering her the chance to change her mind, wiping her tears. She'd almost believed him to have put away his own needs and wants entirely. "You mustn't suppose that I'm selfless. I'm not." His hand crept across the bricks between them, and his fingers closed on a fold of her skirts. "I'll see to your pleasure and consolation, but I mean to see to mine as well. And I've spent too much time imagining undressing you to pass up the opportunity now." She shivered in spite of the heat from the fire. This was what she wanted. This was why she'd come here. His desire would meet with and match hers, and she would lose herself, forget herself, be consumed in the resulting conflagration. This one time, she would defy every stricture of her existence, all those careful rules that had failed her. If doing so unnerved her, so much the better. She raised her chin to look at him directly, and set to tugging off one glove. Not yet. He caught her hands in his. I can wait. His smile told her he sensed every bit of her unease. Let's give the fire a little time to warm the room. He pulled her to him and kissed her. He bent her to his will without even trying. The more proofs he showed of his restraint, of how willing he was to curb his own desire for the sake of her ease, the more room she found for her own appetites to run loose. 10 minutes of kissing, with the fire's warmth stealing gradually out into the room, and she had all the nerve she needed. She broke off the kiss and turned her attention to unfastening his cravat. This time, she wouldn't let him stop her. Thank God. It had begun to seem possible that he might die of balked lust. He'd wanted to do this as carefully as he could, with all the tenderness her fragile state, not to mention her inexperience, deserved. But he'd hoped, deep down, that a point would come when she'd hunger for something other than tenderness and care. His cravat brushed deliciously over his neck as she drew it loose. She stared for a moment at the triangle of bared skin where the collar of his shirt fell open. One hand lifted, and a forefinger ventured over his skin, tracing its way through the hairs on his chest. Her eyes rose to meet his. She took back her hand and turned away, wordlessly presenting the buttons that fastened her gown. The rest happened in something of a flurry. Buttons, hairpins, coat and waistcoat, petticoats, boots here and shoes there, shirt pulled over his head, and the infernal delay of the corset. But at last they faced each other, he in nothing but breeches, she in shift and stockings. The stockings he intended to leave on. One more time, Kate. With effort, he addressed this to her face. Her shift was cobweb thin, and her nipples stood out against the fabric. Are you quite sure you want to do this? She nodded, looking slightly dazed and more than a little distracted in her turn by his naked torso. She wouldn't have seen a shirtless man before. Well, she'd have ample opportunity to make an examination. He scooped her into his arms. God, she felt good against his bare skin, and bore her off to the bed. Laid atop the counterpane, bathed in pale mid-morning sunlight, she looked like she'd materialized straight out of one of his wickedest dreams. When her shift came off, his brain might simply combust. So he'd make do without a brain. Will you take off your shift? He walked round to the other side of the bed, unbuttoning his breeches as he went, and shoving them off without ceremony before climbing onto the mattress. She'd sat up to remove the shift, twisting away out of modesty or perhaps to heighten the suspense. Her ribs expanded with a quick breath before she dropped the garment, turned, and lay down facing him. Hellfire and bloody damnation! Who was the fellow in the Greek myth who'd created the first woman? Prometheus? No, that wasn't it. She'd been created as punishment for Prometheus, hadn't she? But for some reason delivered to his brother instead. In a box? Or no, that wasn't right either. She'd opened a box, and all sorts of plagues had flown out, and if she'd looked even 1/10 as enticing as Kate Westbrook did at this moment, her husband would have laughed at the gods and told them they could send this kind of punishment any time they liked. Kate, He brought his eyes to her face. She'd turned pink, watching the progress of his gaze. "Have I any sparks coming out of my ears? Smoke, perhaps?" Her brow creased and she shook her head. "I fear for my brain. I can't seem to properly remember the story of how the first woman came to be. She was made out of a rib of the first man. She ate a fruit she shouldn't have eaten, and it cost her everything good in her life. She must have been sorry to have eaten that fruit." He reached out a hand and skimmed his first 2 knuckles over her arm, from shoulder to the bend of her elbow to a sensitive inner wrist. "She was sorry for the consequences, I think." She shivered as he stroked her wrist. "That's not the same as being sorry for the fruit. She was lured into it, wasn't she? Unscrupulously persuaded. She chose it." Her fingers closed about his, where his knuckles had crept from her wrist to her palm. "The persuasion was all her own. I see." He threaded his fingers with hers and gave her hand a squeeze. "I'm not going to venture to your side of the bed, you know, or allow you onto mine until you've looked at me. I've been looking at you all this time. At your face, as is polite when 2 people are speaking." He brought the forefinger of his free hand to his lips and drew it across, sealing them. "We're not speaking now." Her cheeks went pinker, but she looked. She freed her hand from his and reached across to touch again the hair on his chest. From there, her fingers worked their way down to the bare plains of his stomach, and then to the place where hair started up again. Her gaze followed her fingers, and her mouth pursed with what might be unease or just thorough attention. She made a brief survey of his legs and feet before returning to the area of chief concern. "It's imposing." Her brows edged together. "Is it large as compared to others?" "Sweetheart, how would I know?" He would not laugh at her, though her question did tickle his sense of the absurd. Men don't go about measuring them against one another. "It's not something on which any of your lovers has ever remarked, then?" Her eyes flicked back to his face. He shrugged. "I presume women make those remarks to their lovers as a matter of course. They're not to be seriously heeded." She frowned at him, clearly unconvinced, and returned her apprehensive attention to the region below his waist. "Don't worry. Large or not, it isn't going to go in you, remember?" In fact, he had certain hopes that might render this statement less than perfectly true, but no need to concern her with that matter quite yet. Not until he'd done a few things to put her in a less bashful, more amenable state. "Here." He rose to a partial crouch and piled the pillows against the headboard. "Let's get you sitting part of the way up so I can proceed." Her eyes went wide, even as she let him prop her on the pillows in the middle of the bed. "Proceed with what? What are you meaning to do?" "Worship you." He swung his body over hers, hands to either side of her, one knee between her legs. The way the first woman's husband surely worshipped her. What way is that? Shock or shyness, or maybe even lust, squeezed her voice down to something near a whisper. "I wasn't there at the time, so I can only guess." He kissed her, sweeping his tongue over the seam of her lips. "But I feel certain it involved the tasting of forbidden fruit." Chapter 17. She would have liked to tell him, as he sank his head to her breast and sucked her nipple brazenly into his mouth, how comically unfitting was his choice of image. Far from being forbidden, Her breasts seemed to fancy themselves a kind of fruit that ripened expressly for him. From the moment he'd stopped her removing her gloves and pulled her into that kiss, her nipples had gone hard against her layers of linen, making a faintly embarrassing proof of how much she wanted him, of how much she wanted him to do this in particular, to flick his tongue against her in the most exquisite fashion, and then to suck her with punishing strength. Those were the things she might have liked to tell him, had she been capable of forming words. She put a hand on the back of his head and one on his broad shoulder. To watch him felt inexpressibly sinful, but that must have been his intention in propping her up this way. And if it pleased him to be watched, then that was what she would do. As he saw to her pleasure, so would she see to his. He would know how she wanted him, even if nothing could come of it. He switched to the other breast, and her thoughts went spinning into disorder again. She squirmed, her body wanting to lie flat, and wanting him to lie down on top of her. 2 nights ago he'd done so, and it had been that pressure against a secret, sensitive place that had combined with this fiery bliss to build and build until culminating in that apoplexy of pleasure. Did he not mean to do that now? Was it too risky, perhaps, for his naked manhood to be so near her naked maidenhead? She squirmed again, this time curling her fingers for a tighter grip on his shoulder. He let go her nipple and raised his head just enough to meet her eyes. Now was when she ought to speak, to ask whether he couldn't do what he'd done last time, if they were very careful, and perhaps even put a sheet between them. But something in his eyes stopped her words before they were halfway formed. He lowered his head and kissed her again, this time between her breasts, where she was not particularly sensitive, and from there in a steady trail toward her navel. An image formed of what he might mean to do, and her breath froze, half in and half out. To watch his downward progress was more than she could dare, so she closed her eyes and followed with desperately acute other senses. The flat of his palms pushing her thighs apart, the creak and shift of the mattress as he brought his second knee between her legs, the warmth, oh God, the warmth of his breath against her most private parts, just before he followed with his hot, wet tongue. She filled her lungs on a gasp that must surely have been audible from 2 floors away, and clapped both hands over her mouth. The sensations forked through her body with lightning-strike precision and a devastation to match. She jerked, as someone struck by lightning would, and took one hand from her mouth to scrabble behind her for a grip on the top of the headboard. Ecstasy was beginning its furious approach, much more rapidly than it had done on the sofa 2 nights before, with no mercy for her sensibilities or decorum. Then, all at once, it was gone. His mouth had left her. His tongue had abandoned its worship. And in the time it took her to blink her eyes open and feel the first stirrings of outrage, he'd moved up the bed to where he knelt, straddling her half-propped-up form, his male member stiff and adamant before her. "I warned you I'm not selfless." He caressed the side of her head, his thumb tracing the shell of her ear. His eyes were so dark with appetite that he might have been a different man. "There's something I'd like you to do. Perhaps you can guess it." Even a day ago, if someone had told her men and women did such things, she would have recoiled at the thought. But he'd roused her hungers to an unruly pitch, and from the very core of her being she felt a need to please him, to see him driven wild, and to know she'd been the one to do it. "I can guess generally." She took her hand off the headboard and found a place to settle it on his hip. But I'll need direction. I don't know precisely what to do. Kissing makes an excellent beginning." Again his thumb went round her ear. "In particular, the kind of kissing that employs the tongue." Audacity flashed through all her nerves. If she was going to do this, she wasn't going to do it by halves. "What if I wish to skip the beginning and go directly to what will drive you out of your senses?" "Take it in your mouth, as far as it will go." He was speaking almost before she'd stopped. "Be careful not to scrape me with your teeth. Make use of your tongue, and don't worry about being gentle." He'd been so ready with that answer. He must have been hoping against hope she'd ask. He loomed over her, up on his knees, not nearly as shy about watching as she'd been. With the hand that wasn't at her ear, he took hold of his member, bunching back some of the skin and steadying it to receive her attentions. She took it in gradually, because it felt so strange, and because she needed a few seconds to work out how to protect him from her teeth. Part of it fit, not all. She was fairly certain those lovers who'd remarked on its size had been telling the truth. An inconvenient despondency woke at the thought of his other lovers. But she had no right whatsoever to be jealous when he'd been willing once to give her his heart, so she wouldn't allow jealousy or the despondency under whose cloak it stole in. Every bit of her attention would go to his pleasure, and most particularly to the exercise of her tongue. God, that's good. The path of his voice told her he was looking down at her, though she kept her own eyes closed. Keep doing it just like that. His hand left her ear, and she heard it grip the headboard. His hips started moving, slowly, drawing his manhood most of the way out and then easing it back in. The hand that still gripped his bunched skin was moving as well, bringing pleasure to as much of him as wasn't in her mouth. She couldn't say, "Let me do that," with a mouthful, but she put her hand over his until he understood and gave way. He swore, in a whisper. His breath was coming in pants, and his hips had begun to move a bit harder, faster. "Wait!" His whole body shuddered with effort. "Wait! Stop! Just for a minute." She'd heard these commands before, but she knew this time he wasn't going to say they oughtn't to be doing this. She parted her lips and let him draw himself out. "I'm going to lie down. Then you can start again." His eyes gleamed with urgent purpose. "I want you on hands and knees above me." She moved over to give him room and moved down the bed to where he wanted her. "No." He caught her arm. "The other way. Hands down there, knees up here." She ought to have left blushing behind by now, but her face went furnace hot as she grasped his intent. He must have forgotten his promise to make this easy and comfortable for her. Only the most shameless woman would be capable of what he proposed. No, that wasn't true. A woman determined to please a man, to lose herself and forget herself as thoroughly as was in her power, could be capable of it too. She took a deep breath and turned herself, easing one hand across and then one knee, letting him guide her hips to where he wanted them. "Listen." He paused in his adjustment of her position to address her. "There will come a point when I'll tell you to stop, and you must take your mouth off me at once, yes?" "Yes." She had a vague idea of why. In any case, this wasn't the moment for discussion. "Good. Now return to driving me out of my senses, if you please. You've made an excellent start." To be atop him this way, naked and splayed and so dreadfully exposed to him, felt shocking and frankly wrong. If she paused to reflect on her position, she'd grow too mortified to continue. She must marshal all her thoughts on the task before her and concentrate her attention on his body until she forgot the existence of her own. That proved easier said than done. In fact, it proved impossible. From the instant he brought her private parts into contact with his mouth, she was deeply, ferociously aware of her body and of each diabolical thing he did to it. And strangely, the shame receded. She bent down and took his male organ into her mouth, using her hand to slide back the skin as she'd seen him do, and all she wanted in the world was to be able to match him for wickedness. As crudely, lasciviously as he tasted her, just that crude and lascivious would she be with him. She took more and then less of him into her mouth, mimicking the rhythm of his hips from before, and she squeezed and stroked with her hand that every inch of him might be gratified. He groaned, thrillingly, arching underneath her. His tongue worked faster, and she twisted against him, whether to escape the torment or to demand more she couldn't say. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered any more but the advance of pleasure, gaining speed and power like a cart hurtling down a steep grade, and all at once it had her in spasms, gasping around his flesh, haphazard in her attentions, in such a state of divine distraction that she almost missed hearing his command to stop. He rolled onto his side as she brought away her mouth and had his release. With the hand that still grasped him, she could feel the pulsing that would have delivered his seed into her womb had he been inside her. He hadn't wanted to inconvenience her mouth with that, though now he'd have to launder his counterpane. Thus came back the real world, one mundane concern at a time. If only it wouldn't. If only she could stay in their delirious little world for two, past shame, past sorrow, hiding away from all the reasons they could not be together. A clock chimed in one of his outer rooms as the pulsing in her hands slowed and ended. She let go and eased herself away from him, off him, slipping free of the hands that, after tightening on her hips with his onslaught of pleasure, had finally relaxed their grip. She knelt on her side of the bed. He lay with his back to her, breaths expanding his ribs at a pace that suggested he needed more time to recover. So did she. In fact, it seemed possible, kneeling here naked, her privates still tender from his attentions, the taste of him lingering on her tongue, that she might never recover at all. Kate. He lay on his side, still in the place where he'd turned when he'd twisted away from her at the moment of climax. Probably he ought to turn and face her, but he didn't. We've told each other reasons why we cannot be married. I remember them. She hadn't lain down. From her voice, he knew she was sitting or kneeling and facing him. We've never spoken of the strongest. He closed his finger and his thumb on a wrinkle in the counterpane. Nick, you don't have to speak of it. I know. And I know that you've known for some time. But I want to have it said out loud between us. I'll listen. The mattress shifted as she lay down. He took a breath. I have a connection that would discredit you and your family. He couldn't stop there. He had to own the details. My brother married a Cyprian, a gentleman's mistress, a woman who made a profession of lying with men. Not a year ago he did this. Her hand fell light as a snowflake on his arm, settling in the place above his bicep. When did you last speak to your brother? That wasn't the question he'd expected, but he was ready to answer. Last spring. The day he told us of his plans. I know the marriage did take place because one of my sisters continued to know him. Also because I've seen his wife. The next set of words jostled about on his tongue, waiting to be spoken or swallowed back. But why shouldn't he say anything he wanted on this occasion, knowing it would be the last of its kind? There are days I wish I'd continued to know him too. More such days as time goes on. The mattress shifted again, and she pressed herself to him from behind, her arms slipping over his waist, her breath on the back of his neck. Would he welcome a reconciliation? Would he be willing to speak to you? I think he might. He turned over to face her, resting a hand on her hip. She looked remarkably serene and unashamed for an innocent who'd just been drawn into an act of gross debauchery. Are you encouraging me to speak to him? I'd always imagined you'd be put off by the scandal. I was, when I learned of it. I fully approved of your action in cutting him off, only— She frowned at his bare shoulder as she pieced together her plea. Having so recently seen a family estrangement carried to the grave, I cannot help thinking that, if one or both of you would like to mend things, then perhaps you ought to try. Again she met his eyes. I want you to be happy. All else seems secondary to that. He kissed the top of her nose. I want you to be happy too. That was why he would only watch and wish her well, when in a little while she got up and left his bed forever. Never mind how profoundly right she looked here, naked but for the stockings, hair tumbling over the disarranged pillows, her whole body limp and supple with satisfaction. What do you mean to do hereafter? Do you have hopes of an offer from any of the gentlemen you've met? He needed to speak of this, to remind himself of what her future would be, or more to the point, what it wouldn't be. Lord Berkeley certainly seems to think highly of you. She sighed and sank her forehead against his shoulder. I don't know what to do. I doubt myself in everything. I wish— She went silent, as though she'd only now realized she didn't know what word should follow. I wish things could be different. So do I, Kate. He wrapped her in his arms and kissed her. For mute comfort at first, because he had no words that could make anything better for either of them. He kissed her face, kissed her ears, lingered at her mouth. She was going to leave. When they finished kissing, or when she grew concerned about how long she'd been gone from home, she was going to get up and ask for his help with her stays, and she was going to put on her many layers of clothing and go home. And he was going to let her go, because he wanted her to be happy. And her happiness wasn't here. Kate, he whispered. He couldn't stop kissing her. He couldn't let her leave yet. I'm so glad you came to me today. He rolled her onto her back and eased on top of her. He was hard again. It was as if his body knew she'd be going and had to plead for another chance with her while she was still here. I'm glad too. She clung to him, her arms lashed tight around his back. Do you remember when you said I'd wished another man had been the first to kiss me? I think so. He kissed his way down her neck. His arousal was demanding attention, and he was losing his ability to converse. I never will. I'll never be sorry for what we've done. I'll always be glad I did these things first with you. She squirmed under him, and suddenly the head of his cock met with her soft, wet privates. Sweetheart, be careful. He started to shift himself away, and only when she caught his shaft in her hand did he realize she'd meant for that contact to happen. "Nick." She looked him in the eye. "Please." His breath caught, and for a moment his lungs forgot how to work. Outside the closed window and 2 stories down, indistinct laughter sounded as people passed by in the Middle Temple Lane. Her hand tightened gently, encouraging him. Her eyes were dark with need. A part of him wanted nothing more than to bury himself in her that instant. Another, more conscientious part spoke up. "We can't. I can't ruin you. I can't ruin your prospects. You've ruined me already in every way that matters. You know you have." He closed his eyes. He couldn't. "It's not that simple. You'll have a husband." But even he didn't believe her eventual husband had greater rights to a body than she did herself. It wouldn't be pleasant. That was a better argument. He opened his eyes. "It's not comfortable the first time for a woman. It hurts. You may bleed." "I know. I've heard of that. I don't mind." The hand that wasn't on his cock stroked up and down his back. "I told you there will be pain in any case. I'm not afraid. It might be worse than you expect. I don't want you to remember that when you remember this day." "Please," she said again. "I'll have to do this for the first time with someone. If it's wonderful, I want it to be with you. If it hurts and I need care and comforting, I want it to be with you." Damn her barrister blood! If there was ever an occasion on which he needed to not be out-argued, it was surely this one. But he had no answer for her, besides the answer his body could give. He drew in a big breath. "Stop me if it's too uncomfortable, or if you have a change of heart for any reason." He waited for her to nod her assent, and then he set himself at her entrance and pushed slowly. He'd never done this with a virgin. He wasn't sure what sort of resistance there would be. He braced himself for something blocking his way, for something tearing, but it felt rather more as if he was stretching her gradually to accommodate him. She'd sunk her teeth into a lower lip. The skin had gone white all around her mouth. "Is it too much?" He made his voice as soothing as he could. "Do you want me to stop?" She shook her head. "I'll tell you if I need you to stop. Don't ask again." So he didn't. He pushed a little more, and a little more, and finally he was well inside her. He kissed her in case she needed care and comforting, and he drew out a few inches and thrust gently as he could. It set his brain on fire. "It doesn't hurt too much." Was he not supposed to ask that, or just not supposed to ask if he should stop? His poor burning-up brain couldn't remember the rules. "It hurts a bit." Her face was pale and determined. "But not too much. Take heart. I can promise you this won't last long." She was so absurdly tight about him. He kissed all over her face as he moved in and out, trying not to go too deep or too hard. The pleasure built in him with merciless speed. Thank goodness she had no experience against which to measure his performance, and within a too short time he was pulling out of her to spill into the sheets. She stayed a little while after that. After being deflowered. Damned if he was going to send her home without placating her sore places by means of some thorough, luxuriant kissing. She liked that, and it kept him from thinking too hard about what he'd done. Only after he'd helped her back into her clothes and seen her safely downstairs, outside, and on her way home, only when he came back to his bedroom and looked at the rumpled linens where she'd been, did he feel his sanity returning, bringing with it a colossal portion of regret. Chapter 18. No doubt Mr. Blackshear was sorry now. What honourable man would not be, after sending a lady home debauched and deflowered? Never mind that she'd been the one to talk him into bed, and then into her body. He'd find a way to shoulder all the blame, telling himself he ought to have resisted. She was so glad he hadn't resisted. The next corner is where we turn. She'd made Rose walk a long way. She'd felt so restless coming home this afternoon, transformed and unfit for any of her usual daytime occupations, and the walk to fetch her sisters from school had made her more restless still. When Rose had wished to go to the shops in search of a certain shade of purple embroidery silk, she'd been quick to offer her company. Then halfway through that errand, she'd realized she had an errand of her own. They must be very good to have given Papa the use of their carriage. They do know all about our family? Rose, having been at Miss Lowell's all day, didn't know that Kate was already supposed to have been in South Audley Street this morning. She'd seen nothing to question in this visit. They do know, and yes, they are very good. Miss Smith had been good from the start. Kind, generous, tactful, loyal, and as of yesterday, downright noble. And while Kate herself might fall woefully short of the standard her friends set in personal merit, she at least knew how to appreciate nobility when she saw it, and how to pay that quality its proper tribute. "I don't know," she'd answered when Mr. Blackshear asked what she meant to do in regard to marriage. It was still true. She didn't know what she would do. But she did know now what she would not do. And that was a start. Louisa sat with one of her sisters in the Smiths' drawing-room, and as Kate and Rose were shown in, she came to her feet and crossed the room to meet them. "I'm so sorry about your grandmother." She squeezed Kate's hands. "Mother heard from Lady Harrington this morning of the loss. We've been thinking about you and your family all day." Kate made her apology for calling outside of at-home hours, explaining that she'd wished to thank Louisa and her mother at the earliest opportunity for their very great kindness of yesterday. Introductions followed. Felicitously, the Smith sister present was 15-year-old Caroline, and not only did she wish to see the embroidery silk when that errand was mentioned, and to know for what project it would be used, but the book she'd set aside at their entrance proved to be a novel that Rose had recently read. Louisa prodded her sister to show the younger Miss Westbrook the house's library, and to see whether there were any books she might like to borrow. Then, with the younger girls gone from the room, the elder two could speak with perfect freedom. Kate took the chair nearest Louisa's place on the sofa. Her friend waited, too well-mannered to broach the obvious questions. "How was your father? Was he welcomed when he arrived at Harrington House? Was he sorry to have gone?" But making a quiet show of her willingness to listen, and her equal willingness to let the subject go untouched. For now, it would be the latter. Other subjects took precedence. "Are those the roses Lord Berkeley sent?" A bunch of them, creamy white, stood in a crystal vase on a table at the sofa's other end. "Oh, indeed." She hadn't expected that question, and was clearly set off balance. "I think Lady Harrington made a deal too much of that yesterday. Myself, I never supposed he meant anything by them but simple cordiality. They're very pretty roses." Her own were pale pink and equally pretty. She could sit about and wonder how to interpret the fact, or she could impose the meaning most advantageous to everyone. I would be surprised if cordiality were all he meant to express with them. I don't know. Louisa made a brief study of the carpet, colour blooming in her cheeks, before she raised her anxious eyes once more. He was friendly at the Cathcart's ball, but didn't display such marked attentions as would suggest any purposeful sentiment. Indeed, because he'd been too busy dividing his attentions between a congenial lady who shared his interest in politics and a mercenary beauty using every art she possessed to try to gain his notice. She couldn't think back on the night without shame. "Louisa, I'm going to be dreadfully frank. I hope you don't mind." Yesterday she would have balked at speaking so. Today, having already done things 10,000 times less proper, she didn't waver for even an instant. "I've hoped to make a marriage that can elevate my station, confer on my sisters the consequence of good connections, and advance my family's return to respectability. Lord Berkeley, because of his title and the generous regard he's already shown my family, struck me as an excellent prospect for a husband. I did attempt to promote my interest with him for those pragmatic reasons." Louisa nodded. She could not fail to notice that all of this was being related in the past tense. "But observing you with him that same evening, I began to see how very well you two would suit one another. And I'm nothing but delighted to see evidence of his preference for you. If that preference was not yet fact, it would be soon enough. The pink roses probably represented what roses from men had always represented, with her, a temporary succumbing to a superficial charms. The white roses testified to the good sense that prevented him from discounting Miss Smith's merits and compatible mind in favour of mere coquettish beauty. I'm not at all convinced there's a preference." Louisa's shoulders settled slightly, as though she had not quite been able to relax in Kate's company until now. "But I'll confess to you I do think highly of him. Please don't tell Lady Harrington." Her smile, confiding and hopeful, lit her eyes brighter than any blue hair ribbon could. "I shan't breathe a word." She ran a finger across her pressed-together lips. Mr. Blackshear had made that same gesture in bed when he'd insisted she look at his naked form. With her whole body she remembered. She felt a bit light-headed, and not only from the memories of this morning. She'd just let go of something for which she'd schemed nearly as long as she could remember. She wasn't likely to find another marital prospect as fitted to her ambitions as Lord Berkeley. Not soon, at any rate. Perhaps not ever. And yet she didn't feel any disappointment. Rather, she felt a sense of satisfaction at her own accomplishments. She was the one who'd cut Louisa's hair and made her look so pretty for the Cathcart's ball. She would encourage her in cultivating Lord Berkeley's attentions, and perhaps find a way to prod Lord Berkeley as well. She had a talent for these things. She might find some of the same gratification in realizing someone else's romantic prospects as in realizing her own. If I may follow your example of frankness, I believe there must be many gentlemen for whom your merits will outweigh whatever reservations they might have in regard to your family. Steadfast, idealistic, good-hearted Louisa. If the Baron didn't fall for her, he was the biggest fool on earth. I often hear from my brother of how society is changing in this respect. I feel sure you'll make a marriage that will answer all your hopes, and in the meantime, you and your sisters may count on whatever advantage the friendship of my family can confer. Thank you." Kate slipped the words past a tightening in her throat, and lowered her eyes to where her hands sat folded in her lap. She'd imagined the renunciation of Lord Berkeley as a sacrifice whose reward would come in the knowledge that she'd done the right thing. She hadn't expected any benefit beyond that. But when the younger girls came back from the library, Rose's face aglow and 3 volumes clutched in her hands, and when, as they started home, her sister reported that she'd been invited to bring her needlework when she came to return the volumes, so that she and Caroline could have a good look at each other's projects, A thought took shape that had somehow never taken shape before. Perhaps some of what she'd hoped to attain through marriage could, after all, be attained by other means. Friendship. Maybe even a double friendship with Louisa and Lord Berkeley, if everything in that quarter went as it ought, could lend its own kind of consequence. There might be invitations to social events for her sisters as well as herself, and with no required pretense of intending to be a lady's companion. There might be real open cordiality between her family and this one. There might be a friend for Rose. Altogether, she might not have made quite as much a mess of everything as she'd thought. In fact, she might have achieved some very worthwhile ends. Arriving home, Kate met with yet another unlooked-for triumph. A letter on heavy ivory-coloured paper, franked, the date and signature on the outside nearly illegible. This time, though, the letter was not for her. "It's as close to an apology as I imagine I'll ever have from Edward," Papa said over dinner. "From Lord Harrington, that is." He nodded to Kate, to Sebastian, to Viola, to the younger girls. "Your uncle." Never before had the Earl been "your uncle," or been referred to as Edward as far back as Kate could remember. This, too, was something won at least in part by her efforts. Viola, predictably, was unimpressed. "I should think the person to whom he most owes an apology is our mother." She turned to Mamma. "I don't suppose he troubled to send a letter to you?" "No. But it would be odd if he did, considering we've never been introduced." No queen, no duchess, no countess could hope to match the grace and nobility with which Mamma delivered this reply as she carved out a bite-sized morsel of her poached haddock. What did he say, if it wasn't an apology? This was really Papa's business and nobody else's, but Kate couldn't help asking. "And does he mean to recognize you again? And what about Mamma?" "It's too soon to know what will happen." Papa, too, went on cutting his fish. "Too soon to know even what I wish to happen. 23 years is a long time for someone to be absent from your life, and you get accustomed to doing without him." His eyes connected with hers. He was talking about his mother, too, and how 23 years of distance had eroded his ability to grieve for her. "And Viola is right in bringing up the insult to your mother. I cannot allow any reconciliation that doesn't include her and make some acknowledgement of how she was wronged. You needn't concern yourself with that." Half the table separated Mamma from Papa, and still she managed to sound as though they were speaking in private. "I've lived my whole life without Lord Harrington's approval, and never felt the lack. What matters is what will make you happy. It's reasonable to suppose a truce between long-estranged brothers might have that result. I want you to be happy. All else seems secondary to that." Countless things conspired to make Kate think of Mr. Blackshear. She'd told him to speak to his brother, and he'd kissed her on the nose and asked who she might marry. "As to what he said, Kate, much of that will remain between me and him. But some I can share, and I suspect this will be of particular interest to you." Papa smiled down the table at her. "You were right in some of your suppositions. Lady Harrington's attentions to you were the result of my brother's wish to do something for this family. No doubt to assuage his guilt over having cut us off so long ago. He also said his wife is very pleased with you, and pronounces you a credit to your Westbrook blood. Oh, and here's what came as a surprise to me. I find it was through Edward's doing that Lord Berkeley was referred to me, when he put it about that he'd like a barrister to help him study speech. Even before she'd had her note from Lady Harrington then, the Earl had been thinking of Papa, looking for small, inconspicuous gestures he could make, ways he could reach out and benefit his brother's family. And still, yesterday, when he might have asked to fetch her father to the Dowager's bedside, his courage or his brotherly feeling had failed him. And then he'd had another change. By her own doing, and Miss and Mrs. Smith's and Mr. Blackshear's, with help from Mr. Kersey, Papa had come anyway, and Lord Harrington had decided to write this letter. Thus a person progressed toward a worthy goal, it seemed, a step forward and a step back, and the occasional intervention of other people to guide him back the right way when he'd stumbled off the path. She shifted in her chair, and felt a sharp reminder of how she'd stumbled off her own path that morning. Lain down in a gentleman's bed, and got up again without her virtue. It felt like someone else had done it, a whispered report at which she pursed her lips and shook her head. It also felt like the only logical outcome of a 3 years' acquaintance with Mr. Blackshear. As though from the moment they met, they'd been making their haphazard way toward that culmination. What will you do hereafter? I don't know. I wish things could be different. She reached for her glass. Mr. Blackshear owes a debt of gratitude to Lord Harrington then, doesn't he, for this opportunity with Lord Berkeley? Singular how everything wove itself together, or rather, how it had all been woven together from the start. I shouldn't advise him to send a note of thanks. With visible gusto, Viola seized this new opportunity for disapproval. I doubt the Earl bothers to open any mail from a gentleman who has a profession and no title in his lineage. Vi didn't even know the worst. Lord Harrington certainly wouldn't welcome any correspondence from a man with Mr. Blackshear's shocking connections. Perhaps even Lord Berkeley would find the matter too unsavoury once he learned of it, and thus would end all Mr. Blackshear's hopes of political opportunity. Maybe not, though. Society was changing, Louisa had said. Lord Berkeley had already proven himself extraordinarily fair-minded in regard to her own connections. Surely if there was a man capable of overlooking the unfortunate marriage in Mr. Blackshear's family and judging Mr. Blackshear strictly on his own merit, the Baron was that man. She stole a glance at the long-case clock. Mere hours since she'd left his rooms, and all she wanted was to see him again and tell him of all that had happened since they'd parted and hear what had happened with him. But if he blamed himself for her ruin, it might be a great while before his next call here. I wish things could be different. She'd been a coward. I love you, she ought to have said. Help me have the courage to choose with my heart. Tell me I'm strong enough to bear a descent in station, and clever enough to help you make your way back up. He might have answered, as he'd done once already, with that gentle explanation about her not being the right sort of woman to stand at his side. But at least she'd know she'd been brave enough to ask. Brave enough to be honest. Never mind. She would count herself lucky in his friendship, and hope for at least the beginning of reparation with his brother, if that was what Nick wanted. Without reference to herself, she would wish for his happiness, because that was what you did when you loved someone. He'd imagined, ignorantly, that a footman would answer his knock, and that he'd consequently have a minute or so, the time it took to climb the stairs, in which to orient himself to his surroundings and make his last small preparations for this meeting that still felt a bit ill-advised. But it was Will himself who stood there when the door swung back, his cheerful, unguarded expression suggesting he just stepped away from an amusing conversation and felt equal to whoever or whatever he might find on his doorstep. He'd always had the most ridiculously readable face. His brows now lofted a quarter inch and came back down. That was surprise. The laughter left his eyes like a candle blown out. No anger or coldness came in to take its place. Instead, he looked curious, and ready to see where this unexpected twist in his day's narrative would lead. Nick. At the sound of his voice, it suddenly felt like only yesterday that they'd last spoken. "Come in. Do I intrude?" But Nick was halfway over the threshold already. "On my glittering dinner party with all the leading lights of the temps? Hardly." Will shut the door behind him. "We do have company, but nothing on which you need fear intruding. Take off your coat and come upstairs." Cathcart was Nick's first thought. Martha was his second. His third thought was that Will seemed remarkably at ease, considering one of the siblings who'd cut him off had just appeared at his door after nearly a year of silence. As Will led the way upstairs, Nick made a quick, discreet survey of the surroundings. He'd never had cause to call on anyone in the Hanstown neighborhood before, and hadn't known what sort of house to expect. Modest described it fairly well. The stairs, from what he could see, were in good repair, and the wallpaper was bright and not peeling. No signs of squalor, nothing dingy, but the house was undeniably small, and the serving staff must have been minimal, if none of them counted it among his duties to answer the door. He could never bring Kate Westbrook here. God, impudence of his unbidden thoughts! He wasn't intending to bring her anywhere, and besides, who was he to make that judgment? Cathcart was a viscount. Martha was the wife of a baronet's heir, and neither of them turned up their noses at visiting this house. After everything he'd seen of Miss Westbrook in recent days, could he really think her so superficial by comparison? He followed his brother round the landing, and along the hall to the first of two doorways, which opened onto a drawing-room. There, side by side on the sofa, sat his grave-faced younger sister and the forbidding Mrs. Blackshear. "Lydia," Will said, advancing into the room. "Allow me to present my brother Nicholas. Nick, this is my wife, Lydia Blackshear." He nodded, and Mrs. Blackshear nodded back. Her face showed nothing. He was used to that after 2 meetings, but an invisible thread of understanding ran between them. He wouldn't be here now if she hadn't shown up on the bench in Brick Court yesterday morning with the slip of paper and a roundabout encouragement. "Nick! It's so good to see you!" Martha struggled still with social niceties, but she did attempt them with some spirit. "I hope you won't use up all your conversation on Will while I'm out of the room. Mrs. Blackshear and I were just preparing to go upstairs, that she could show me her new gown." Indeed. Will's wife rose, with Martha a hair behind. "You'll excuse us, I hope. I've been waiting some time to show Mrs. Mirkwood this gown." The two filed out, Martha pausing to grasp Nick's hand and fix him with a look of fervent feeling briefly, before snatching back her hand and hurrying flush-faced from the room. He oughtn't to laugh at his sister. Certainly not at a show of heartfelt emotion when for too many years she'd been stolid to a fault. And indeed, it seemed at first that he would successfully suppress the laugh, even though the idea of Martha, eager to see anyone's new gown, had a layer of absurdity all its own. But he happened to cross glances with Will, who likewise was fighting a tide of laughter, lips pressed together, eyes glittering with hilarity, and all at once they might as well have been 8 and 10 years old again, side by side in the church pew, and jabbing one another whenever Reverend Roberts uttered any word that could be tenuously associated with a bodily function. He laughed. Not out loud. Their sister deserved better than to overhear and feel mocked, even affectionately. Everything was so ridiculous, though. His and Mrs. Blackshear's stifled animosity, the clumsy manoeuvring that had left him and Will alone, his very presence here in the first place, that he needed the relief of collapsing onto the now vacant sofa and giving vent to his mirth. Will laughed too, sinking into a chair at right angles to the sofa and burying his face in his hands. For nearly a minute they gave themselves up to silent merriment, and by the end of that minute much of the awkwardness between them had simply evaporated. The habits of over 20 years, it turned out, could triumph the habits of the last 9 or 10 months. Will wiped his eyes and nodded toward where the women had gone. "She hasn't got any new gown, you know. I suspected as much." Nick sat back, relaxing a little into the sofa's corner. He lowered his voice to a stage whisper. "I don't think she likes me." "No?" His brother grinned, smug in the knowledge of his wife's fierce affection. "Well, she didn't like me either at first, so I wouldn't give up hope yet." He looked so comfortable here in this too-small drawing-room, settled into circumstances much humbler than those in which he'd grown up. "In the meantime, you can console yourself with Martha's surfeit of sisterly affection. That damnable Mirkwood! He's gone and altered her almost beyond recognition." This wasn't really true, but he wanted to speak strongly about something, and the man who debauched his little sister into marriage was as good a target as any. You weren't here during her first marriage, but she was every bit the sober side she'd always been. Only when this fellow came along did she start doing unaccountable things and behaving in the way you see now. I don't fault her for it, or fault her husband either. Love makes us all do unaccountable things." Will leaned back and crossed his ankle over the opposite knee. "I'm nothing if not experience of that fact, and I expect one day you'll learn it by your own experience." Nick might have made any number of replies. A jibe, for example, taking aim at younger brothers who presumed to lecture to their elders about experience. More abuse heaped on Mr. Mirkwood. A swift change of subject. None of them came to hand. With the tremendously unaccountable act of this morning on his conscience, and a confusion of sentiments that might, under close examination, pass themselves out to something like love, he could only sit silent. Ah. Will propped his elbows on the arms of his chair and steepled his fingers. I wondered if something had happened to prompt this visit. Will she have you? Or do your connections make too great an impediment? His brows lowered in worry. He'd apologized, the day he'd announced his decision, for the cost he'd known the rest of the Blackshears would bear. "It's not even—" Nick waved a hand vaguely. "I hadn't any intention of asking her. It's not the sort of—" What the devil was he trying to say? He let his hand fall. "It's all confoundedly complicated. Isn't it always?" His brother studied him a moment, features etched with wry sympathy. "You'd better tell me the whole story. What's her name, and where did you meet?" So he told the story, feeling more than a little selfish and ungracious as he did. He ought to be spending this call in asking how Will got on, or perhaps in speaking directly about their estrangement, and whether they might come to be friendly again. He oughtn't to be violating Kate's privacy by recounting, even in the most non-specific terms, what had happened between them. He couldn't help himself. The words spilled from him like water from an overturned jug. Who else was he to tell, after all? He wasn't on confiding terms with any of his associates or friends, and as to family, he couldn't possibly discuss such matters either with his sisters or with upright, unfailingly correct Andrew. Will, though. His younger brother had some acquaintance with human frailty, and felt no need to register his dismay or disapproval, instead proceeding straight to practical questions. Was there any chance he'd gotten her with a child? Might she come to regret the act once the fog of grief had lifted? Might she tell her parents? Did his income even permit him to marry? The realization arrived somewhere in the middle of this unsentimental sorting through facts and possibilities. Not like a lightning bolt illuminating what had been a pitch-dark room. More like a gradual thaw that wiped the frost from a window, so the objects on which he'd been looking out all along took on a clarity that had not been there before. He had to ask her to marry him. Not because there might be a child. Having taken the usual precaution, he was fairly sure there wouldn't be. Nor out of guilt for having ruined her, or fear of her parents' wrath. Not even because of the same heady infatuation that had informed all his hopes 3 years before. He had to ask, because he could not bear to picture her sinking her head on another man's shoulder to confess all her self-doubts. He couldn't bear to imagine a time when she'd make only polite conversation with him, because teasing and sparring with a gentleman ill became a lady who was someone else's wife. He couldn't bear to let some other man be the one to hear her hopes and ambitions, her victories and her setbacks. And he couldn't bear to tell his own to any woman but her. We don't suit one another at all, though. We could scarcely be more ill-matched. He hadn't meant to speak the words aloud, yet there they were. That hasn't stopped you being friends. Will made the observation quietly, drumming his fingers on the arm of his chair. No, it hasn't. Without protest, he'd watched her walk away this morning because he wanted her happiness above all, when he ought to have asked her outright if there was any chance her happiness could trace its path through him. In spite of all our unsuitability, we've managed to be friends. So maybe... Of course, it wasn't that simple. His precarious income, even supplemented with what he might draw out of his savings, wouldn't stretch to silk gowns and linen fibre paper. His connections would moor her in a level of society far from the one to which she'd aspired. But he'd asked what she intended to do, and she hadn't said, "I hope for an offer from Lord Berkeley," or "I'll marry the first man of noble name who wants me." She'd leaned her head on his shoulder and wished things could be different. Things could be different. Some things could. He and she, chiefly, could resolve to be different. They could allow some alteration to their respective long-held plans. They could put their faith in each other and go forward. You're contented here, Will, aren't you? He gestured around the drawing room. Your wife as well? You find these quarters sufficient, and you don't mind that you're not received anywhere? I won't lie. I feel your absence from my life, and our elder brothers' and sisters' absences too. And I continue to regret that my marriage has brought difficulty to you. Will frowned at his fingers, drumming once more on the chair's arm, and stilled them. I don't regret anything else. But neither would I recommend this life except in extraordinary cases. Lydia and I... have both had such experience as prepared us to appreciate a small house and a few friends. The sacrifice would be greater, I expect, for someone who was not so prepared. It wouldn't be easy, he meant. Prudent, in that case, to choose a bride who didn't limit herself to easy undertakings. Besides, their circumstances needn't be quite this modest. He did have some money. If he drew out of his savings, he could manage a reasonable house, well staffed. He must push the possibility of buying land a few years further off, but he could do that. He knew how to be patient. Very, very good things did come sometimes to people who were willing to wait. He grinned. He probably looked like a royal idiot. Probably sounded like one, too, with this report of his doings and the hints of his injudicious hopes. No, worse than an idiot. He probably sounded like a scoundrel and a colossal hypocrite, ruining an innocent and confiding the fact to the man he'd high-handedly cut off as a too scandalous connection. But there Will sat, watching him with a grave crease in his brow, every bit as concerned for his welfare as he'd have been if they'd remained friendly all these months. Nick stretched his legs out before him and rubbed his hands through his hair. One day, when he felt their connection was sufficiently repaired, he'd ask what sort of experiences had prepared his brother to bear these reduced circumstances. Perhaps he'd even be on such terms with Will's wife as to learn her history, too. For now, he just went on grinning, satisfied down to his bones with the decision to come here today. "Christ, I'm glad you didn't die in that duel," he said. He'd been waiting a long time to say so. By the end of his visit, Nick had managed a bit of cordiality with Mrs. Blackshear on the subject of budgeting for a house and staff, and that was enough to go on with. Their relations might gradually improve. One hurdle remained before he could address himself to Kate, and it was no small one. But the visit to Will and his wife had given him practice in speaking frankly and confessing his wrongs, so the next morning, when he went to call on Lord Berkeley at his home in Charles Street, he was as ready as he could be. "I was wrong in not being honest with you from the start." He sat across the desk from the Baron, in a dark-panelled study with a bay window through which sunlight streamed, and did his best to keep from picturing what it would be like to work in this pleasant space. Sorting through correspondence, researching any measures currently under discussion in Parliament, and preparing summaries for Berkeley's use. I wanted this opportunity, and any subsequent opportunities very much. And so I balked at telling you what you had a right to know, and were all but certain to find out sooner or later by other means. I don't attempt to defend my lack of candour, only to explain the process of thought that lay behind it. Berkeley nodded. "That accounts for what Lord Littleton said to you at the Cathcart's ball." I did notice and wonder. He'd been reading through some documents when Nick was announced. They lay scattered across his desktop, fairly crying out for the strong organizing hand of a secretary. To be sure. I apologize for putting you in that position. You oughtn't to have had to hear rumors from someone else. He took a breath. "And I may as well tell you now that I called on my brother yesterday, and intend to acknowledge him henceforward." The Baron rubbed his knuckles along his jaw, studying Nick with a thoughtful expression. "You must know that you will make your political ambitions more difficult to realize. They would have been difficult already." He lifted one shoulder. Really, he was almost at peace with this. "I disowned Will when he announced his intention to marry, and I find I might as well have continued to know him for all the good it's done me. I don't get nearly the work from solicitors that I used to, nor do I receive social invitations beyond a very few. I expect it will be more difficult to advance if I own the connection, yes, but not so much more difficult as to dissuade me. Berkeley studied him in silence for a moment. I'd make a poor example of integrity, wouldn't I, if I ended our partnership because of this connection, and meanwhile represented myself as an advocate for returned soldiers? Perhaps. But you could also end it because you object to my having turned my back, those were your words, I recall, on one of the men whose welfare you particularly champion. Or you could judge there to have been too much deception for you to retain trust in me. A grin cracked across the Baron's features. A barrister through and through, aren't you? I advise you to stop before you come across a reason that compels me. Hope, his constant loitering companion of late, was quick to pass the sentence. Berkeley had not yet heard a reason that would compel him to terminate their arrangement. The truth is, Blackshear, I don't pay enough attention to these things to be much concerned. Your name wasn't known to me the way it was to Littleton, recall. And I can't imagine that studying speech with a gentleman whose brother married a woman of poor reputation will really put a blight on my own name. Even a secretary whose brother married such a woman seems unlikely to do damage to my respectability. He paused for a breath, filling his lungs all the way to the bottom as Mrs. Westbrook had taught him. But I'll require candour henceforward, particularly if I'm to consider you for the secretary post. I'll rely on the man in that position to be honest with me and never shrink from telling me what he suspects I won't like to hear. And there was a cue if ever Nick had heard one. He sat straighter and took a prodigious breath of his own. In the interest of honesty, then, I must correct an impression I've given you on another matter, regarding Miss Westbrook. The safer course of action would have been to speak to Kate first, because depending on her answer, he might have had nothing, after all, to confess to the Baron. On this matter, though, he'd lost all taste for safety. I fear I misled you as to the nature of my feelings for her. In my defense, I can only say I misled myself as well. His heart beat like a resolute church bell as he put all his ambitions at risk one more time. We're friends, as I told you. That much is true. But I've realized very recently that I've been in love with her for quite some time. Chapter 19. Once before, Mr. Blackshear had come calling with flowers. She couldn't regret that she'd rejected him that day. She could certainly wish that she'd been more graceful in how she went about it, and less injurious to his pride. He had recovered, though, and they'd gone on to enjoy 3 years of coming to know each other, to esteem and appreciate each other, in that rare freedom conferred by the absence of weighty hopes and expectations. No, she would never regret that she hadn't encouraged him then. Because here he was now, stepping into the drawing-room with an elegant arrangement of lilies and carnations, and even if the flowers proved to not be for her, she could appreciate them as an expression of substantial, abiding regard, rather than the impulse of a young man's fancy for a pretty girl. Blackshear. Papa rose from his place by the hearth and went to meet him. I'm glad you called. I've been wanting to express my thanks for all you did 2 nights ago. Mr. Blackshear bowed his head. I'm sorry for your loss. I heard the news, and wish to extend my condolences in person. The flowers weren't for her, of course. She'd known it was unlikely they would be, and still she could not help a pooling sense of disappointment as the bouquet went from Mr. Blackshear's hands to Papa's, and then to Mamma's. Sit down, please, Mamma spoke over her shoulder, already on her way to the bell-pull. "I'll ring for tea. Shall I have cake sent up as well? Please don't go to that trouble. I haven't any need of tea." His gaze settled on her, not on Mamma as he spoke, and her pulse began pounding with the force of a brawny housemaid cleaning a rug even before he said his next words. "I do, however, have need of a private interview with Miss Westbrook, if you'll grant me permission." For an instant there was silence, broken only by someone's quick, indrawn breath. Rose's it must be, since she was sitting somewhere behind and to the left, and the sound did seem to have come from there. But this, the matter of the breath and who'd drawn it, was perhaps the least important of all the things that Kate could possibly perceive in this moment. Kate? That was Mamma. The single syllable said, "Do you want this?" Because she wouldn't leave the room, none of the family would, if it meant leaving Kate to a conversation she did not welcome. The world seemed all but overflowing with people's kindness and benevolence of late, and still the goodness of her family, ready to close ranks around her, even against so beloved a friend as Mr. Blackshear, sent a new current of warmth through her heart. "I'd like to hear what Mr. Blackshear has to say." She'd imagined one day being solicited for an interview by a gentleman of whom she had hopes. She'd practiced, before her mirror, 6 different attitudes for granting consent, finally settling on a serene nod and bare hint of a smile such as could heighten his hopes, while still keeping him in suspense. Lord, what a self-satisfied fool she'd been, and how ignorant of what this moment would really be like. Not once had it occurred to her that the man in question might be a near acquaintance who could see through all her artifice. Not once had she suspected she'd no more want to play a part before him than before her family, and that she'd voice her permission in matter-of-fact conversational tones. He nodded to each Westbrook as they filed from the room, and when only he and she were left, he crossed over to the sofa and sat next to her, angling himself to face her and laying his arm atop the sofa's back. "Kate," he said. He looked at her for a moment, then glanced away to the ceiling and dragged a hand over his face. "I find I don't know where to begin. It doesn't matter where you begin. The ending will come out the same. Will it?" He ventured his hand across the space between them and traced the curve of her ear. She couldn't suppress a quick, vivid memory of the last occasion on which he'd touched her ear like that, and what she'd been doing at the time. "It will. I can tell you the ending now, if you'd like." He shook his head, smiling, and let his hand fall. "I'm a barrister, remember, and a would-be politician. I'm afraid you have to sit through the speech." But there didn't turn out to be a speech exactly. He found her hand and wove his fingers with hers, and told her about how he'd gone to call on his brother yesterday. Then he listened while she told about her visit to Louisa. They exchanged accounts of a meeting with Lord Berkeley and Papa's letter from Lord Harrington, commending one another's achievements and rejoicing in good fortune. They might almost have had this same conversation with the family present, but for his thumb tracing circles in her palm, and the undisguised affection with which he looked at her. "I can't promise you a grand house, or the life to go with it." He slid right into this subject, without having proposed or even declared himself in love with her, as though he was eager to skip all the ceremony and go straight to the business of building a shared life. "We'd probably begin in some place comparable to this one, and have to watch our pennies for a few years while I save up to buy land. Would you mind that?" She wouldn't. That was the odd thing. She'd dreamed for so long of marrying into a life of consequence and ease, as ladies always did in books. Suddenly that sounded dreary beyond imagining. What did you do all day, once you'd married Mr. Darcy? You could rearrange the paintings at Pemberley only so many times. If she married Mr. Blackshear, though, she would have a role to play in his success. She could institute such economies as would accelerate his savings and hasten the day he could become a landowner. She could listen as he described his cases and ask questions that might prepare him for arguing in court. And once he began to make political acquaintances, she might prevail on Louisa to arrange some introductions through her brother. She could meet those men, too, and charm them with her conversation, as a good politician's wife was supposed to do. "Where have you gone?" His voice twisted with teasing fondness. He took her chin in his fingers to turn her face to his. "I can see your mind is running like a rabbit ahead of the hounds, but I have no idea where it's taking you. Don't laugh, Nick. But I think it might suit me very well to be a political hostess, and in the meantime to strive with you toward that end." His face, as he listened, made her want to confide in him for the rest of her life. "All these years I've pursued social status with such industry, and lately it's become more and more clear to me that I kept at it because I enjoyed the industry and the challenges at least as much as I longed for the goal itself. I fear you'd have to let go your hopes of social status indeed, if we married." Finally he'd said the word. It shimmered between them, bright as a lake on the hottest day of summer. She smiled foolishly, and so did he. "I'll never entirely let go those hopes. In fact, I intend to be the most sought-after political hostess in town. But I can wait." She'd have Louisa to acknowledge her, after all, and perhaps the pleasure of watching Papa and Lord Harrington come to be friendly again. However, I'm not as patient in all things as I am in this. We've been left alone for nearly as long as a decent private interview should last, and you have yet to come to the point." His mouth twitched with laughter as he unwove his fingers from hers and brought both his hands up to cradle her face. "Believe me, it's by heroic effort on my part that this interview has remained as decent as it has. And you know the point, imperious chit. I want you to marry me." His words thrilled her to the core, even if they told her nothing she hadn't already known. "We're all wrong for each other, and I only love you all the more for that." His fingertips had roamed to the back of her neck and found her hairline there. The sensation might have seduced her out of her senses if she hadn't already been sure of her reply. "You told me you knew before I began how this would end. May I hope it ends in your saying yes? You may hope whatever you like, but this, in fact, is how it ends." She lifted her hands to his jaw in her turn and drew him down near and kissed him. Epilogue. The wedding breakfast was a beginning. Wedding breakfasts usually were, of course, and indeed this one celebrated the commencement of their married life. However, it also sketched a tentative outline of how their two families would fit together, and how Nick's own might come to be whole once again. A beginning called for small steps rather than large, and so they'd been careful to not put Mrs. William Blackshear too near to Kitty or Andrew. If that woman thought to spend the meal in undisturbed solitude, however, well, she'd come to the wrong wedding breakfast for that. It occurs to me, a woman who is engaged as a gentleman's mistress enjoys many of the same privileges as would a wife, with the very great advantage of personal independence. Miss Viola had scarcely touched her food, so engrossed was she in questioning the exotic creature whom it had pleased fate to bring into the family. Every now and then some snatch of a conversation reached Nick's ears. She controls her own money. She owns her clothes and her jewels. She may end the arrangement when it pleases her to do so. True, but so may the gentleman. Mrs. Blackshear, one of 3 Mrs. Blackshears at the table, now that she and Andrew's wife had been joined in that name by the bride, kept her voice low, darting a glance around to see how far she was overheard. He'll generally settle a sum on her, but it might not be enough to provide for the rest of her days. There a wife has the advantage, and certainly a wife's children have every advantage over the children of a mistress. Ah, legitimacy and inheritance, I'd forgotten about that. Miss Viola adjusted her spectacles, frowning as she digested this amendment to her impression of a mistress's advantages. Kate, seated at his right, glanced up at him, her merry eyes, tight-pressed lips making clear that she, too, was listening to the highly irregular discussion at the table's far end. You see what a service I've done, bringing my connections into your family? Nick lowered his voice to a murmur. He had 110 things to murmur to her later, once breakfast was eaten and everyone had gone home. He hadn't touched her beyond a kiss or two in the weeks since the proposal. I expect Miss Viola will have enough material for a whole new chapter by the end of this meal. I don't doubt you're right. Heaven help us all. She'd been anxious, he knew, about the introduction to Will and his wife. But when the time came, she met them with a well-rehearsed poise and an underlying graciousness that put him to shame. She would be his ally in putting his family back together. She did have some practice in that pursuit. He glanced up the table to Mr. Westbrook, speaking to Andrew's wife, and from there he took a moment to look around at the various conversations that had sprung up, thanks in part to one enjoyable evening in which he and Kate had drawn diagrams and conferred over who should sit where. Here was Mrs. Westbrook, discussing some aspect of hunting with Kitty's husband. Here was Mr. Mirkwood, who had some fondness for music, bent his head to ask questions of Miss B. Directly across the table sat Lord Berkeley, dividing his time between Will on one side and Miss Smith on the other. Kate had ideas of promoting a match between the Baron and her friend. Stoic Martha sat by distractible Sebastian, neither of them needing much in the way of conversation. And Miss Rose, by his and Kate's agreement, the most generally pleasing and dependable Westbrook, served as family ambassador to Andrew and Kitty. She'd giggled when they told her she had the very important assignment of creating an excellent impression with the most exacting of the Blackshears, but she'd agreed to do it, and appeared to be doing a fine job. Not present, needless to say, were Lord and Lady Harrington. They'd sent their congratulations, and said Miss Westbrook must bring her husband to meet them one day, and that was much more than Nick had expected. This was what a beginning looked like. Some prospects would come to fruition, and some would probably not. But for now, he had the luxury of immoderate, unchecked hope. Mrs. Blackshear? It would be a long time before the novelty of so addressing her wore off. Yes, Mr. Blackshear. How many times over the course of their acquaintance had he looked at her and thought she'd never been more beautiful? Yet she truly had never looked lovelier than she did today, in a sky-blue silk gown that had been a betrothal gift from her aunt and uncle. Nick couldn't wait to take it off her. I'm so glad you didn't accept my addresses 3 years ago. She laughed, but it was a knowing laugh. She understood him precisely. Love meant more when it followed upon a thorough knowledge of the other person. Flaws as well as graces. Small charms as well as large, scandalous connections and all. For two people so ill-suited, they fit together remarkably well. "I'm glad I didn't accept you too," she said. And under the table, she fit her hand into his. This concludes A Woman Entangled by Cecilia Grant. Narrated by Susan Erickson. Copyright 2013 by Cecilia Grant. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Cecilia Grant, care of Judith Ehrlich Literary Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2013 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.